I chat him gonna come. Hope everyone is having a good day. Hasan. Let's go. Chat your mom is mediocre. Dostum. Dabs. Metamorphosis into Ted Cruz and screams. I love you, chat Hass. Back from my technology list 3,200-mile bike ride across the country. I chat people hey miss you. Hassle. You. MSNBC monkaW. Putting child locks on the TV. Let's go, legs go. Waiting for Azans on MSNBC. What will he do? Thanks for the laughs, people. Hey, hassle. People, hey, yo, chat, yo, Hasan.
Gonna go watch some videos and just do a lot of commentary on his stream. It's all a meme. So now what are we waiting for? Waiting for Hasan. What will he do when he's live? Waiting for Hasan. Waiting for Hasan. Waiting for Hasan. Waiting for Hasan.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all of the NBs are having a fantastic one. Thank you, Micah Alien, Micah Alien for the 5 the subs. I hope everyone's having a fantastic one. It is Sunday, August 15th. 2021, and it's 11:14 a.m. and it's an 82-degree beautiful day here in sunny California, Los Angeles. And I worked out earlier this morning. I'm feeling good. You know, I'm, one might say, working on the weekend like usual. Guess who else is working on the weekend like usual? The motherfucking Taliban. That's right. That's what we're going to be talking about today, obviously, because holy shit, dude. Holy shit. I mean, look, I'm just going to give you, I'm going to give you like what I did this entire morning, but a lot of it just aligns with what the Taliban were doing, okay? I'm going to be honest with you. It's just like I woke up, you know, I couldn't sleep. I woke up at like 3, okay? And these motherfuckers were like taking over Kabul at that point. And then I woke up again at like 5, and by that point, you know, the president was like, yeah, I'm done. You know, fuck this shit. I'm out. Peace. And they had taken over Kabul in its entirety, and then by the time I was done working out, they had already speed ran walking into Kabul because they didn't want people to steal or loot, according to them, because the Afghan security forces also tucked their tails and ran away. So, like, these guys, I mean, they are weekend warriors, okay? I mean, honestly, these dudes are, I mean, they're working. The devil works hard, but the Taliban works harder, okay? I mean, they speed ran this shit like XQC does through Minecraft, okay? They Minecraft speed ran this shit, dude. It's insane. 1 minute they're like, we're just gonna overtake the northern territories and the borders, and then, you know, the Afghan military is like, all right, let's send the reserves over there, and then they're like, psych, we're actually taking over everything.
Proud to have been here for 3
that was
months.
insane. To be honest with you, that was absolute madness. Okay. XQC is a Taliban leader, so it makes sense. I mean, straight up, dude. He was just like, dude, we need the Jews, dude. We fucking need the Jews, dude. Listen, dude. Dude, all you need, dude, is you need the Jews, dude. Okay, we got the juice and we got the sauce, dude. And we are doing a Taliban. Hasan. You do not understand. Dude, we need the juice and we need the sauce, dude. Hasan, we are taking over Kabul, dude. Right now, dude. So, you know, we're gonna talk about all of that obviously in a second. X Overwatch Pro callouts equal Kabul takeover, any percentage WR, yeah. Jihad, dude. Glory of Jihad, dude. I'm telling you, dude. Dude. All glory to Allah, dude. Do you understand me, dude? Okay.
What's the Taliban?
Your streams always help me deal with the insanity of the world. Thank you. This happening was inevitable. Yes, of course it was inevitable, dude. Why? Yeah, no
this
shit.
Guy gets it.
All right, listen.
Looking cute today, Hasan. You look cute too, chat hassle.
Listen, we are going to we're going to talk about all that, but let me just tell you what else is going on. So,
I'm gay.
Basically, I finally got Austin to fucking watch a TV show with me. last night, me, Austin, and my brother, we fucking kicked it and we watched Fuckboy Island, and he got really into it. Like, he was actually really, really into it. Right? He was like yelling at the TV and stuff, and then he was like, all right, I'm done. I'm out. I think he like wanted to go and do something. I think he like went and hung out with XQC. What the fuck? He went and hung out with Will.
Thank you.
What the fuck? This is why I said he went and hung out with XQC, chat. What the fuck is this, dude?
Hey Hasan, my mom is gonna watch you tonight on MSNBC. Can you promise me that you won't bring Kursi? I don't want my mom to think that I am losing my mind. Please, do not explain.
Dude, we must offer critical support, dude. Okay?
1 year.
Critical support to anti-imperialist forces, dude. Critical support to Taliban, dude. Okay? We must rise up, comrades, dude. We must rise up. I am an actual warlord, dude. Okay. Now that Felix is unbanned, you can watch his take on your drip. Okay, we'll watch it in a little bit. Did we'll watch it in a second, did. Okay, actually, you know what? Fuck it. We'll watch it now.
Hassle.
First they invade, then they steal, then they say fuck Afghanistan, then the Taliban takeovers are concerned, bruh. Kyle's take on Afghanistan is trash. What is Kyle's take on Afghanistan? Boys, as someone who is from the region, okay, I'm gonna keep it a $150 with you. I'm gonna keep it a stack. I'm gonna keep it a 100 with you. This is how power grabs happen, okay? If ISIS was not fucking purged by Assad and also by the Kurdish militias, ISIS would be treated like a serious political entity now. And the Taliban is going to be treated like a serious political entity. This is how it works. So for those of you who are like, oh my God, I can't believe this. Like, oh, what the fuck? That's wild. Like, no, that's how it works, dude. The fucking warlord psychos of yesterday put their guns down and then become the politicians of tomorrow. This is Turkey, same region as Afghanistan. No, I'm just saying that, like, obviously it's not the same in Turkey. Turkey's creation was a little bit different, and also it's a fucking empire, right? It's a remnant of an empire. But most of these other countries that have developed as like loosely tied together, constantly warring tribes and you know, different ethnicities amongst villages, like all of the formations that they put together in an incredibly complex geopolitical situation like Afghanistan, the motherfuckers will keg W empire when I say Turkey was an empire. Bro, the Ottoman Empire. Have you heard of it? Like an accurate historical depiction is treated like a joke here. This is so funny.
8.
Like just because you don't know doesn't change the reality that that's like a, you know, all right, whatever. So 300 years ago, guys, I'm not saying it was good or bad. I'm just trying to offer historical analysis here. The Taliban is not ISIS. ISIS will never get the international recognition because they are expansionist and genocidal. The Taliban, while brutal, is only focused on Afghanistan. The Taliban has more of a serious political branch than ISIS. But my point is that that's exactly how this works. That's how it works with the YPJ. That's how it works with Kurdish militias in the region. That's always how this has worked. You have militia movements, okay? And then they get a little bit of success or a profound amount of success. And ultimately they fucking take over the country. And then those very same warlords and shit become the fucking politicians, okay? I will talk about that in a second. I want to do a little bit more fun stuff before we do that. Let's see what the fuck he's saying about my drip, dude.
Give it $1.50, guys. I don't like criticizing people's looks, whatever, guys. But Hasan's my friends. I get to do it for free. Okay, let me put some music on. Hold up. I don't like it criticizing your chat because I think it's kind of rude or whatever. Okay, I'm gonna keep it a stack. Okay, if Hasan wasn't attractive, this would make him look like a fucking cuck. If Hasan,
I already gave my counter to this. He's completely 100% without a doubt wrong. XQC could wear exactly what I'm wearing and look like a fucking fashion model because he has like a fashion model build. He looks like a goddamn clothes hanger. And that is the perfect build for fashion. And the reality is my biggest concern when I dress up the way I do, my biggest concern is unfortunately that I look like a fucking Roblox character, okay? But XQC is hot, to be fair. Are you saying XQC is ugly? What? I'm not saying XQC is ugly. I'm saying he's attractive. He has the fashion model build. I've always said he's fucking attractive. Why is everybody getting like incredibly upset right now? Do I have like the biggest XQC simps in my fucking chat? Like,
great show as always. Greetings from Germany.
I've literally always maintained the position that XQC is an attractive person. But not only that, but also he has the perfect build to be able to have clothes like hang off of him like a clothes hanger, which is literally how which is the perfect fucking build to have every fucking t-shirt basically work on you perfectly. Like, and the reality is, like, if he was wearing this outfit obviously tailored to his size, he would look great. But when I wear the outfit, because I'm incredibly bulky, the unfortunate reality is that I look like a fucking Roblox character. I know 12-year-olds didn't understand that I was actually complimenting XQC. And also shitting on myself because 12-year-olds are like, I want size. Because I'm literally just basically not a baby since yesterday. So I want size. So when you say someone is like skinny or tiny, that means it's bad. Why are you... XQC could beat you. My juicer warlord could beat you, okay?
it wasn't like big and looked good overall. That is a cucklord.
See, that's why I'm disagreeing with his take. He's saying because I'm fucking big and bulky, that actually works for my outfit. I would look like a cucklord. No, not at all. It literally is the opposite. XQC, I want to do this. I want to do this with him. I don't know if he's in LA or not. I literally want to have XQC come on, and then we go to a fucking store, okay? And I buy the same fucking fits for myself. Bulky equals fat says M3DIVN or whatever. Yeah, dude, exactly. Even when I was fucking 10% body fat, I was still bulky because I was fat, right? Like, I've never had a situation where I could fit into normal clothes. Like, I've literally never, even when I had 10% body fat, I could not fit into mediums. You understand? I will never be able to fit into mediums, which is, unfortunately, the size that American clothes manufacturers and most fashion brands make their clothes for, the medium one. So, he said because you're attractive, not because you're bulky. No, he's saying like anyone else, if it wasn't for Hasan that wears this, they would look like a cucklord, and I disagree. I want to do a thing where like I get an outfit for myself, and then we get the same exact outfit for XQC, and he will look significantly better in it. Because skinny dudes can wear everything, dude. Every fucking thing.
Clothing studio.
Let's go. All right, let's go.
Let's go. It's just like our
I love to shop. Yes.
We can trip. Oh, you can get me a fit. Wait, I think it's that one place.
Like, imagine small arms, scrawny legs, a weird, like, kind of ugly face with these weird yellow glasses and a bunch of, like, random bracelets and whatnot in a small bag. You just look like a weirdo, dude.
She can finally change his shirt.
Okay, the bag does look weird.
It does look funny, the bag. It does look comedic.
It's dumpy.
Friends like skinny dudes would say the same thing about buff dudes. Dude, it's just wrong.
Clothing studio.
Interesting. How am I projecting? Projecting what?
Could you
What
get
could I
me
possibly
to
be projecting
my
here?
living room for a
He
second?
literally
My
would look
ADHD
better
brain
in that
needs
exact same
motivation.
outfit. No, because you said he was wrong, but his point was that attractive people can pull off your drip, and then he said he could pull it off. Therefore, people assume you meant he's ugly to prove him wrong. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if we're talking strictly size, like not attractiveness, because yes, attractive people can pull off everything. That's
Canadians
ridiculous.
register to vote
But if
except
we're
20th
talking
snap election,
exclusively
maybe
about like
Aljazeera.
size differentials, then yes, XQC has a perfect build. XQC is a perfect build for dressing up in like the biggest variety of outfits. And yesterday we talked about this, and I said like the best example is Seer. Seer is literally the XQC build version of me. He looks like me, but he has XQC's build. And everyone's always like, man, Seer is so fucking fashionable. Seer is so fashionable.
Hasan,
We
what's
literally wear the
behind
same
you?
shit.
monkaW.
Yeah, but Seer just as well. See? That's what I mean. Like, this fucking moron. This literal moron in the chat. 11-month moron is like falling to my trap. You are anyone that says you and Seer dress nothing alike should ask Seer how he feels like that. How he feels about that. Because he is the one who says you and I dress very similarly. Literally complimenting each other so coded kids think you're calling each other ugly. He has a different style though. Dude, shut up, dude. No, he doesn't. His casual and my casual look very
10
similar.
whole months of being the #1 Ohioan in chat.
It's literally 100% absolutely like an exactly similar style graphic tees.
Thanks for 2 months of lulz, love you.
Seer just better than you though, on God. I know, because he fits in the fucking clothes. He fits in the clothes. He actually fits in the way that you are supposed to fit in those clothes. So that's why all of you fucking lizard-brained baboons in my chat are literally proving my point. Me and Seer could wear the exact same fucking clothes and you'd be like, oh my God, he dresses so well. You,
7
on the other
months
hand, look
transgender
fucking
pride.
ridiculous. And that's because my proportions are fucking ridiculous. So I can't fit into the shit that I want to be able to fit into. Shut the fuck up. Anyway.
That fellow Brit in Afghan is mental, mate.
Okay. The fisheye lens doesn't help your wideness either. I'm gonna get jacked soon. Don't worry, bro.
Happy 10
Do it,
months,
Seer.
love
Do
you,
it,
King
pussy.
Hassel.
It's so funny. Like, there's still motherfuckers in the chat who are like, here's proof. What is this? Yeah, dude. Yeah, I know.
9
Seer
months,
never
big
dresses
hats.
loudly, chat.
Love ya.
Even though, like, this is aggro. He should have worn fucking black pants with this. Literally, like, that's verbatim.
Take
Like,
those bananas.
100% something I would wear, except I wouldn't wear an undershirt underneath it, or I wouldn't wear plaid with that, but still. It's literally me, just normal sized. You fucking idiots. Every girl in the chat knows exactly what I'm talking about right now.
TF.
It's only the fucking weirdo. I go to Reddit to learn about fashion loser dudes in the chat. Every woman in this chat currently knows exactly what the fuck I'm talking about.
Has paused,
Okay?
has paused.
Because women fucking know. Is that actually a sick ass fucking dress? Or is that person rocking it just fucking skinny? That's it. Every girl knows exactly what the fuck I'm talking about right now. And every dude is literally just like, he's just a better dresser than you, dude. Seer agrees. I agree. Most people in fucking fashion would agree. But, you know, Reddit dudes that get their fashion advice on Reddit who have been wearing the same gray champion shorts since fucking middle school are disagreeing with me, while the crust is getting worse and worse on their fucking champion shorts. God damn it. Now Jay Park is getting involved. He says, brother, big fan, but I don't know about the crazy patterns and wild colors. Yeah, he would say that because he's good looking as fuck. And also, again, perfectly built to wear everything he wants to wear. Wearing your busted ass goddamn Adidas. That's what you're doing in the chat right now. Most clothing designs are made for sample sizing, which is traditional model build fits. Yes, literally. Also, the fucking irony of people being like, dude, that's from 3 years ago. Yeah. The last time I wore some fucking loud ass shit literally like this was also 3 years ago, but that doesn't stop you motherfuckers from constantly bringing that up. Seer ain't the only one who shares your drip. Okay, shut the fuck up, dude. Yo, speaking of fashion, do you still get most of your shirts from Dan Flashes? Yes. Like, this is literally verbatim a fit that I would wear. Like, 1-to-1. Same with this. Anyway. All right. Did someone explain HasanAbi to me? All he does is talk about Seer. What is this?
What's up, W?
This is hot. This is good.
Also 3 months you were hassle.
I mean, that's just pajamas, dude. I was just literally wearing pajamas. Proof your drip doesn't work on everyone. Austin actually looked good. The irony is that, like, the irony is that this outfit he would wear now. I talked to him about this. I talked to him about this like yesterday when we went out shopping together off cam. And I asked him, like, do you think you would wear that outfit now? And he's like, yeah, I 100% would.
Can we touch nuggets yet?
The Redditor judges, Azan, your drip is bad. Yeah, literally. Yeah, the beanie was not it, okay? And it doesn't work for everyone, but the glasses were great. Bro, this guy, look at this guy. Why you talk so different in your Insta story? Because I was fucking your mom, okay? That's why. I was fucking your mom and I was fatigued after having sexual intercourse with your mom. Holy shit, this dude has been asking the same question over and over again since 11:26. Like he got to a profound point. Different microphones make people sound differently. In the morning when I have just woken up, my voice is raspier, okay? We have gone over this. There's a whole meme in this community called the fucking, what exactly is a daycare? This, dude, this. You being a fucking baby.
Feels okay, man. Tea time.
Okay, that's like, I would never be able to pull that off, dude. Are you kidding me? Anyway, yeah, literally. Ultimately, none of this matters, right? What I wear doesn't fucking matter. Because you're still going to fucking talk shit. And guess what? I'm never going to fucking change. Like, I'm not going to be like, oh my God. Because of a bunch of fucking losers who never go outside. Because of a bunch of fucking losers who never go outside who've been wearing the same crusty ass fucking busted ass goddamn Adidas. Are telling me that, like, I am, you know, not looking dressed to the fucking nines or whatever. Is not going to automatically make me change what I'm wearing. Let's be honest, this ain't it, Chief. LMAO. Yeah, totally, dude. This is your best outfit? Yes, this is my best outfit. Anyway, on that note, Azan, you are going on MSNBC today. You need to behave. Oh no, that actually got fucking canceled already because of no. That got canceled because of Afghanistan coverage. They like literally rolled over the segment completely, and they're doing full blown. You know, we need to invade Afghanistan again and stay there permanently coverage for the rest of the day. So it's already a wrap on that one. They're gonna check back in when they want to talk about infrastructure, because we were gonna talk about infrastructure. They wanted to have me on to talk about the infrastructure bill from like a progressive point of view.
Why do you always backtrack on your assertion of having facial
And the
hair?
Taliban took over Kabul, and the Taliban took over the fucking MSNBC stream. So we're over here. I'm gonna fucking, you know,
Has you
blast
looked very
off,
hot and
tell everybody
spicy
that
today?
I'm live. Are they gonna interview XQC instead? Yeah, they are interviewing XQC instead.
Glad you are online to talk about the Taliban later today.
Okay. Hey y'all, I'm live and alive, and we're talking about the Taliban working on the
Thanks for being a lot of
weekend
fun to
like
watch. Wouldn't
usual,
want to use my wife's boyfriend's Prime sub on anyone else.
and how they took over Afghanistan in like 72 hours. Who could have seen this coming?
Hassle almost a year.
Literally everyone. But the policy advisors. Get in now. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Austin yesterday. Damn, you're right. Austin does kind of look like this dude a little bit. That's crazy. Working on the weekend like usual. Taking over Kabul like usual. There it is. Blast it off. Motherfuckers be like, dude, your style is terrible. Actually cringe. You guys use vaccine as politics. You guys should be ashamed. Yeah, I think anyone who fucking makes like vaccinations political is cringe as fuck. Shut the fuck up and take the vaccine, okay? Biden got it wrong. Oh no, I know Biden got it wrong. Biden got it hella wrong. American policymakers are the only people that got it wrong. Okay, we're gonna fucking get into it right now, dude. I got so much to say.
As a skinny person, I can concur to what Hasan is saying.
Did you want us to stay there to maintain occupation for another decade? No, fuck no. No, I am full blown in support of a complete pullout. I don't have a problem with that
As
at all.
Who has been 6'4",
Oh, sorry.
280 pounds since 7th grade, I feel your pain.
Let me just say it with my entire chest. No, America should have, 1, never gone into Afghanistan, 2, never occupied Afghanistan for 20 years, and 3, should have pulled out immediately fucking 20 years ago, but they didn't. But anytime the Turkish people have a saying, zararın neresinden dönersen kârdır. Okay? No matter which point you turn away from a loss, that's profit. Okay? The United States never pulls out, motherfucker. And honestly, we should have pulled out a long ass time ago. Just learned that tattoo ink isn't FDA approved. Are you serious?
Might solve a mystery or rewrite history.
Kimsiz ya en çok zararı bize uğrattığını şu anda. Oh dude, don't Turks are gonna get so mad at me for the shit I'm about to say. Bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. The liberal Turks are so fucking reactionary, dude. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it all over my timeline. They're literally doing the same shit that like the immigrant
3 months
caravan
later.
Andes are doing. They're posting photos of cars and cars like piling outside of Kabul, trying to get out of Kabul, right? And these motherfuckers that live in Kabul are literally like doctors and engineers and shit. It's not like
I'll never
they
make
are
fun of
the
your
dudes
outfit when standing
that are
next
up
to
in the
Dostum.
mountains, the warlords. They're literally fucking doctors. And they're like, oh, these motherfuckers are, you know, gonna drive over to Turkey. And there's a couple different reasons for why.
Easy clap.
There's a couple different reasons for why Turks are fucking really, really pissed off about it, because the amount of like Syrian refugees that the Turkish government took in, and with no plan of integration, okay, with no plan of housing, like literally just took in, was an insane amount. Okay, you know how Americans say like, oh, we can't have like immigrants come over, like, you know, they're gonna take over our country or whatever. I mean, obviously the Syrians did not take over the country, but they did come in a size that was very sizable. I, at the time, and still to this day, believe that it was the right thing to do. 6 million Syrians, I believe, were taken in to Turkey, which is a sizable nation. Don't get me wrong. I mean, 90 million people live in Turkey, but 6 million and constantly growing. 6 million people coming in over the border. That's a lot of fucking people to bring in at once with no plan of integration. Okay? So they took them in as a geopolitical tool against the EU. This is correct. They took the Syrian refugees in, one, because it plays well with the Muslim conservative base, because these are our brothers in Islam. Okay? So that's why Erdogan did it. And then the second reason why Erdogan did it was because he wanted to use them as a tool against Europe. Europe gave us money in Turkey. Europe gave the Turkish government money. Okay? And also on top of that, he could constantly threaten the European Union and be like, hey, don't piss me off. I'll fucking literally release them. I will send them over to the border. I will literally send them to Greece. Right? 6 million Syrians, we will fucking send them to Greece, motherfucker. They want to go. Right? So
why have I wasted my
ultimately, though, obviously, there's people have nowhere to go. Like, these people have no fucking place to go. So it was a good thing overall. So now a lot of people are triggered by that because they think like Erdogan is doing that because göçmen karşıtı ve ülkenin politikasını eleştirmek aynı şey mi? Evet. Çünkü göçmen karşıtlığı politik bir kavram. So now the liberals, the people who are supposed to be more like tolerant, who fucking despise Erdogan, right? They despise Erdogan to a degree where they think like Erdogan is doing this because, you know, he wants to bring in more Muslims into the country and they don't like that. So they're like fucking mad. They're hella mad about it.
Dank commands.
And it's not even just like liberal Turks. A lot of people are against
I
this.
gotta say, it was pretty whack for the Taliban to do this to you at HasanAbi.
Then why do we only see men come in if they're educated people rather than mountain boys? See, that's what I'm saying. Like, motherfuckers will say shit like mountain boys. This is like, that's basically like the N-word for Arabs and Kurds. Okay, that's like that's like a actually racist thing. First of all, that's not even fucking true. And the propaganda that I'm seeing is nearly identical. Like, it is basically identical to how, you know, reactionary conservatives would be like, everyone that's coming in from Guatemala is a rapist. Now, Taliban, what did the Taliban do? Well, of course, the prisons were almost completely occupied with Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and even ISIS.
Not as
If there was any ISIS militants in those prisons. They open up the prisons and everyone's like, oh, these motherfuckers are gonna come to Turkey. Dog, why would they come to Turkey, you fucking idiot? They literally are the Taliban. Why would the Taliban not stay in Afghanistan when they finally have maintained full control over Afghanistan and just go to Turkey instead, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, yeah.
No, the people that are trying to come to Turkey are like actual refugees. But yeah, vatandaşı ve oy toplama. See? They're saying the exact same shit that conservatives say about the Democratic Party. They want to give citizenship to the Afghans and the citizenship to the Syrians so they will get all the votes.
Let's go 9 months.
I swear to God. Amına koyayım, sokakta görüyoruz gelen insanlar doktor falan diye sokakta bana bile laf ediyorlar, erkeğim. Türkiye'de cihad yapmak istiyorlar. Yarrağıma yapsınlar cihadı Türkiye'de. Salak salak konuşmayın. Now, the problem is the economic situation in Turkey is not like America. Okay? Turkey already has a very young population
Pickle Rick.
that is unemployed, that wants job opportunities, that wants better education and better job opportunities. So instead of fixing that, when they see more fucking people coming into the country, they're like, what the fuck is this shit?
Agreed.
Anyway, wouldn't these guys get bans if they were American conservatives spewing this kind of points? Yeah, but I'm the only fucking Turkish-speaking moderator, so I'm not going to ban every Turkish person in the chat. Especially because I do predominantly English political coverage in English, and it literally doesn't matter. You don't understand what they're saying. When I ban a psycho, when I ban a conservative psycho, I ban them not because like, oh, I'm so triggered by what they're saying. I ban them because I don't want them to fucking bother other people. Turkish people can't bother you. They're just literally all, drumming up nationalistic fervor in the chat for all the other fucking dumbass Turks who also feel the same way.
T.
So you don't know what the fuck he's saying. So what? What are you? You mad? Anyway.
Hasan. Pogo. Hasan. 7 months. Hasan.
The shit that I've seen on my timeline from Turks, though, talking about how,
Sup chat.
you know, they're just straight up saying, like, they're gonna murder fucking refugees. Like, people are just, like, posting, you know, Agent 47, saying, like, where are the refugees? I'm just wondering. An SJW Turk blaming normal Turk? What do you mean? There is no inclination that the Afghan people who are running away are going to end up coming to Turkey. Mülteciden laf yedik diyenler Türklerden laf yemiyor mu? Aynen amına koyayım. Mülteciden laf yedik. Ne oldu ne? Mülteci senden daha az mı? O yüzden mi?
Let's go Hasan. I love
Değil mi?
you.
Senden
Happy
daha
2
az.
months,
Orada
bro.
olmaması
Our
lazım çünkü.
parasocial realty and ship continues.
Yerini bilsin değil mi? Sonra sen Amerika'ya geldiğin zaman Amerikalı da sana öyle diyor ama haberin olsun. Amerika'ya geldiğin zaman yerini bil. Arap pezevenk diyorlar sana. Ondan sonra ağlıyorsun amına koyayım. Vay be bu Amerikalılar ne ırkçıymış vay amına koyayım diye. Bir gün o yarrak döner götüne girer. Arkadaş haberin olsun. İnsanlara insan gibi davranın. Anyway. The sheer volume of refugees that Turkey has taken for as poor of a country it is actually fucking a lot. Okay? I'm not disagreeing with that. And there is also no there's no plan of integration, anything like that. Erdogan just basically fucking brought everyone in specifically so he could use that as a cudgel or as a bargaining chip against Europe, as I admitted already. Having said that, though, it is still a positive thing because people have nowhere to fucking go. And also, on top of that, the coverage that we've seen from, I guess,
I
Turkish
had a long
outlets
time
about
no
the
see
Taliban
people kiss.
takeover, and the coverage that we've seen thus far from Western outlets is like, oh, they're coming in, they're murdering all the women, they're stopping all the schools. I don't know if that's going to be the case. It probably will be. Okay? It probably will be, because these guys are fucking brutal, okay? And they're fucking warlords. Except, it's Afghanistan. Of course they're fucking warlords. Like, what do you mean? It's just not all of a sudden our warlords. You know what I mean? Like, what? You think, like, outside of the fucking cities, the United States government wasn't working with fucking pedophile warlords? Of course they were. We were just paying them to look the other way. And, you know, fuck boys if they want to, but just, like, in the other direction. Sometimes not in the other direction. Sometimes directly in our faces.
Any suggestions for a starting point to understand all this shit, I'm a dumb American.
Anyway. Why are you suddenly talking as immigrants would be a strain on the economy? There's a difference between a 90 million population that has a fucking broken, fundamentally broken economy, taking in refugees with no fucking plan to the degree that it's like literally almost 10% of the fucking population, and America with 330 million, at least taking like 1 million refugees. You know what I mean? Do you know how many fucking Syrians we took?
1 year, baby.
Under the Trump administration? 12, cocksucker. You think there's a reasonable middle ground there? 12. 12, motherfucker. We took 12 Syrian refugees in the United States of America. There's a reasonable middle ground and a good integration plan between 12 and 6 million. Okay? What the fuck? 12 for 330 million, 6 million for 90 million. Don't you think that there is a balance that you could strike there?
Hassle.
It's not 12. I'm exaggerating, but it was 1 year. It was 12. But I think in total, let's see how many. It was 1 year where they literally took in 12 refugees. Like, I think it was the first year of the Trump administration that they took in 12 refugees. I'm going to give you the exact number. Hold on.
One year with chat hassle.
Okay. The Trump administration capped it at 15,000, but for all refugees, not just Syrians. The Trump 2021 plan allocates 5,000 slots for refugees facing religious persecution, i.e. Christians. Okay, 4,000 for refugees from Iraq who helped the United States, 1,000 refugees from El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras, and then 5,000 for the rest. And it bans refugees from Somalia, Syria, and Yemen, except in cases of special humanitarian concern, citing a terrorism risk. Like, this is not a lie. Yeah, here. Oh, no, oh, fuck, I was wrong. It wasn't even 12, dude. It was 11, chat. Boys, it wasn't 12.
When do I become a hog?
It was 11. Fake news, Andy, strikes again. It was fucking 11 refugees, dude. I don't want to get into the nitty gritty like Tim Pool would say. I apologize. I said 12. I was wrong. Literally just 11 refugees from Syria.
Can't believe what the Taliban did to your face. My girlfriend loves.
This is bad for the Democrats. Chat. Yeah, I'm just gonna do Tim Pool coverage now. This is bad for the Democrats. This is really bad news for the Democrats. Wait, I thought you meant 11,000, not just 11. No, motherfucker, I said 11.
13
keep
months
moving the
for this, and
goalposts
I'm
or
gonna
whatever.
use it
I
to
don't
say
know.
pray for Afghanistan.
Yeah, I know. There is one goalpost that never moves on this broadcast, though. It's the top of the hour ad break. You know, sometimes they say 12 refugees were accepted into the United States of America. Turns out it was 11. Okay. But the one thing that's consistent is the top of the hour ad break. And this is the first one of the day. So, you know, we're popping off. First one of the day.
I apologize if you've done this already, but have you done a quick rundown of why leftists are upset at Biden?
There's a 60-second ad break at the top of the hour. Okay. And you can avoid those ads if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience. All you need to do is subscribe. You can, of course, subscribe for $5, or you can subscribe for free if you have a Twitch Prime. You can also use an ad block or a VPN, but Twitch Prime is free. Here's the ad break now. Anyway, you'll be streaming you going on MSCBSN? No. I was going to, but I'm not. Yep. Boys, here it is, by the way. I just want to show you guys exactly. So I talked about how, like, you know, everybody knew this was going to happen. No shit. Everyone knew this was going to happen. Donald Trump knew this was going to happen. The Taliban are officially inside the palace, by the way.
محمد شاه هو موجود داخل إذن القصر الرئاسي. حميد الله معنا الآن. تسمعوني؟
Just fucking chilling, dude. My birthday. Keep it going.
حميد الله.
It's nice of the United States government and our tax dollars to, like, give them such wonderful weapons, though. You know what I mean? Like, they're fucking doing airsoft. They're playing airsoft with, like, fucking anti-material rifles and shit that we just left behind in the bases. Looks like hogs on January 6th. Well, I mean, the difference between these guys and the hogs is that they have...
Live you chat and Hassie.
So the funny thing is, let me just give you guys a couple different things. One, these group of individuals, or at least they're like older versions, were directly funded by the United States of America. Okay? They were funded by the United States of America as a loose association or a loose coalition of mujahideen fighters.
No more war.
That we regarded as brave, and Reagan even fucking had at the White House, because they were fighting against the USSR. There was slated to be a socialist revolution in Afghanistan. USSR came in, a lot of minerals in Afghanistan. It's very, very fucking dense with minerals, natural resources, ripe for extraction. Okay? So then we were like, oh, these guys are wonderful. Let's give them all the guns. Let's train them. They'll fight the USSR. So they did. And they thought at the time, like, this will be the USSR's own version of Vietnam. Of course, the irony is it became our version of Vietnam later down the line. So those guys basically were like, all right, thanks for the guns and stuff. Now that the USSR is gone, well, I believe it's now time to, you know, fucking purge the Americans as well. So, because once, you know, 9/11 happened, and it was reported that the Afghan Taliban, which at the time I think like ran 40% of the country, okay, in Afghanistan, they were holding on to, they were welcoming Osama bin Laden into their homes. So at that time, we were like, all right, give us Osama bin Laden. They were like, oh, we can negotiate, but, you know, it's not custom. It's not our custom to give you a guest of ours. You know, we can't do that, whatever. And they were like, all right, fuck it. YOLO. Time to go into Afghanistan. So we went in, and everyone, 90% approval at the time during the original invasion. right? There was one fucking congressperson that was against
Pog.
the invasion of Afghanistan. 90% approval rating from Americans. So, because, you know, we're fucking psychos and we're horny as fuck. We're like, we need to see blood. Blood for blood, you know? Blood for the blood god. So, yeah, Barbara Lee. There are other reports where, you know, that the Taliban said that they would give up Osama bin Laden. I'd have to look a little bit further into it. Anyway, no, it was not Bernie. Bernie was was reluctant, but still voted for the invasion. So when that happened, you know, they purged back the Taliban originally. A lot of fucking fighting, a lot of war. And then for the past 20 years, like, the Taliban has just been sitting in the sidelines, growing their fucking ranks.
Poggies.
Oh, here's more. Hold on. Yeah, the Stinger missiles supplied by the United States gave Afghan guerrillas, generally known as the Mujahideen, the ability to destroy dreaded Mi-24D, the helicopter gunships deployed by the Soviets to enforce control over Afghanistan. Yeah. I mean, this is publicly available information. A lot of this is, like, not even declassified. Glad that didn't come around and bite us in the ass. Yeah, exactly. So basically, the Taliban sat around, you know, kept fighting the Afghan forces, kept fighting the American military, and their ranks kept growing, and their influence kept growing. Because, like, in a lot of instances, our goal in Afghanistan was to withdraw the troops and then train the Afghan forces, right? But, like, not really. Okay, we put a fucking puppet state in a position of power.
Oink oink.
And we literally just decided, you know, whatever. We'll just, like, you know, throw some money at the fucking problem. We'll just go to all of the fucking surrounding, like, regional warlords, some of which were pro-Taliban, some of which were not, and give them money. Like, literally, bags and bags of money, okay? Don't build roads. Don't build schools. Don't build infrastructure.
3 months.
Don't build, like, a robust network for Afghan people to actually, you know, survive and thrive. Don't allow for, like, a genuine democratic revolution to occur. Just literally throw money at the fucking problem. And when I say literally throw money at the problem, like, this is... I know I am very liberal with my usage of the term literally. I mean, like, actual bags of fucking cash. And there are probably veterans in my chat that if they toured Afghanistan, they know exactly what I'm saying. Like, they would just literally fill up a fucking bag of dollary dues and give it to a fucking warlord and be like, please look the other way and don't shoot at us. Okay? But the point I was going to make is, the main difference between these hogs, and they are hogs, they are fundamentalist, militants, and our hogs, is that they're more successful. That's it. Like, they have more energy, they have better training, they have better guns, they are exactly the same with respect to their fucking worldview, don't get me wrong, literally the same. Like, they are... also not, you know, fat. There's one thing, because, you know, they're working out a lot. Probably know how to shoot better, too.
1 year. Imbigin. Thanks for radicalizing me.
And they were able to do a January 6th insurrection and, you know, take over the fucking government officially as of earlier today.
Azan.
So, That's where we're at now. What you fail to consider is that we did succeed in the Soviets not being in the region. So, you know, as far as the U.S. is concerned, it's an absolute win. Oh, totally. Good thing it did not fucking come back and bite us in the ass, though. They also do dress cooler. Even though they have zero fucking, like, literally all these motherfuckers are wearing flip-flops.
Pogu.
Not a single boot, dude. Every time I watch these videos, I'm looking down, and they always wear flippy floppies. Which is like insult to injury. You know what I mean? Like, you occupied a country for 20 fucking years. Okay? And every single fucking military member was like wearing 80 pounds of fucking gear. Okay? Getting heat strokes and shit. Eating MREs. Wearing like the nicest fucking boots. And the motherfuckers wearing flip-flops who herd goats literally took over the country in 72 hours, dude. 72 fucking hours. In motherfucking ship, Terlik, Changla. They were literally just, they all wear flip-flops, dude. They were like, yeah, whatever, bro. We are taking over. Like, that's so disrespectful. The amount of disrespect.
Week, please pray for me, chat.
So yeah, not like they had to fight for it. No, they literally did not. But someone could say they were fighting for it for 20 fucking years. So what did Joe Biden say about the pullout? Which, by the way, I am fully in support of. I want to repeat this. I am fully in support of withdrawing U.S. troops from the region. Okay? It's the right thing to do. Let's see what Joe Biden had to say about the withdrawal, though.
Taliban takeover of Afghanistan now inevitable?
No, it is not. Because you have the Afghan troops have 300,000 well equipped as any army in the world, and an air force against something like 75,000 Taliban. It is not inevitable.
So originally, they were like, oh yeah, maybe they'll take over. Maybe they'll take over in 6 months. Okay? And then they quickly went and said, oh no, okay, maybe the takeover will have... This happened literally like this week. They went, okay, 90 days. And then 2 days ago, they were like, okay, maybe 30 days. And they literally just came in and took over in 72 fucking hours, dude.
Hold on.
72 hours. Why didn't the Afghan troops fight? Why would they? Are you fucking dumb? These motherfuckers have been fighting the American military for 20 years. No shit they weren't gonna fucking fight, dude. No shit. Why would they fight? This is what Americans don't understand.
Love you, Has.
For some weird fucking reason, they're like, why won't they fight against the Taliban? I don't know. Maybe because they look like them, dude. Have you thought about that? Maybe from their fucking worldview, they're like, I'm not gonna fucking die for this shit. This is better than fucking America being up our asshole. Whatever. New boss taking over the old boss.
Yes,
that doesn't mean the Taliban is good.
Milk, huh?
Okay? Because they're not. But why the fuck would they be like, all right, well, you know, the region, my region has been operated by this pedophile warlord that was getting money from America, and now it's going to be operated by this other pedophile warlord who is a part of the Taliban. Motherfuckers be like, women's rights, dude. Yeah, totally. They really cared about women's rights, just like America really cared about women's rights.
Hassle, hassle, hassle.
Yeah, nothing says I love women's rights like bombing fucking buildings for 20 years, dude. Bitch, we barely care about women's rights when it comes to domestic policies. Like, what are you talking about? What do you mean women's rights, dude? In Afghanistan. It's like a laughable notion. What do you mean?
Has raid.
Were women's rights better under the ANA, Hasan? You okay?
Great work to make the world
I've said this before, but like, Afghanistan used to have a fucking monarch who also aesthetically wanted to improve women's rights. That is before we get to like the socialist organization that was occurring, that also was pro women's rights in the country, which the America allied Mujahideen purged and killed. But even before that, there was a fucking monarch. There was a monarch that also was like pro women's rights. Does that mean Afghanistan should have a monarchy? Like, what kind of fucking take is this? Are you really comparing the rights of women in the U.S. to those in Afghanistan? No, I'm saying that us in America do not view Afghan people as people. We don't. If you did, you would be absolutely distraught with the sheer volume of violence that we've subjected the people of Afghanistan to. So even by that metric, like, this notion that like America cares about women's rights when like the actual women that they see as like full-blown human beings here in the United States still in many states don't have full autonomy over their own bodies, like be able to get a fucking abortion and shit, is laughable. Of course, the women's rights in Afghanistan is like significantly fucking worse than America. Don't be an idiot. But from the eyes of like the American citizen, the average American citizen, like, they don't give a fuck about women, dude. What the fuck?
8 months strong. Dankies.
And the really interesting part of this is that like the Taliban basically do the exact same thing that the Zetas did, and the exact same thing that like the American Special Forces do. It's a cartel that does terror, that controls whatever they fucking can, all like natural resource production. They tax people. They're basically like, you know, they're doing the exact same shit that they learned from us.
Arjan? 1 year sub baby, can we got some hassle for Arjan?
It's Setas? Okay, sorry. What is this? Malala, the girl who received a Nobel Prize for standing against the Taliban, is the same girl who was silent about the cries of women and children suffering at the hands of Taliban. Performative activism will always get exposed. This person. What the fuck? She said Malala is doing performative activism, dude? What the fuck? Yo! Yo, people are crazy, dude. She was performatively shot, okay?
2 months hassle.
Performative activism is when you get shot in the head but then don't die a martyr. Exactly. So here's what I was going to say. Wine communism, Twitter is wild. I heard from my Afghan friend that they 100% choose America over Taliban. It completely is entirely dependent on who you're speaking to. It's like the same concept as like, you know, Guaido supporters. Well, they're non-existent in Venezuela. Ultimately, the Taliban are fucking horrible, okay?
Hassle.
But unfortunately, that is what that is what America is subjecting Afghanistan to in the end. There was no way Either there was going to be permanent, like it was going to be a vassal state for our interests, okay, or it was going to be, or it was going to turn into this. Listen, man,
with the homeless strip
here's what I'm in support of. Are you ready for this? Are you boys ready for this? If you fucking care about women's rights, okay, in Afghanistan, literally open the fucking doors full swing to every Afghan woman that wants, and man too, that wants to come to America. I'm fine with that. Are you? Do it, pussy. Ask liberals like why we can't do that. That's a good way to, you know, deal with the problem, I think. It's so weird, like. It's so fucking weird that we're talking about like women's rights as though like America staying, like the occupation continuing for like another 10 more years or another 20 more years will actually finally change the situation. Dog, 20 years, 20 fucking years of occupation and military training and all the guns and all the training. And they got rolled by the Taliban wearing fucking flip-flops in 72 hours. Are you fucking dumb? Like, that's it. That's the proof. That's literally the proof that you fucked up big time. The proof there isn't like we have to literally permanently ensure that we have occupied another fucking country that's thousands of miles away. Okay? The proof is that you should have never been there to begin with. And we saw the proof there in Vietnam. But like, that's not enough.
One year with the greatest TAKEOVER Afghanistan and the Hazaros.
You can be in favor of leaving and agree women are getting the short end of the stick once again. I mean, of course I fucking agree with that.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Your own intelligence community has assessed that the Afghan government will likely collapse.
That is not true.
Can you please clarify what they have told you about whether that will happen or not?
That is not true. They did not reach that.
Love Hasan Chatu.
So what is the level of confidence that they have that it will not collapse?
The Afghan government and leadership has to come together. They clearly have the capacity to sustain the government in place.
Do you see any parallels between this withdrawal and what happened in Vietnam with some people feeling?
None whatsoever. Zero. What you had is you had entire brigades breaking through the gates of their embassy. 6, if I'm not mistaken. The Taliban is not. They're not remotely
What can be done
competent
to stop all the rapes and murders
There's
of
going to be
women
no
by
circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of an embassy in the United States from Afghanistan.
إذا مقاتلو طالبان. تفضل.
The jury is still out. The likelihood there's
نعم
going to be
مقاتلو طالبان الآن وصلوا إلى
and owning the whole country is highly unlikely.
Highly unlikely, boys. Highly unlikely. It's not going to be like Vietnam.
Keep up the good work.
We're not going to... He literally said we're not going to have helicopters flying over the embassies, which makes it even funnier, too. The jury's still out. It just happens that the jury's 100% Taliban. Highly unlikely. Worst part is that the Trumpers who applaud Trump's plan get to play it both ways. I mean, yeah, I don't really give a fuck about domestic, like internal conversations and people propagandizing this when they were literally like personally advocating to fucking pull out when Trump said it was good. This video is much funnier now that we can say it was recorded 5 days before the fall of Kabul.
See you, Daddy. Bye. Hi, my name is Cooper, and this is a day in my life as a White House intern. We did a joke. Hey, everyone. Vote.
Where were you when the Taliban overtook the entirety of Afghanistan? That's what
Usually
this is what I was doing. I was watching this.
A big coffee. Sorry, they're like really strict in here. Hey, Jenny. I booked you a nail appointment, love.
Yeah, I didn't tell you to do that.
It's called Initiative. Hi, White House. This is Cooper. I don't think so. Oh.
It was even worse in Vietnam. The ARVN lasted 2 years after the U.S. left. When Saigon fell, the Afghan army probably won't last another 2 hours. No, the Afghan army has officially not lasted. It's over. Afghanistan is now the Taliban state. So now what we have to do, did they change the name already? Wait, no, that doesn't. Yeah, they're calling it Talibama, dude. You know, they're like, my favorite, bro, Alabama, bro. They are so good. You know, we have the same ideas. We are ideological allies.
1 year, let's go.
We want to call it Talibama. German news saying Taliban got into the presidential palace. Oh, yeah, they did already. Sweet home, Talibama. Anyway, so since then, Joseph Robinette Biden decided to bring back 5,000 troops to ensure
holy shit, I've subbed for a year. Where is my subscription child support, Hassie?
Wait, this is an incredible plan. Dude, I love this, dude. I love this. Dude, backseating war. Kabul was effectively under Taliban control. Government fled. Building occupied. U.S. is using the airport to evacuate the embassy and remaining American citizens. There's no use pretending it is anything but Taliban controlled. Status of Parwan is unclear. Panjshir is an island. This guy's got an idea. The U.S. had trouble fighting the Taliban while they were hiding in the mountains. Now that they're on the roads and in the cities, why not fly back in and take them out? Brilliant.
The U.S., including Democrats, saying that it is the responsibility of the Biden administration to get out not only those U.S. citizens, but also those Afghan allies.
All right. Thank you very much, Heidi Jo Castro, with all the latest from Washington. We're going to continue our coverage of the situation unfolding in Afghanistan, where the Taliban have reached the capital.
So, you know, their drips are all right. Wow, look at those weapons. That's so strange. Wait, is that Ted Cruz?
Who has now fled the country.
What the fuck? Is that Ted Cruz?
After a military assault over the past week that has seen the group sweep the country, make really some unprecedented gains in strategic cities and provincial capitals.
Seems like they have American weapons. That's kind of odd. I wonder how that happened, boys.
The US-led invasion drove the Taliban out of Kabul, and after so many billions of dollars were poured into the country, here we see images of the Taliban essentially declaring their return to the helm of Afghanistan. Well, we're going to continue our coverage of that after a quick break. Do stay with us.
HasanAbi, can you at least admit that Maduro isn't any better than Guaido Derby?
Okay, so where was I? Oh, they're literally wearing flippy floppies. Oh, yeah. First, ISIS took XQC, now Taliban took Ted Cruz.
6 months, Pogu.
So,
much love to everyone in chat.
obviously we shouldn't have been there in the first place, but at this point, isn't it better to say fuck it and pull out instead of staying there for another decade or two? Yes, it's better to say fuck it and pull out. 100%. Yes. Yes. We were there for fucking 20 years, dude. We were there for 20 fucking years, dude. Are you insane? Which, by the way, I don't even know if we're going to literally pull out. I don't know if we're actually going to end up pulling out, but...
Not gonna lie, the Taliban has some underrated fits.
Like, anyone that tries to claim that the American military is a civilizing force. Anyone that claims that the American military is a civilizing force is unironically playing in to the same kind of Orientalist memes that justified imperialism and colonialism in the past. That's all you're doing. We are not a civilizing force there. We're not. In the short term, some people in Afghanistan might feel that way if they lived in big cities, but ultimately that is not the reality because their existence justified the growth and strength in numbers of the Taliban. And for 20 fucking years, we spent $90 billion alone on training the Afghan forces, and they rolled over in 72 fucking hours. $72 hours, man. How many more billions do we need to fucking give to these dudes?
The USA has a weaker pull-out game than my ex.
Here's the Taliban statement. So, I'm going to tell you what they are saying, okay?
Great.
And I'm not going to give you seasoning on it, and I don't want you to fucking be like, oh, I can't believe he's agreeing with the Taliban or anything like that. But if you do not go to Western media, and if you actually go to, like, Middle East Eye, or if you go to like Aljazeera and you get like an actual unseasoned version, like a direct fucking firsthand what the Taliban is saying, you will hear a very different attitude or a very different rhetoric from them. Not saying that you should believe what the Taliban is saying, but right now their number one concern or what they are claiming that they will not do is murder any of the fucking people that worked with the American government. I don't know if that is going to be the case or not, obviously. But the official statement is that they will respect women's rights. They literally said that. They're like, we're not gonna fuck over women. We promise. Which I think is, I mean, it's very strange that they would even come out and say that. Hard cap on that, okay? My man is defending the fucking Taliban. Yes. Here I am, the Taliban defender. As I literally say, I don't believe that that's going to happen. But the Taliban statement right now is ordering all forces to not enter Kabul. They want a transition process. They're promising no retaliation against civilians or military. All are forgiven. Everyone should stay at home.
Poggies.
Always defending your friends. Yeah, dude, the Taliban is actually streaming on Twitch. They're a big streamer, so I'm, of course, defending them.
Much love, not super knowledgeable, but what can other countries do to help now?
Yeah, they're saying stay at home because COVID is a big problem. Anyway.
8 months getting ignored, it says TR8.
However, since the capital Kabul is a large and densely populated city, the Mujahideen of the Islamic Emirate do not intend to enter the city by force or war, but to negotiate with the other side to enter Kabul peacefully, which they did.
Happy 15 months, Dono Wall.
Ongoing, so that there's a transition process completed in a safe and secure manner. No one's head, property, and honor are harmed, and the lives of the citizens of Kabul are not in danger. The Islamic Emirate instructs all its forces to stand at the gates of Kabul, not to try to enter the city. Also, until the completion of the transition process, the security of Kabul city is referred to the opposite side, which must be maintained, which the Afghan security forces literally were like, yeah, no, fuck this.
Habibi. 3.
So what they originally said when they went to the fucking gates of Kabul, or like they surrounded Kabul, what they basically said was, we're not going to go in. You know, you can maintain security there. You don't have to fucking run away. We're not going to do anything. We just want to peacefully take over the country. Right? And then the Afghan security forces that were there were like, fuck that. And they just literally ran away. So then the Taliban said, okay, well, now we have to enter Kabul to maintain security and peace so that looting doesn't happen. But that's why when you see the images, like, they're just fucking chilling and taking photos and shit, and they're not shooting at motherfuckers because they took over. It's their government now. That's a Herman Miller, by the way. Me and the fucking Afghan government have the same chair.
It's the Afghan military and security forces that have abandoned their own population. This is a part of the whole situation. It's too easy to just say the United States failed, total U.S. catastrophe. Absolutely. We made mistakes almost from the beginning. We failed in terms of a strategy that put pressure on Pakistan to make sure that Pakistan did not provide safe haven for the Taliban and for Al-Qaeda. We made the mistake of thinking that they were an ally, and they weren't. So our strategic failure includes how we failed to deal appropriately with Pakistan.
All right, but you know that the Afghan forces were heavily dependent on air support from the United States. Okay, I mean, no one expected foreign forces to remain there forever. There is a great deal of criticism about the way in which this departure was carried out. It left a huge vacuum in the country. Some of the districts that collapsed were completely taken by surprise. They were in a country, you've worked there, you know how mountainous and difficult the terrain is, areas very remote. These were places that were essentially supplied with food and ammunition by US forces. That disappeared, and the Taliban were able to step into that vacuum.
Well, you make some good points there, but let's unpack that a minute. Now, the Taliban have zero air support, but yet they defeated a force that mathematically was 4 times their size. Why is that? And I think this comes down to leadership and will to fight. And clearly the Taliban believe in their cause, and Afghan security forces, it's not apparent that they had that there. And so this is why while I really am unhappy and disappointed with the way this withdrawal moved so quickly, and that it happened without having important policies in place, such as how do we get Afghan interpreters out and other Afghans who are at increased danger, how do we get them out? Those policies should have been in place first before we begin to execute this withdrawal. Having said that, at what point do you finally step away? I mean, and so for this reason, I support the president's decision to withdraw. I'm not happy with the way it's happened.
Damn, the US
right.
really sucks at
so what about all
offensive.
those, I mean, what would you say to the millions? Well, obviously there's 20 years of war. This is an incredible setback for the US on the global stage, but you must know the families of veterans, lives were lost, and of course thousands, I think, over 100,000 Afghan lives lost. What do you say to people who are now asking what it was all for?
Mm-hmm. Well,
oh shit,
that's a fair question. And
for the record, I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you guys. This is what winning looks like, which is a documentary about like where $90 billion of American spending went. It was shot like many years ago. Vice basically played the entire thing and showed the entire thing. It's by Ben Anderson. And you will very quickly understand why all of this happened. We're going to watch that later in a little bit.
Over the last 20 years, there were too many cases where people who had dissenting views about what was going on, particularly with regards to Pakistan, but also with the quality or the capability of Afghan security forces, I think those were too often dismissed or suppressed. And we've got to make sure that we don't have, that our institutions don't allow that. And then we have a culture that encourages understanding of that.
Well, Ben Hodges, retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for what you're doing and for the opportunity.
We want to give you a picture of the situation now. After a week of rapid, really unprecedented gains on the part of the Taliban, the group managed to seize at least 26 of Afghanistan's 34 provincial capitals, meaning it's now in control of the area seen in grey. I mean, this is pretty much the entire country. This includes Mazar-e-Sharif, the last government stronghold in the north and the country's second largest city and major port, Kandahar. But it's Kabul, the capital, that we're focusing on now. Taliban fighters have entered the capital through its 4 main gates. The U.S. has been the last of its diplomatic staff, sending helicopters to fly them from the embassy in the city's green zone to the international airport. EU diplomatic staff have also been evacuated to safe but undisclosed locations. Well, Charlotte Bellis now is in the capital, Kabul. She has the story of how the day unfolded.
After 20 years, it was a hostile departure for the United States from its Kabul embassy. As the Taliban reached the city limits, helicopters ferried staff to Kabul International Airport. Those who remained burned sensitive documents, while Black Hawks and Apache helicopters circled the capital, monitoring for Taliban fighters.
All this guy does is bitch and talk any solution whatsoever. What a fucking guy.
As they released heat flares over the green zone.
That's what you get to do when you are right. Okay, that's it.
Final statement.
What do you mean? Solve the Afghan conflict? Like, what can I do? Only thing you can do is sit back and wait until the fucking the Afghan people inevitably try to overthrow the Taliban if they wish to do so. That's literally all you can do. There's nothing else. Like, this notion that like we're supposed to fucking solve it by like, you know, pressing on one side of the fucking scale is idiotic. It's literally the reason why we're watching this right now.
But its leverage had weakened with every loss on the battlefield. In just 9 days, the Taliban took control of every major city except Kabul. By Sunday morning, its fighters surrounded the capital,
of course not.
holding districts inside Kabul province.
So it is a popular uprising, and all the provinces are with us. So they should understand and know the ground realities and surrender to submit themselves to the will of the people. There will be a government which will be acceptable to all Afghans.
As the Taliban presence built around the outskirts of Kabul, the armed group's military commission sent this message to its fighters. Congratulations to you all, but no one should enter Kabul. You do not have permission to enter. If someone enters, you cannot plead ignorance. Yet, by sunset, the Taliban flag was raised inside Kabul city. Taliban fighters were seen driving around on motorbikes, in pickup trucks and Humvees, greeting the people. Afghanistan's Interior Ministry carried on undeterred, stating it remains in charge of the city's security.
The security of the city is guaranteed and it is not going to be attacked. The agreement is that there is going to be a peaceful transfer of power to a transitional government. Do not be influenced by any propaganda. Kabul is safe, rest assured. There will not be any problem in Kabul.
But after the Taliban's rapid march across Afghanistan, that was not a chance the US, or it would seem President Ghani, was willing to take. Charlotte Bellis, Aljazeera, Kabul.
The speed of the Afghan government's collapse has surprised many people. So let's just take a look at the situation as it stands. In April, President Biden announced his plan to withdraw all US troops from Afghanistan by September 11th. bringing an end to the country's longest war. In early May, just days after U.S. forces started leaving, the Taliban launched an offensive in the southern Helmand province. At the beginning of July, American troops were quickly pulled out of their main military post in Bagram Air Base, just an hour's drive from Kabul.
Literally didn't even fucking tell the people that were there that they were withdrawing.
First provincial capital in years, Zaranj, goes on to control more than half the country. The offensive continued at a rapid pace, taking control of Saripol a week ago, the first of 3 provincial capitals captured that day, including Kunduz, which was really considered a major strategic prize. On Thursday, it seized another 3 provincial capitals in one day, but this time they're all major gains. Herat, the country's 3rd largest city, Ghazni and Kandahar, a key trading port. By Sunday, most of Afghanistan is under the group's control, with the capital surrounded by Taliban fighters. And as the Taliban approached, a sense of panic has been growing among many people in the Afghan capital. Rob McBride reports on that now.
With Kabul now under siege, so are its banks. People clamour to get their money out. Security guards try to tell customers not to worry, but that's all most of them can do. Ahmad Ashraf says he has been trying for 3 days to withdraw his money. He's from the northern city of Pulikumri that fell to the Taliban last week.
The banks in all the provinces captured by the Taliban are not giving out any money.
Among the panicked customers are many government employees and police officers, some of whom haven't been paid for months. This officer told us even the cash machines are empty.
Everyone is very tense, and everyone now is looking at the banks to get their money out, and there's no money.
Prices for all basics, from fuel to food, have been climbing steadily for months as Afghanistan has been sinking further into conflict. Now they're skyrocketing. While increasing numbers of Kabul residents who have the means and a passport have been looking for a way out.
The cost of an airline seat has shot up, and that's if you can get one. A one-way ticket to Istanbul has gone up by more than 5 times to $2,400, while another airline doesn't give a price on its website, but asks you to call for a quote.
This is a city that has experienced decades of trauma, and it's now being tested once more. Rob McBride, Aljazeera, Kabul.
The Taliban has also taken control of every major border crossing in the country. The last to be seized was the crossing at Torkham, one of the largest gateways between Afghanistan and Pakistan. Kamal Haider reports on this now from Islamabad.
Situated at the end of the Khyber Pass at the town of Torkham is the border, and that is extremely crucial. However, Pakistan had closed that border because of COVID restrictions. Now there is a backlog on both sides. We are told that there was no fighting, not a single bullet fired, a tacit agreement between the Taliban and the Afghan border police, as well as the Afghan National Army, who left Torkham after the Taliban came in. So indeed, everything quite normal as far as the security situation is concerned. But Pakistan, of course, is aware that if there is a prolonged conflict in Afghanistan, that there would be a stream of refugees pouring across that border. Also the fact that the closure of this border could also mean shortages in populated centers of Afghanistan, such as Kabul, Jalalabad. So at some point there will be an agreement to open this vital corridor. But it should be remembered that the Taliban first came into power against the warlords who were meting out atrocities against the people. There was a popular uprising. That is how the Taliban were able to sweep across the country with local support, people who were fed up with the warlords. Sadly, those warlords were brought back by the Americans to help them against the Taliban. So the writing was on the wall. The Taliban were going to succeed at some point, but they fought against overwhelming odds. And of course, from what we have seen...
That's why it's fucking bullshit when motherfuckers are like, what about women's rights?
Of the past, and if they're not careful, and if they do not give in to the serious the reservations that the people have about how they're going to govern, then they could have problems. So indeed, they are showing flexibility, and for the first time in decades, there is a ray of hope that perhaps a political settlement may be at hand, something that the Afghans have been waiting for decades.
Watching Aljazeera live from
The people who keep asking, like, is this a good thing or a bad thing? It's not a good thing. It'll never be a good thing, okay? To the people of Afghanistan, it's never a good thing. I don't know what that is, but I'm worried that could be like, there could be some TOS there. It's never gonna be a fucking good thing. Who is Dostum? Dostum is an Uzbek warlord. Very interesting one at that, as a matter of fact. Dostum is an Uzbek warlord who is famous for being shipped out of Afghanistan. He originally sided with the communists, sided with everyone, fought the Taliban. He's basically like Turkey's man in the field, right? And Uzbek, no, oğlum, Uzbek, oğlum, Uzbek, no, okay. That's how you say it in English, you dumb fucking idiot. Shut up. Anyway. And he was famously kicked out of the country because he was really fucking brutal. Really, really, really brutal. He got his opposition kidnapped, bound down, and raped. Like, one of the dudes that is like a military commander now in Afghanistan literally fucking was bound down and raped by someone else under the commands of Dostum. Adamın Türkiye ile alakası yok. Yarrağımın anteni, bilmiyorsan konuşma. Kaç senedir Türkiye'de şu 2009 senesinden beri, siktir lan. Geri zekalı. Türkiye ile alakası yok diyor. Niye Türkiye'de yaşıyor 2009 senesinden beri o zaman? Bilmiyorsan açma ağzını, amcık ağızlı. Sorry. Dumbass Turks coming in here telling me what I fucking know and what I don't know. Jesus Christ. Adamın oğlu liseyi Ankara'da okudu ama hayır abi. Türkiye ile alakası yok abi. 2009 senesinden beri sadece orada yaşıyor ama. How the fuck do you become a warlord? Just, you know, be the best at doing war in Afghanistan. No, I said he has a pussy mouth. Like a tiny little pussy mouth. Amcık ağızlı. Oh, look at that, dude. Hey, boys, look at that. Bring our troops home from Afghanistan at once. Entire U.S. government just got caught with their pants down in Afghanistan, and the whole world could see it. Complete collapse of American credibility. Oh, that's strange. I wonder what happened to him that, you know, what changed that he has such a different attitude about it now? So, the Trump administration was executing peace deals with the Taliban. And I don't want to put my conspiracy hat on, but I believe that this was just the pre-negotiated deal that was going to happen inevitably. And that is precisely what the Taliban is doing. For the people who are saying America's losing credibility and that's good, we don't go and do imperialist adventures anymore. Yeah, that really stopped us after Vietnam. Remember when we stopped imperialism, when the exact same thing that is happening right now happened in Vietnam? That was wonderful, right? Nothing will stop American imperialism. And we're not going to lose credibility per se. It literally doesn't matter. But yes, if I put my conspiracy cap on for a moment, I think that this is basically what the execution, this was the execution of that deal. That they were just going to fucking pull out. And they basically were like, yeah, oh yeah. This is Dostum's mansion in Afghanistan, by the way. The guy that chatter was talking about, who apparently has nothing to do with fucking Turks, even though he's literally Turkic, Uzbek. And also his last name means my friend in Turkish. And he also happened to live in Turkey since 2009. But I'm sure, you know, when he was fucking exiled from Afghanistan for making his opponent, getting his opponent to be raped. Some Turks in the chat are like, dude, that guy has nothing to do with Turkey. Yeah, dude. He just happened to live there for no reason. Anyway, this is his mansion in... Bulduğum fırsatı yine kus nefretini Türklere. Salak salak konuşma oğlum. Allah Allah. Türklerden nefret ediyormuşum gibi konuşma. Anyway. Let's see what his mansion looks like.
Ay خنزير. ايش المجاهدين فقير والغلا واي.
Apparently he's saying he's a pig. Motherfuckers are live streaming it too. Hayır, penisimi ememezsin Syrian Gamer 1. The guy is saying pig, pig, pig.
Zira.
They're just chilling, dude. Just a bunch of homies thriving out in Afghanistan, dude. Thank you, Dono Man 812. Doesn't he have home security? Where are the cops? What cops, motherfucker? The entirety of the Afghan forces that were trained by the American military for the past 20 fucking years to prevent this from happening. Literally just was like, yeah, what the fuck? We're not gonna fight these dudes. Whatever. Who gives a fuck?
And hopefully bring more people to the left hassle.
These are the cops now. Oh my god, that's so ugly. Motherfucker said, is the Taliban left or right? Bro, it doesn't get more right-wing than the Taliban, okay? Like, it literally does not... They are the furthest right that you can be, okay? They are the most conservative fundamentalist Muslims out there, okay? It's literally the mega right. Like, they are the most right-wing. I don't know how else to describe it. But of course, as is the case with like every fucking Middle Eastern conflict, the other dudes that they're like murdering or fighting are not necessarily leftists either. Because the leftists have been fucking eviscerated by, guess what? The very same motherfuckers, maybe not these guys because they're young, but their grandfathers basically, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, by the American government. Why do Republicans not love the Taliban then? Because they're brown. That's literally it, dude. Conservatives hate when... Conservatives hate brown conservatives. That's it. Conservatives love white conservatives. That's why they go to Hungary all the fucking time. But there is no difference between like what the world that they want to fucking have and the world that like American fundamentalists and like evangelical, white evangelical Protestant Christians want to have. Like there's nothing functionally different. Hope you and Chad are on the lookout for XQC. He wasn't banned for no reason. He's there on the ground with his warlord brothers. Yeah, dude, we already talked about this, dude. Really, dude? OOC, really, dude? Yes, there is women's rights, for example. What the fuck do you mean? The only difference between... Listen, motherfucker. If you think white evangelical Protestants give a fuck about women's rights, you're delusional, dude. They are tackling the issue whichever way they can, adjusted to the current material conditions here in the United States of America. That does not mean that they fucking love women's rights. Like, that's insane. They literally have historically opposed women's rights and still do to this day. What the fuck are you saying?
One year hassle Taliban poggers?
Dude, are you fucking high right now?
Hey.
Would capitalism have been dismantled in order for U.S. imperialism to end, or does anything else need to have? There's a video of the leader of them talking about he's coming for everyone. At this point, it might be the CCP to take care of them. Bro, they're not coming for shit, dude. Don't be stupid, okay? They're literally not coming for shit. Maybe I'm wrong, but what the fuck are they gonna do, dude? What are they gonna do? It's insane. They're not gonna do shit. They are not controlling women to the same degree. Rape, forced marriage, not allowed to work. Yeah, dude, you're right. You're right. Evangelicals never would do rape or forced marriages or stop women from working. You're totally right. Not to the same degree. Certainly. Not to the same degree. But you're out of your mind if you think that they are not doing all of those things. I'm sure you'd be shocked to find out that, you know, child marriages does happen quite regularly here in the United States of America as well, for the record.
My sub has lasted longer than my relationship. At least Hasan won't leave me.
Taliban did the first 9/11. They're already planning 9/11 2.0. Oh, yeah, totally. Yeah, it was definitely the Taliban that did 9/11. You're so right. I love that, like, chatters who literally weren't alive when 9/11 happened are in here with, like, just such a gigantic fucking black hole of information when it comes to, like, anything that has happened in recent years. Just because a lot of the evangelicals are trying to make leeway in what they can do with respect to, like, curbing back women's rights doesn't mean that their ultimate goal wouldn't be the same. It's still dominating women. Respect women's rights under Sharia law. Yeah, that's what the Taliban said. So nothing.
Four months of great news coverage.
Anyway. Why is the guy on the right sheeshing so hard? He's sheeshing because it's top of the fucking hour and I've forgot to run the ad break. That's why he's sheeshing. He's like, sheesh. That's right. Because it is top of the fucking hour. And it's time for a 6-second ad break. We're going to get back to the fucking news here. Okay. We're gonna keep talking about what's going on here. And if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5, $5 dues, or you could do that for free with a Twitch Prime, or you can use an ad block or a VPN, obviously. But Twitch Prime is free if you have an Amazon Prime account. Here's the 1-minute ad break now.
With the fast-moving and for many really horrifying events on the ground in Afghanistan, where the Taliban have now reached the capital city of Kabul. American Chinook helicopters have been spotted taking off and landing near the U.S. Embassy as the Pentagon speeds troops into Kabul to get our people out.
And that is happening as we have just been told by a Taliban spokesperson that a delegation of Taliban leaders is at the presidential palace right now negotiating a transfer of power. ABC's Ian Pannell is in Kabul with the very latest. Ian, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Trevor. I mean, what an astonishing week. What an incredible just few hours this morning. As you say, Taliban delegation, a delegation of elders went to the presidential palace. Not clear whether they're still there, but there appears to be a process underway for some kind of peaceful transfer of power. What we're told is that a delegation will then go to Doha, to Qatar, which is where the Taliban leadership is based. Now, the Taliban have issued orders saying their fighters will not enter the city, although we've certainly seen reports of some fighters around there. We've seen people waving white flags and some police abandoning posts. But I have to say the mood here this morning is one of fear and dread.
This morning, the Taliban releasing this video appearing to show people lining the streets and cheering as their troops drive unopposed into Jalalabad. Now, all routes out of Kabul are sealed off, and the city stands as the last hurdle between the Taliban and total victory. Millions of Afghans here in Kabul are bracing for the militants to take over.
I'm just saying, perhaps the people of Afghanistan would have been more happy with the fucking Afghan government if it wasn't literally a fucking puppet state that the American government put on top of Afghanistan as they work to build infrastructure rather than just like ship their own fucking pedophile warlords back into Afghanistan that the Taliban had originally purged, or even in some instances literally pay the same Taliban warlords to just look the other way. As I mentioned already, this is the reason why for many people, especially outside of like Kabul, they see it as like, yeah, whatever, this might be fucking stability. Not that it's a positive thing, though. For the overwhelming majority of like Western-focused engineers, doctors, college-educated women, shit like that. Of course, this is devastating. Like, this is devastating because the Taliban is going to come in and be like, Sharia, motherfucker, let's do it. What? No shot. Ashraf Ghani's nephew making sure he gets the perfect insta shot as he leaves Kabul, moving from one crisis to the other as elegantly as I can. Shut the fuck up. My motherfucker, dude, this motherfucker did the Sigma grind set, dude. He's like, rise and grind, motherfucker. I'm escaping the country in a fucking private jet. Wow, these guys. Man, these guys seem great. It's an old picture. Oh, okay. Dude, this was my favorite tweet from this conflict so far. Marianne Williamson tweets at Crystal Ball, Jimmy Dore, Brianna Joy, Cenk Uygur, Kyle Kalinske, David Sirota, and Matt Taibbi, saying, everyone please do what you can today. We need troops at the airport and C-130s to evacuate as many women as possible, or it's going to be a massacre. Yeah, throw the podcasters in Afghanistan, dude. Oh my God. Jimmy Dore, help.
Three head.
What? Can't stop thinking about Cenk Uygur doing a halo drop in the Kabul International Airport, and he starts just murking dudes left and right with twin Uzis. Cenk is pinned down by a squadron of Taliban behind a flip technical when a mysterious voice crackles through his earpiece. Don't worry, brother. Bread tubes got your back. Cut the Vosh perched from a high-rise window cocking a Barrett M82.
Three head.
Cenk engaging the Caliphate in hand-to-hand combat. Azan, why didn't she tweet at you? A good thing, I think. I would not like to be mentioned in this tweet. This is definitely a tweet that I would not want to be mentioned in this tweet, my friend. What? Taliban riding bumper cars in Herat after capturing the city. Wholesome. What the fuck? My man said wholesome. They're just doing bumper car shit, dude. Taliban drippy as fuck though. Yeah, no, they were rolling in, dude.
And my father the devil.
Okay, see, these are the guys that actually have the shoes. That's how you know. High command, okay? Because I was watching the fucking videos. WTF. Most of these motherfuckers were wearing flip-flops. Okay, I mean, they weren't wearing flip-flops, but they were wearing slides. Do you see the Taliban propaganda? What? Are you serious? Taliban texting and driving.
Boy.
Alice is from Treasure a whole thread on Dostum. Dostum himself seems to have fled to Uzbekistan, where he left his entire convoy double parked at the border crossing. Why are you laughing? They could invade the US or Germany. Yo, this man said, why are you laughing? The Taliban can invade the US or Germany. Oh, no. That was really good. That was a joke. I'm pretty sure there's no one unironically thinks that, I think. Well, Germany actually, yes. Oh my God. No, dude. Are you guys, what are you, 12, dude? You can't honestly think that, like, the Taliban is capable of invading Germany, dude. Oh, this is awesome.
3 months with my little headed Hasan.
You can't really say that because you're literally backtracking on what you said 10 minutes ago. What did I say 10 minutes ago that I'm backtracking on? I never held the position that the Taliban is capable of invading anything. Okay? They can take over their own country that they like have been dominant in against the poorly equipped, not poorly armed, but like poorly trained Afghan security forces who are like, yeah, fuck it. Like, I'll work with you guys instead. Whatever, bro. Like,
hassle.
Scroll down on the full thread. Oh, with the Dostum shit? Okay. If you're not familiar with him, Abdul Rashid Dostum was probably the most personally repulsive and sexually perverse warlord in what was already a crowded field. True. Okay. This is all true. Also, the one who changed sides the most. This is also true, which worked out for him remarkably well. This motherfucker even worked with the Taliban.
What the hell is going on?
He worked with the communists. He worked against the communists. He worked predominantly against the Taliban, but even worked with the Taliban at times. Dostum pronounced Dostum. There's no way that like some dumbass American chatter is telling me how to pronounce a Turkish fucking word.
Has 0 head.
Right? Like, that's kind of funny. Anyway. Serial rapist of all genders, whose party trick was using a barrel rifle for this. Torturer both personally and by order. Mass grave organizer, second vice president of Afghanistan, and generally considered untouchable. This is true. He's going to retire to Turkey and build another mansion totally untroubled, but I can't say it's not gratifying to see him running. Small correction on that. Small correction that he was actually the first vice president of Afghanistan. I also forgot to mention all the kidnappings he did. He loved kidnapping people, and when he got to theoretically legitimate politics, it was like his one move whenever anyone annoyed him was to kidnap them and torture them until they weren't a problem anymore. His favorite way of spiking a Western news story was to call the journalists in the middle of the night and threaten to have them raped by 100 men. And this guy was the vice president of Afghanistan and served several years.
Yo, shout out to my generation's Vietnam. Hell yeah, brother, has chud.
Abdul Rashid Dostum is an ethnic Uzbek warlord. I don't think he really gave too much of a shit about the idea of Afghanistan. Yeah, I mean, he was a fucking mercenary.
What the hell is
he was a mercenary warlord. And he still is. Any theories on why the Taliban is not raiding the U.S. embassy? Are they standing off? No, dude, because this was fucking... Why would you raid the United States embassy when you're collaborating with them, dude? Hey, listen, dude. You know what this is? This is an ambitious anime crossover, okay? That's what's going on right now. Why the fuck would they invade and fuck their own shit up? They're collabing, bro. Why would they want Americans to like come in and fuck their shit up? They basically gift wrap the country for them. $50% of them are already in Germany. Yes. The entirety of the Taliban is in Germany right now. My sources are telling me that they are at the walls. They've broken through the walls of Vienna in a way that the Ottoman Empire never could. And they've moved through Austria swiftly, and now they're in Germany.
Jammy's hassle.
You think Biden's having Vietnam flashbacks? Yeah.
Topping our world lead right now, U.S. troops are heading to Afghanistan for an urgent rescue mission. They're there to evacuate non-essential.
Taliban didn't rape women or killed innocent people or bomb streets. What? Are you fucking delusional? That is precisely what the Taliban does. Just because America did that as well doesn't mean that the Taliban doesn't do that. That's literally kind of their fucking thing that they do. What? Taliban in chat unironically.
American embassy personnel and get Afghan allies out as soon as possible, all while the Taliban rapidly advance. Starting in June, you can see the Taliban in red wrestling back control of the land faster and faster from the Afghan government, noted in gray. Today, they claim half of all regional capitals. As the U.S. prepares for the worst, telling diplomats in Kabul to destroy sensitive documents at the embassy. CNN's Clarissa Ward joins me live on the ground in Kabul. Clarissa, you got exclusive access to the Taliban. What did you see?
Damn, she got exclusive access to the Taliban, bro. It's a supreme drop, boys. Why slow mode? Because we got fucking 50,000 people almost in here. Why is the Taliban bad? I don't know. They're like kind of a fundamentalist militant group that like...
This is lit.
You know, don't really care about the rights of people. Pretty bad. Overall, you know, they fucking murder, rape, pillage.
Oh no,
not good.
Oh no, the Taliban will invade America.
That's right, Pamela. We actually traveled to Ghazni province. It's just a few hours south of Kabul. That province is now completely under the control of the Taliban, and they took us to see some bases that once belonged to the U.S. and are now very much under their control, along with whatever
Siberia,
they found
420
there.
for the 10 gifted
Humvees,
subs.
weaponry, ammunition. We also, while we were there, though, Pamela, got to really have a glimpse into what life is like under the Taliban, as that appears to be what Afghanistan's future now looks like.
This is what remains of the U.S. presence in much of Afghanistan. The hollowed-out skeletons of sprawling military bases, now under the control of the Taliban. Once there were hundreds of U.S. and NATO troops at Fob Andar in Ghazni province.
To be fair, like, I don't know who rapes more. The Afghan puppet government and, like, the interior, or people who have no fucking care or consideration for the Afghan people when they are fucking down there, like American military service members, or the Taliban, or the warlords that we trafficked back into Afghanistan that were doing the raping and murdering. So it's always like,
just moved to NYC.
It's hard to figure out who is doing more raping pound for pound. I literally don't know. It's not even like, I mean, they all are doing it, but I don't know who is doing more of it.
The last Americans left a couple of years ago, but their memory still lurks, ghost-like.
It's just so strange to see this, you know?
The Taliban granted access to CNN along with award-winning Afghan filmmaker Najibullah Qureshi, keen to show off the spoils of war.
So we're just arriving at another U.S. base, and already I can see a large number of military vehicles over there.
According to the Taliban, Afghan forces here surrendered 3 weeks ago when their food ran out, leaving weapons and ammunition and more.
When the Americans were here, were you and your men attacking this base a lot?
Yes, many times we attacked this base when America was here. We did operations. We were using IEDs. The Americans had their helicopters, weapons, and tanks on the ground. But we Mujahideen resisted very well.
Now they roam through what's left of the Tactical Operations Center. Anything of value will be stripped down and sold.
Walking through what's left.
Which is literally what the Afghan security forces were slated to do the moment that fucking America left Afghanistan too, by the way. To whoever will buy it, in a lot of instances, the very same Mujahideen that you are seeing on your screen. There was a massive concern from the American security forces on the ground that, like, every time we give these motherfuckers guns, either they're like shooting it randomly when they shouldn't be, or they're literally fucking selling it. And then all of a sudden, we're giving the homies guns, and then next week, you know, the fucking Taliban are shooting back at us with the guns that we gave the fucking security forces.
Left of these American bases, you have to ask yourself, what was it all for?
America's great experiment with nation building now vanished.
Isn't she scared of these dudes that would have pissed my pants? No, dude. Wait, they're like, why? They desperately need positive fucking PR. Like, I think people unironically think like these people don't have like an ideological position or what they want. Yeah, they're fucking psychos. But as you can see, they're capable of fucking holding back in front of CNN more so than the American version of the Taliban, okay? The Taliban motherfuckers, the chuds in America, react disproportionately and worse to the fucking presence of CNN than they do because they understand, like, we need some fucking positive PR right now.
Vanished into dust.
They have, like, you guys don't understand, like, this is the new normal in Afghanistan. I keep trying to fucking explain this to you, but you're like, yesterday's fucking terrorists or freedom fighters or whatever the fuck you want to call it are going to be today's politicians. Okay? This is how it works. The only difference is like, listen. I'll tell it to you like this. Dan Crenshaw was a fucking military member and now he's a congressperson. The way that it works is the same, okay? This is literally the fucking same. It's just that they don't have a standing fucking army. So in their fucking eyes, like, from the point of view of the Taliban defenders, that's it. They fought a war that they thought was just and honorable. They purged the fucking imperial forces or whatever the fuck. And now they are going to, now they have successfully captured the Afghan government. And now these motherfuckers that you see that have like social media people and PR people are going to run the Afghan government. I don't know how to describe this in any other way. Our beautiful operators either join the government or make racist coffee. Exactly. Well, these guys are a bit more successful.
It's our belief that one day Mujahideen will have victory and Islamic law will come not to just Afghanistan, but all over the world. We are not in a hurry. We believe it will come one day.
Like, people hear this and go, oh my God, that's so scary. It's like, yeah, what do you mean monkaW? What do you think he's going to do, bro? Really? Really? Overtaking an abandoned American base from a bunch of fucking cowering Afghan security forces is a little bit different than fucking spreading jihad all around the world, okay? Shut the fuck up, chat. Stop fucking monkaessing with some dude with some fucking psychotic ideas.
Jihad will not end until the last day.
It's a chilling admission from a group that claims it wants peace, despite continuing a bloody offensive. Since the U.S. began its withdrawal in May, the militants have advanced across the country at an alarming rate.
They have U.S. guns now? Newsflash, they've always had U.S. guns. As a matter of fact, they also had U.S. training.
Back of American pickup trucks. On the Ghazni highway.
By the way, yeah, this is a convenient and fun moment to also mention that, like, you know, George W. Bush and even American generals at the time of the original invasion literally said that this was a holy war. Okay, many Republicans unironically believe that, like, there is a holy war between the ungodly folk, the, you know, Muslims, versus the godly folk, God's chosen people, the Christians. So, you know, newsflash, but like just a lot of similarities between these fucking psychos and our psychos here. It's just the difference is these psychos know how to shoot and, you know, got training from the American State Department for a long ass time, and they know their own region a little bit better.
We pass base after base, all flying the militants' flag. At the Andar Bazaar, it's a similar sight. The days of underground insurgency are over, and the Taliban is poised to reestablish the very emirate America once came to destroy. But Taliban Governor Maulavi Kamil insists the group has changed since then.
What's the point of comparing? Do you not understand what the point of comparing is between the Taliban and like our version of Al Qaeda? Are you fucking stupid? Do you not understand that like it is the same exact energy? The same exact energy of fundamentalist conservatism that is the brain rot? What more comparisons do you need?
Happy 2 months.
You just like, does your brain fucking malfunction when you see a dude with a big beard and brown skin? Is that what it is? Put different material conditions, like put the same hogs in a chaotic environment that's like constantly fucking bruised and battered by imperial forces, and you have America's very own Al Qaeda doing the exact same shit. Reagan praising the Afghan fighters. Yeah, I mean, you guys know this already. This is Pepela 821, obviously.
What change we'll be talking about in another 5 months.
Anyway.
Then.
The difference between that Taliban and this Taliban is that the Taliban of 2001 were...
This is my favorite thing, by the way. They've like rebranded, right? So they rebranded and now they're like Taliban 2.0. Yeah, they did. This is why I was like, this is what I was trying to show you guys or trying to tell you guys that like, they're like, hey, dude, we got a new leaf, dude. New leaf, dude. New tree, dude. New branches, new trees, dude. Taliban 2.0, dude. Women, you can go to school, dude. You know, you stay in the kitchen, dude, but you're in the school. They're saying that they're gonna let women have liberties.
New. And now this Taliban is experienced, disciplined. Our activities are going well. We are obeying our leaders.
Actually, they're not even fucking mentioning that on CNN, obviously.
A lot of people are concerned that if the Taliban takes power again, women's rights will move backwards. How can you guarantee that women's rights will be protected?
We assure this to people all over the world, especially the people of Afghanistan. Islam has given rights to everyone equally. Women have their own rights. How much Islam has given rights to women, we will give them that much.
That is
not a lot, okay? At least their interpretation of it.
Clearly open for interpretation. Next to the mosque, we find a classroom of young girls. But their teacher says they will only receive religious education.
Oh my God! They're literally doing... Dude, this is awesome. Neoliberalism is such fucking gigantic brain rot. Like, I swear to God, they're literally doing branding. This is their own version of PR. They're actually doing PR to a Western audience, dude. They think this is going to be successful. It's not, because, newsflash, people literally don't think you're a human being. So it doesn't, you know, people in the Western world unironically don't consider you to be a fucking human being, so it doesn't matter. But I love that they're like trying to do propaganda where it's like, no, you do not understand, okay? Let me tell you, bro, we are the new Taliban, okay? And what we are doing is we are teaching our women, okay? We are teaching our women religious education only, but we are teaching them, look, bro, these are girl bosses, okay? These are girl bosses. They are gatekeeping. They are slay queening. They are doing this in the name of Allah, of course. But they are doing girl boss shit. Okay? They are gaslighting. Yeah, they're teaching them CRT, brother.
And will not attend regular school. At night, I am separated from my male colleagues and sleep in the woman's part of the house with the children.
This is, by the way, this is called
gaslighting gatekeep girl
the
boss.
Mohammed bin Salman technique. very effective on, especially if you have money and you are considered an ally, perhaps one of the most important allies to the United States, then it's a very effective type of technique where, you know, you just show like, yo, girls are at school, bro. Come on, bro. And then everyone's like, oh my God, never mind. I guess it's great now.
I've been talking to some of the women in this room, and I promised that I wouldn't show any of their faces, but
I did it anyway.
Interesting because, you know, the Taliban talks a lot about how it's changed and girls can go to school now. But I asked if any of these girls would be going to school, and I was told, absolutely not. Girls don't go to school. And when I said, why don't girls go to school? They said, Taliban says it's bad.
Here, what the Taliban says goes. This is now what Afghanistan's future looks like. Far from what the U.S. once envisioned and what...
Or are you just shit-talking from your PC? Have you been to Saudi recently? No thanks, man. Am I wrong, motherfucker? What's up? Dude, every time I fucking criticize Saudi Arabia, there's people who are literally like, dude, why do you hate Saudi Arabia, bro? Why do you hate Saudi Arabia, bro? Come to Saudi Arabia, bro.
What so many Afghans dreamed of as the Taliban pushes on towards an all but certain victory.
And Pamela, we actually reached out to some of the soldiers whose names, you might have noticed there was a mural at that base with the names of some soldiers. We reached out to some of them to get their impressions. How does it feel to know that this base that you once spent time on...
You're comparing it to Afghanistan? Yeah, no, I'm saying that, like, given Saudi Arabia's geopolitical positioning, they should never, ever have even been in the same category with respect to fucking liberties, civil liberties and rights offered to its individuals. And yet here we are. You know what I mean? Shut the fuck up, bitch.
You were fighting on, that you lost men on, is now under the control of the Taliban. And one soldier who is no longer in the military, he was a private at the time, he said, you know, when you start out in the army, you really believe that everything you're doing is right and you're doing it for the right reasons. And now, when I look at the situation and I see what's happened and I see these images that you're showing me of this base, I don't feel so much angry as I feel just what a waste. What an
Women have been allowed to drive for several years in Saudi. I love when motherfuckers are like, bro, what do you mean? Saudi Arabia, women have liberties, dog. What the fuck? They've been allowed to drive for 3 years. The main fucking feminist activist that was advocating for it is still in prison. But like, come on, dude. They literally recently decapitated another fucking activist. But hey, dude, it's like women have been able to drive for 3 whole years. You shut the fuck up.
unbelievable waste. Those were his words, and I think they really stuck with a lot of us as we take stock of this incredibly powerful and potent moment, Pamela.
Oh, here, I wanted to show you the Kabul airport.
Of communist propaganda
Another Saigon moment. Chaotic scenes at Kabul International Airport. There's no security. Yeah, a Shia dissident was, murdered under suspicious circumstances in Canada recently, actually. Who knows how that happened. So, this is the fucking guy. Yeah, I know. That's the guy we're going to look at in a little bit. I want to show a little bit more, though, before we get there. Okay.
Chinook helicopters could be seen
I'll be back
taking
in
off
1
and
second.
landing near the US Embassy as the emergency evacuation gets underway, and a heavy Afghan security presence lines the streets of the capital, which holds out as the government's last bastion, insurgents inching ever closer.
Recently, life has become difficult for people. People worried about the way Taliban treat us before and now. We just want peace.
Kabul's the final destination in the Taliban's lightning offensive, in just over a week taking all major cities. The Taliban's white flag now flying over places like Herat. And as the Taliban approaches the capital, many are desperate to escape. This airport processing centre filled with visa applicants, among those Afghan translators who supported the US military during the nearly 2-decade war, now fearful that their relationship with the West could cost them their life.
We serve for the American forces, we serve for the US and ISAF forces, for the coalition forces. They have to take care about us. It is our turn to be helped.
President Biden announcing he'll now rush an additional 1,000 US troops to Afghanistan, bringing the total to 5,000 to help evacuate Afghans who helped the US, as well as US personnel on the ground. This as his administration faces growing criticism for how they handled the withdrawal of troops in the first place.
Most people I've spoken with generally feel as I do, and that is that as much as we'd like us to leave Afghanistan, the way that we're choosing to do it right now is a mistake.
Tom Amenta served in Afghanistan in the early 2000s, now watching in anger and horror as the country's left to crumble.
We are about to cede control to the exact organization that harbored Osama bin Laden and allowed him to plan, coordinate, and execute the attacks of 9/11. Only now they've had 20 years of experience.
Dude, that's insane, dude. They did it. The Taliban didn't do 9/11. What the fuck? We've just completely fucking girl boss gaslit the world into thinking that literal goat herding pedophile warlords did 9/11. Like, that's insane, dude. What a fucking psychopathic fear-mongering justification for never-ending war. Oh my God.
And now they're going to be in control.
Well,
no, he said they harbored him after Al-Qaeda did 9/11, and then he also implied heavily that, like, now they have more training.
Now seeing a constant flurry of Chinook helicopters heading to the airport. You can always hear the sound of aircraft in the sky. A colleague of mine who was down at the airport recently said you can see lines of buses heading to transport aircraft to try and get US civilians, diplomats working at the embassy, as well as special immigrant visa applicants out of the country. I mean, things have moved so fast. The US thought that it could complete its mission to get people out by the end of the month before anything changed in Kabul. But looking at political developments, it looks like you could see an interim government involving the Taliban long before the US has departed the country. Guys.
Unbelievable how quickly this happened. Ian Panel from Afghanistan, a nation likely on the cusp of Taliban rule. Ian, thank you.
9 months. Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here. Thanks.
Eric, and as the situation on the ground in Kabul rapidly deteriorates,
I mean, we've already seen all this. I've watched the Al Jazeera coverage already. It's like, all right.
Well, earlier I spoke to Taliban spokesman Suhail Shaheen about what they plan to do now.
Their properties, their lives are safe. There will be no revenge on anyone. We are the servant of the people and of this country.
I'm just going to casually post this, by the way. Just for no reason other than... I mean, there's probably no reason. I don't know why I'm showing this, but... You know? So, no, we're totally valid for maintaining our presence in Afghanistan. You know what I'm saying? Totally valid for 20 years. What's the difference between Al Qaeda and Taliban? They are different fucking. They're different militant groups with different opinions and different ethnic backgrounds, different countries that they're from. They branch out of the same kind of American training. They branch out of like the Mujahideen, okay? But different branches. Unless, you know, you see brown guy, must be the same, brother. Didn't you literally just roast Johnny Harris for using The Guardian? What? You fucking stupid? I literally use The Guardian all the time. Tim J. Dillon?
3 months, baby. Thank you for your show and keep teaching us the truth of this sick world.
What is this? A tribute to the war?
Oh, yeah. We got to do the Afghanistan war. This is...
What? No, dude. I should ban you for just fucking sending me this.
Love people showing interest in world issues, but how about bringing people that serve to give their opinion?
Taliban took over the pool at Chakri prison in Kabul. At the end of the video, you can see the airport and the air traffic control tower where it appears everyone's heading towards, by the way. So the big thing is that they emptied out all the fucking prisons. Okay? Oh, here. I just want to point to something here. I forgot, but this is now a pro-Trump stream.
I'm wondering
and
what
here's
you
why.
think about how the administration thus far has handled it. There's been a lot of talk about the fact that the president wrote that 3-page letter in which he apologized.
Well, I think the same as I've been thinking for the last number of years. What are we doing there? These people hate us. As soon as we leave, it's all going to blow up anyway. And you say, what are we doing there? We're spending hundreds of billions of dollars, trillions of dollars on this nonsense. And the minute we leave, everything blows up, and the worst guy gets it. And let me tell you, the worst one is the one that hates this country the most will end up taking over Afghanistan, and as is going to happen with Iraq, and Iran will end up going into Iraq and getting the oil. What are we doing? We don't have money. We're a debtor nation. We can't build our own schools, and yet we build schools in Afghanistan. I'll tell you, our thinking is so far off. It just shows the leadership of this country. I mean, we just don't have it.
But Donald, you know too that when you ignore Afghanistan, buildings get planes driven into them. So
yeah, dude, totally. Yeah. 9/11 happened because we ignored Afghanistan, dude. Fucking asshole. Oh, these guys are such fucking dipshits, dude.
We can't just ignore that area of the world.
You can do things through intelligence that you don't need, and there's nobody more into the military than me. In fact, if anything, we should increase our military budget because it's obvious the world hates us. But when you look at what's going on over there and the hatred that those people have for this country, I just say, folks, it's time to...
Even when Donald Trump is on the right side of history, which is rare, Fox News somehow finds a way to bring it back up. Fox News is like, hold up, we're going to fuck this up, dude. We're still going to turn around and we're going to find ourselves mathematically on the worst side of history.
Start spending money on the United States. Let's rebuild our own bridges. Let's rebuild our own schools. It's terrible what's going on.
So you're saying get out now?
Well, it's a total lack of respect for this country and for our leadership. And what's going on there is unbelievable after having spent $700 billion.
I mean, that's
yeah, if only Donald Trump spent like a little bit of money. He now spends his waking moments shitting on the fucking infrastructure plan, the bipartisan one and the Democrat one. Mister, we should be spending our money on ourselves. fucking hates it now. Also didn't do any of that when he was in charge, but, you know, it was...
Peepo Poopo, thanks for being here.
Short clip from Vice. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Hold on.
Sad part is how much time we've been there. Isn't it the longest standing war in American history?
Well, it's many, many years, and it'll go on for many years. And the sad part is, as soon as it ends, and you have those guys sitting back just waiting, as soon as there are other ways of doing it, and it's called through intelligence. But we don't have very much intelligence in this country anymore.
Insert joke here. All right, Donald, let's talk a little bit about this. The price of gas going through the roof. A lot.
It's based and also true. Another 1,000. Wait, is this 6,000 or is this even more? 24 hours after Biden authorized another 1,000 troops to Afghanistan, another 1,000 are on the way, bringing it to a total of 6,000. We are not assuming every inch of the airport is secure, a defense official tells Oren CNN, noting Afghan civilians rushing to the airport.
Enter Afghanistan next. Keep up the good work at HasanAbi.
Flight Tracker 24, when dawn hits, was crazy during daytime today in Kabul. Oh, now U.S. troops are guarding the perimeter at the Kabul International Airport. He's saying, move back.
Ram Ranch Cowboys in Kabul.
Guys, another 10 will do it, okay? Another 10 will do it. Why are we broadcasting military movements and giving them heads up?
This is
Offset?
so sad. Alexa, play Fortunate Son.
The U.S. Army aircraft is about to land in Kabul. Isn't that actually, like, can they even hide that? It's a public airport. No. Cleric is joking.
Goes way back.
And Cleric is a combat medic. And I think he's making a point, and the point that he's making is like, it's a show of force, but it's also theater. He DM'd you on Facebook? I don't have a Facebook. Miles from the thread on TRV. Lord Miles?
The United States has consistently followed a policy of non-interference in Afghanistan's internal affairs.
I mean, let's remember here, the people we are fighting today, we funded 20 years ago.
She's right.
And we did it because we were locked in this struggle with the Soviet Union. They invaded Afghanistan.
That's crazy. Why is nobody canceling her, dude? Maybe because she's got shooters.
Peace sign. Kissing face.
There's clearly an agreement with the Taliban for us to do this now. Like, we have a deal to evacuate people, then leave. Yeah, I think so.
And we did not want to see them control Central Asia. And we went to work. And it was President Reagan, in partnership with the Congress, led by Democrats, who said, you know what, sounds like a pretty good idea. Let's deal with the ISI and the Pakistani military, and let's go recruit these mujahideen. And let's get some to come from Saudi Arabia and other places, importing their Wahhabi brand of Islam.
Wow, look at that. It's all true. 100% factually correct statement from Hillary Clinton, dude. Hillary, we came, we saw, he died. Ha ha ha, Clinton, dude. She's right. 100% correct on that.
So that we can go beat the Soviet Union. And guess what? They retreated. They lost billions of dollars, and it led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. So there's a very strong argument, which is...
Oh, my God. Never mind. She tied it into... It was a massive success. A very good success for us. Yeah. led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. Very good that we did all of that. Nothing bad will come of this.
It wasn't a bad investment to end the Soviet Union, but let's be careful what we sow because we will harvest.
Bro, she literally said, I know we fucking brought in our own Wahhabist fundamentalists and like trained them, gave them weapons because we thought they would be able to successfully fight back against the Soviets. But like that shit was tight. She's like, hey, the Soviet Union collapsed, so that was fucking tight, dude. Reaping what we sow? What? It's kind of interesting that she said that. For fuck's sake, that's not what she's saying. Sowing what you harvest. I mean, you know, reaping, sowing what you harvest. Kind of interesting to see that, you know, sounds a lot like, I mean, she's not saying deserved, but interesting stuff because, you know, many people, many thinkers, okay, brilliant thinkers, have said similar things about the reaping and the sowing. You know what I mean? But of course, you know, some people, when they use spicy language, they get fucking yelled at by everyone.
9 months using Daddy Bezos money has flexed.
Kind of interesting, though. This is Wahhaboutism.
Now that American soldiers have all but left Afghanistan, the UN warns the Taliban maintains close ties to Al-Qaeda and the country could once again become a breeding ground for international terrorists.
So help me God. Congratulations.
Bro, they are so... They love... Dude, look at these glamour shots, dude. Literally, like...
Again, become a
what are you, trying to fuck the Taliban, dude? What's going
breeding
on?
ground for international...
Yeah, that is the guy from the interview, by the way.
National terrorists.
Yo, they're like, look at how fucking drippy and hot they are. Like, that's what you want. That's what Vice wants you to get out of this, okay? Like, don't you want to fuck these mujahideen?
So help me God. Congratulations, Mr. President.
The Taliban, fearing a change in policy, had a clear message for the new US president. Joe Biden has just been elected. Do you think that could potentially change the situation?
He's
gonna say, Joe Biden, you have 2 years. Yusuf Al-Bidan, you have 2 years. This is Mohammed Khanakin, full face of Kurdistan. Joe Biden.
Bad time, but I was wondering if you would
Trump تګلاره خپل کو خپل اسکر وباسي د ملک نور د نه ځان خوږي نه د خپل اقتصاد خرابوي.
Wait, what is he saying? He's saying to own Trump's policies by withdrawing his forces. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was saying as well. It's just like this is a continuation of the Trump negotiations.
د لپاره د موږ مشران دا چې دا د ټرمپ تګلاره خپل کو خپل اسکر وباسي د ملک نور د نه ځان خوږي نه د خپل اقتصاد خرابوي.
But you're now no longer fighting against American soldiers. You're fighting against people who believe in the same book as you, who are the same religion as you. You're fighting against your brothers.
نو کوم د شهر مطابق قوانین کدا حکومت و مینه موږ د دې سم کوم ستونزه نه لرو. امریکانو سم کوم ستونزه چې ور شوی هغه په دې شکل چې دوی په موږ غرض نه لري موږ په دې غرض نه لرو صرف هغه یو دی وتل لارم دوی ته ور کړی دا چې دوی په ینه په امن کې ووزي.
That's how you know these dudes are psycho, okay? Because he doesn't even say like, yeah, this is a fucking puppet state that the people don't want. These are like American dogs or anything. He's literally like, yeah, we're killing him because they don't believe in my form of Islamic law, that my interpretation of Islamic law. And that's that's how you know these motherfuckers are actually full-blown invested psychopaths. You know what I mean?
د پلاس جوړ شوی نظام په افغانستان کې اوس چلیږي.
Was that a message or a threat?
د موږ خبر هم ورته دا د اختار هم دا دی.
By the way, yeah, the chatter is right. He's wearing a gold watch, which ironically is literally haram. Men are not supposed to wear gold in Islam. So that's like another ironic moment there. I don't think the vice person like personally put that on there on purpose, but men are literally... No, it's not. Yes, it is.
ورته دا د اختار هم دا دی. که د جنگ زیاتوي نو موږ د جنگ او د جهاد لپاره بالکل آماده یو. موږ په جهاد باندې نه ستړي کېږو، په زخمو باندې نه غمجن کېږو، په شهادت باندې نه دردېږو. موږ که شهیدان شوم کامیاب یو، که په ستړي وم کامیاب یو، که په جنگ کې وم کامیاب وو. موږ په فاتحانه توګه کابل ته انشاءالله ننوځو. دا د موږ لار او کامیابي ده.
Then again, also, martyrdom and suicide is literally fucking... I mean, I guess he's not saying suicide, but still, that's also a sin. War robots in Afghanistan's deadliest year? Jesus Christ. Okay, I wanted to show you guys why this was destined to fucking fail. But before that, let's hear what the Taliban spokesman is saying now.
Our leadership have instructed our forces to remain at the gate of the Kabul, not to enter the city. We are awaiting a peaceful transfer of power.
When you say peaceful transfer of power, what do you mean? What is actually likely to happen?
It means that the city and the power should be handed over to the Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan, and then in future we will have an Afghan inclusive Islamic government in which all Afghans will have participation.
When you say participation, do you mean one vote, one person? What do you mean by participation?
Participation means that we will have in the government other Afghans. They will be part, we will have them in the future government.
But it will all fall under the umbrella of the government of the Taliban, the Islamic Emirate, as you describe it?
Yes, there will be, as I said, an Afghan inclusive Islamic government.
Will there be a delegation going to Doha tomorrow to speak with Mullah Barada? Because there are a lot of rumors that he has arrived in Kabul and the current President Ashraf Ghani has handed power over to him. Can you give our viewers some clarity on that, please?
They already said they are not going to negotiate with anyone, but I don't know.
Mullah Barada is here in Doha. He has not gone to Kabul. These are just rumors.
There is also a lot of concern from women in Afghanistan, in Kabul. They have been writing to me, they have been texting me. They are concerned that you will reimpose the regime of the 90s back in Afghanistan, where women couldn't go to school, where girls couldn't go to school, they couldn't work. Can you give us some clarity on what your plans are for that?
We have taken already many aspects of the country and also many parts of the country. There are hundreds of schools for girls, universities there where the girls students are studying. There is no restriction on them. They are continuing their studies and they are going to schools they were going in the past. So
in Herat, for example.
Yeah, they are still continuing studies, you know, no. But by the way, okay, here's another fucking ironic similarity, but like, if he could just basically be like, you know, none of that pussy shit, like no gender studies, okay? No liberal arts, religion only.
Women are telling me that when they arrived at the gates of their university yesterday, Taliban fighters told them to leave.
No critical race theory.
And that there would be instructions from Quetta Shura about whether they could attend university or not. That is what the fighters on the ground are telling the women of Herat.
No, what I'm telling is the policy. The policy is that women can have access to education and to work, and of course they will observe.
I love how liberal this is, dude. Women can have access to education. Like in America, for example,
my man,
Americans can have access to healthcare. Now, that doesn't mean that you can get the healthcare, but you can have access to it. My friend Ted Cruz says they're presenting some engaging ideas.
The hijab, that's it.
When you say the hijab, do you mean a headscarf on their head or a burqa covering their face?
No, burqa is not the only hijab. There are many types of hijab. One of them you already mentioned.
See, he's saying, see, they've lowered it. They're saying no more burqas. You know, we're gonna let fucking women show face and stuff. I still find this Mark Brennan exchange the most illuminating, honest, and how Biden thinks about Afghanistan.
You said the Washington Post quoted you this week in a story about Afghanistan, saying that back in 2010, you said to Richard Holbrooke, the then envoy, "I'm not sending my boy back there to risk his life on behalf of women's rights. It just won't work. Not what we're there for." Is that how you remember it? Or
Yeah,
what did you mean?
What I meant was there's 1,000 places we could go to deal with injustice. I can think of 10 countries where women and or children and or people are being persecuted or being hurt. But the idea of us going to be able to use our armed forces to solve every single internal problem that exists throughout the world is not within our capacity. The question is America's vital self-interest at stake or the vital self-interest of one of our allies at stake? And the fact that they have a system...
Thank you for 7 months.
Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my fucking mind, dude. I've lost my mind so fucking hard, I forgot the top of the hour ad break. That was supposed to come 6 minutes ago. 6 whole minutes has passed. And I just fucking forgot, Jack. So I'm going to run it now. While this buffers, I'm going to run the top of the hour ad break. Your tomatoes only make me stronger. Nom, nom, nom, nom, nom. I'll eat all of your tomatoes that you throw at me. You understand? If you'd like to no longer see the ads, though, if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, uninterrupted, you can subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. If you have an Amazon Prime account, that is, of course. Or you can use an ad block or a VPN, but Twitch Prime is free. Here's the 1-minute ad break now.
As they do in parts of Pakistan, as they do in parts of other countries, that
say Saudi Arabia,
we're going to send troops because there is not, and human rights are not being valued to the same degree that we are.
Say Yemen. What's going on with women in Yemen?
Bezos bucks.
How they doing?
That's a different story about sending combat troops. We should call it out. We should go to the United Nations. We should be saying, this is what's happening. We should try to shame and get the world to put pressure on, and economic pressure on people who engage, countries that engage in that, but not send troops. That's what I meant. It is not sufficient. That was my point. And the idea was, and I think Richard had said something like, well, women are being abused there. I said, they're being abused a lot of places around the world. Are we going to send our American forces all over the world to make sure that stops?
But then don't you bear some responsibility for the outcome if the Taliban ends up back in control and women end up losing the rights?
No, I don't. Look, are you telling me that we should go into China go to war with China because what they're doing to...
Yes. I mean, he's right, by the way. But like, yes, if it were up to MSNBC And if it were up to CNN, and if it were up to like the military industrial complex, yes, the argument is, yeah, kind of. Like, that'd be pretty tight. Or at least like more Cold War shit. Like, obviously you can't do full-blown fucking, hot conflict with China. That would be bad for business. But like, it would be kind of good for business if we were just like engaging in wars in Africa. You know what I mean? Like, that would be tight. And that's precisely what they are going to do. And that's precisely what they want to do. Dissing MSNBC less than an hour before you air? No, they already canceled because they're talking about Afghanistan.
The Uyghurs, 1 million Uyghurs out in the West in concentration camps? Is that what you're saying to me?
It was your quote, sir. I was asking you.
No,
what you
I know.
meant.
I gave the answer. Do I bear responsibility? Zero responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
The responsibility I have is to protect America's national self-interest and not put our women and men in harm's way to try to solve every single problem in the world by use of force. That's my responsibility.
This graph of opium production after America invaded is crazy. Yeah, I mean, what a lot of people don't recognize is that one thing that will hurt the bottom line is the opium production in Afghanistan, because the Taliban were not a big fan of the opium production. Afghanistan has incredible fields that you could use for cotton production. And yet, for some fucking reason, once we invaded, we decided, yeah, I mean, that would be competitive against our interests, so you should just do the opium instead. How the Afghan opium poppy farming has grown, cultivation in Afghanistan in hectares. Yeah.
Pogo Jack. "19 months I love you" has say it back.
Of course, I excuse crimes against women, but opium, no, that's too far. I mean, that doesn't mean they're fucking good, dude. I thought Taliban makes their money from selling opium on the black market, or am I mistaken? Well, now they do. But that's how it works with everything. Dude, this is like too much TrueAnon stuff, but it's like how the Zetas, Zetas, take advantage of like Mexico's national oil reserves. Like they will steal whatever the fuck is being taken out of the land. They will steal and then sell that. You know what I mean? They just intercept, steal, and sell that on the black market. Say it back? Say what back?
I can think of 10 countries that women's rights are being violated. Deal with the US first.
Say what? He said he loves you. Say what? He said I love you. Say it back to him. No, motherfucker, I'm not saying it. Suck my dick, chat. Jesus Christ, you guys like get caught up on this dumbest shit. I swear to God. Your opinion on Pakistanis and Afghans who are justifying the deaths of thousands because the majority of Afghans like the Taliban? Sorry for bad English. Cringe take, I'm out. Dude, listen, then fucking leave, okay?
Has raid.
And I'm not going to apologize. You guys are being so fucking annoying, dude. Seriously. Like, I'm literally trying to fucking educate 50,000 people on what the fuck's going on in Afghanistan. And if your fucking main concern is like a random dono said, I love you, and you need to say it back, then the level of fucking parasocial behavior that has gotten completely out of control. And now, the moment that I fucking shit on you, you're going to be like, dude, we're just memeing. And also, it's like one chatter. I know how you behave as a fucking hive mind, okay? You're literally going to be like, oh my God, dude, it was just like one chatter. And it's not. It's not one fucking chatter. It was a sea of fucking psychos. Shut the fuck up. Stop being cringe, dude. What the fuck? We got company. We got like new people in here right now that are here to learn. Yeah, chat's favorite fucking retaliation is we were just memeing. Oh my god. And then the second fucking retaliation is, oh dude, it was just one guy. One guy equals chat. I want to share with you a story from a 2011 trip to Afghanistan that perfectly encapsulates why our mission there was flawed by design and why, despite the heroism of our soldiers, it's time to leave. Read the whole thing, it's worth. I was there with a bipartisan House delegation. We wanted to get outside of Kabul to see Obama's surge in action. The military picked Parmakan, a small town in the Herat province. 20 people out of 50K, calm down. See, this is what I mean. Like, shut up. Take an hour off. You're pissing me off, dude. It's not just 20 people. Is this Twitter thread from Project Veritas? It was linked from Mike from Project Veritas. Mike from PV.
Boo.
Anyway, let's keep going. We were greeted by the army unit stationed there. Their leader was an impressive guy from Goshen. These guys were badass, rightly proud of having run the Taliban out of town. They introduced us to the village elders, and we set off to a tour of the town.
Come on,
the elders told us.
Come here and sit on Aljo's lap, and I will let
the
you
elders told us
stroke
that the
my leg
Taliban used to come into town and steal their crops. Now with the U.S. Army protection, the farmers could harvest in peace and sell their crops at market prices.
Hasan.
The Taliban were still their customers, but at least now they get paid thanks to the U.S. As we walked, we noticed the fields were filled with gorgeous, colorful flowers. We asked the elder what this crop was. The one they now sold to the Taliban. Poppy, he said without hesitation. I turned to one of the Republicans on the trip, to Kensinger, and said, so the U.S. is here protecting the heroin trade that provides the Taliban with an income to continue the insurgency we're supposed to be fighting? This was the U.S. in Afghanistan. Our presence there was a recruitment boon for the Taliban. This is 100% true, by the way. Other times, like in Parmakan, even when we won, took territory over from the Taliban, we were losing, safeguarding their income. From the start, the mission was flawed by design. Except Chris Murphy, who once very famously said, God damn it, we can't even fucking coup d'etat Venezuela right. What the fuck is wrong with this administration? Can't we just have a little soft coup? What the fuck is wrong with you guys? That was the mission. The mission was never failed from the start. That was literally the mission. Okay? That's how the mission was. And that's been the mission. I mean, narcotics trade is like kind of the bread and butter, dude. That's kind of our bread and butter. We do this shit everywhere, all the time.
Canadian federal election in 36 days. Luan.
Democracy was the mission. It was never. You're completely delusional if that is. I mean, obviously that's a joke, that person that said that, but nice hairband girl says Kanye West 43. He said, nice hairband girl. That's awesome. Like what? He used girl as a pejorative. I went to Afghan to protect the poppies, then came back and the VA prescribed me opiates. What I'm talking about, brother. What do you mean? Have you read this person's account of Afghanistan? I deployed there twice, once in 2008, once in 2009. It was already obvious that the Taliban would sweep through the very instance we left. I know how bad the Taliban is. I know what they do to women and little boys. I know what they're going to do to the interpreters and the people who cooperated with us. It's awful.
Hi, chat.
Afghanistan is a dusty beige nightmare of a place full of proud, brave people who do not fucking want us there. We called them Hajis And worse, they were better than we were, braver and stronger and smarter. I remember going through the phones of the people we detained and finding clip after clip of Bollywood musicals, women singing in the fields of flowers. Rarely did I find anything incriminating. I remember finding propaganda footage cut together from the Soviet invasion and our own operation enduring whatever, and laughing about how stupid the Afghans were to not know that we aren't the Russians, and then eventually realizing I was the stupid one. Damn, that's fucking sad. American soldier thread cringe. I mean, I think it's good to hear the perspective of fucking people who are actively fighting against that. Okay, so I don't give a shit. Yeah, they fucked up, they recognize it, and now they speak out against it. The best you can expect from people when the overwhelming majority do not feel conflicted. I remember how every year the U.S. would have to decide how to deal with the opium fields. You could let them alone, and then the Taliban would shake the farmers down and use their money to buy weapons, or you could carpet bomb the fields and then the farmers would join the Taliban. Or you could give the farmers fertilizer as an incentive to grow wheat instead of opium poppy, and the farmers would sell the fertilizer to the Taliban, who used to make explosives for IEDs that could destroy $1 million MRAP and maim everyone inside. I remember we weren't allowed to throw batteries away because people who worked on the base would go through the trash and collect hundreds of dead batteries, wire them together so they just had enough juice for one charge, and then use that charge to detonate an IED. Very resourceful, the Taliban are. I remember the look on my roommate's face after she got back from cutting the dead bodies of 2 soldiers out of an HMMWV that got blown out of an IED that I always imagined was made with fertilizer from an opium farmer and detonated with 100 thrown out batteries. I remember an Afghan kid who worked at the DFAC cafeteria who we called Cowboy, always wore this cowboy hat and an I'm with stupid t-shirt someone had given him, always with a big smile, high school age. Cowboy was a good student and he wanted to go to college in America, but there weren't colleges that took Afghans. The education system was too shit. No program to help kids like him. I looked. I wonder if he's dead now for serving his food and dreaming of something different. Humvee. Yeah. Jesus Christ, that's dark. But if Cowboy is dead, then he died a long time ago. And if Cowboy's dead, it's our fault for going there in the first place, giving his family the option of trusting us when we are the least trustworthy people on the planet. We use people up and throw them away like it's nothing. And now we are leaving the predictable thing that is... Now we are leaving and the predictable thing is happening. The Taliban is surging and taking it all back. They have what you can't buy or train. They have the patience and a bloody mindedness that warrants more respect than we ever gave them. I am team get the fuck out of Afghanistan, which is, as a friend pointed out to me today, has always been team Taliban. It's team Taliban or team stay forever. And there is no third team. Oh, wow, this is literally what I said earlier today. So I'm sitting here reading the sad fucking tweets about the suffering in Afghanistan and the horror of the encroaching Taliban and how awful it is that it is happening. But I can't stop feeling this grim happiness like, finally, you fuckers, finally you have to see it too. No more blown up soldiers. No more Bollywood videos on phones whose owners are getting shipped to God knows where. No more hypocrisy. No more pretending it didn't mean anything. It didn't. It didn't mean a fucking thing. Jesus Christ. Couch activist speech? What? That person literally fucking toured in Afghanistan, dude. It's like the opposite of being a couch activist, dude. What the fuck? And she writes for Truth Out. So, you know, probably a lefty vet. Anyway, let's get to the most predictable thing that could have ever happened is currently happening, and how we knew about that it was inevitably going to happen from a very long time ago by looking at a documentary that was on Vice about this is what winning looks like. Okay, this is what I wanted to show you guys earlier. I watched a bit of it. Like, I watched more than half of it. It's an hour and 29 minutes long, but it's fucking gruesome and it's worth it. I watched all the way to like the 30 minutes marker, specifically because I wanted to show you that this is what winning looks like in Afghanistan. I mean, this is like a lot of stuff that I've talked about before. You will recognize one main thing here. For example, you will recognize that, there's a lot of talk about pedophilia, things that I've talked about before many, many times. So let's watch.
Hi, I'm Eddie Reddy. Today I'm with Ben Anderson, who's an independent filmmaker of documentary.
Oh, now you're talking about politics? What a surprise.
Thank you for the streams.
What? Fucking stupid chatters, dude.
And a writer. We have a book out right now called No Worse Enemy. Ben has been working with us at Vice for a number of years. He's also been reporting from Afghanistan for a number of years. He was first embedded with British forces around 2007.
Anybody hit? Anyone hit?
But he recently made a trip to Afghanistan in December of 2012. So we're gonna watch Ben's new documentary, which is called This Is What Winning Looks Like. It's a shocking and an eye-opening look at the state of Afghanistan today.
Tonight I can announce that over the next year, another 34,000 American troops will come home from Afghanistan. This drawdown will continue, and by the end of next year, our war in Afghanistan will be over.
Oh, interesting. It's crazy. Yeah, remember, this documentary is like, I mean, I don't even think this is from 2013. I think this is even older. Like,
oh, awesome, 4 months. Great stuff, keep it up.
It's from 2012. That's from 2012, motherfucker. So when you say pre-watched or whatever, spoiler alert.
Afghan forces defending Afghan people and enabling the government of this country to serve its citizens. This is victory. This is what winning looks like. And we should not shrink from using these words.
You know, over here you've got a PB commander who we know is kidnapping boys and sexually molesting them. So try doing that day in and day out. Working with child molesters wears on you after a while.
Yeah. Trigger warning.
International troops will continue to train, advise, and assist the Afghans and fight alongside them when needed. But we will shift into a support role as Afghans step forward. But we must finish the job we started in Afghanistan and end this war responsibly.
This is what the American military is saying and the American government, but you don't believe it because you've seen to the contrary.
Yeah, and the British and American Marines on the ground don't believe it either. I mean, it's all it is now is about getting out and saving face.
Yeah. So
and we're not leaving because we've achieved our goals. We're leaving because we've given up on achieving those goals.
Right
That's the only goal now, is to somehow look good as we pull out. It could even be worse than that, because all the fighting has been to introduce a corrupt, hated and feared government who in some areas make the Taliban look like the good guys. And when you remember that the Taliban were welcomed into power in the mid-90s because they looked like the good, just Muslims in comparison to the warlords, it feels eerily similar today.
Go ahead and give you guys a quick class on hygiene and cleanliness of the PB. A big thing is separating, like where you shower, eat, use the restroom. You want to keep it separate. So if you're eating, where you just showered, where you're using the restroom, you're pretty much just putting all that bacteria you just got rid of, putting it right back on your skin, using your hands to eat, and it's just going right back in your system, and it's going to cause sickness, diseases.
Hey, ترجمان صاحب ورته د تو ورته د ځان صفات مراته کو ورته دا خو دا زموږ خپل کار دی معنا چې جامع پای کو ورته موږ ته د مینو درس راکړ تورنیکټ درس راکړ دا سړی چې سرخان تکشینی لاس پریوي بارو تکشینی ورته دا ګرده پوجي معنا ګرده د درس ویل میشه د سوې د دوسمو د استیبل درس.
This guy's a real fucking asshole, by the way. I'm just gonna say it, okay? I mean, he's right here in this situation, but he's a real fucking asshole. Also, most of you don't know this probably, but they teach that to like American military members in America as well. Like what he's describing to them is a part of basic training. So it's not necessarily because they're like, you know, talking to the Afghan troops like they're fucking animals, but instead like they literally treat all military members like fucking animals, where they will literally tell you like how to brush your teeth and what to do and what not to do in American in the American military. It's just like basic military shit.
Let me explain one more thing. All right, we're taking time out of our lives. The Marines are. Okay, everybody here is taking times out of our lives to come down here away from our families to help you guys. We're not here to offend anybody. If we say something that may offend you, you know, we apologize ahead of time. Let us know and we'll fix it. Everyone believes that the training is being accelerated now as we leave. The training is almost non-existent now. Most of the forces have pulled back to the main bases, which they never leave. Because, as I say, the people on the ground, I think, have given up on there being any chance of success.
Bundy? It's because they think they're backwards. They don't do that with American soldiers. Come on, Bummy. They 100% do. I don't know if you're a vet or not. I think you said you are, but like, they do. What the fuck? They absolutely do. They even do it in officer training.
In there.
Hey.
Bandi? Bandi Hana? Tarjuman.
Okay. So they've got 4 secret prisoners who they stuffed in the furthest room and filled the door with sandbags, so they were trying to hide from the Marines.
Taliban yes? Yeah, Taliban
They are?
No, they are not Taliban. Well, last one I became Oh. Hey. No.
Tarjuman.
He's handcuffed.
Okay. This is okay. Really, he's here. This is. Yeah.
Oh, there's 4 guys.
4?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna go talk to the PB. Tell him I was going to the bathroom back there and I heard voices back in the corner of the windows.
He's spreading a bunch of misinformation.
اوس وکیل صاحب ما راغوښتي دي هغه سره خپل خبره خلاصه کړه بندیان ما تر څو پورې چنولې دي خادواله راوستلې چې معنا علاقه وایم تر څو پورې چې زه سبا راځم د وطن سره راپورته کړی دي اوس ما د خپل دوی بیا یا دغه جوړه مې مشته نه دی معلوم بالا بس دغه دوی راپورته کړه په لاس یې ماته راکړه ما ورته کوم کې کړی دي اوس وکیل صاحب راځي باري په لاس ورکوم وکیل نظرګل د خاده سره برای تللی او دا خلک یې راپورته کړل.
Can we see if they're in our system with the eye scan? Can we do the eye scan?
All of the Afghan dudes you see here are deeply addicted to fucking opiates. And all of the vets that you see are probably prescribed opiates back home now. They're in America and are now also addicted to opiates. Most of the opiates that are, you know, being fucking protected and farmed out in the fields.
These guys? Yeah. Can we take them out and see if they're in our system? See if they're.
Wait, موږ کولای چې دې په خپل سیستم کې واچو.
یا ورته بندیان ناستي تر څو پورې چې مشر رانسي دغه رسوانې کې بیا.
You just read that on Twitter, lol? What? I'm literally watching the documentary with you. How could that have just happened?
Taliban Pog.
Like, what do you think? Like, I secretly pulled up like a tweet or something?
Who dropped them off? Khatab?
ترجمان متوسط وکیل صاحب راځي زبر پلاور سم درس ته ورس برابر خپل خبر ورسره شریک د بندیا په باره
Can we give them water?
وای دا غوبو وړایسو او یا وبور.
Take it back, racist assumption that dehumanized them even further. Bro, if you think that these motherfuckers, like the Afghan security forces, are good, you're out of your fucking mind, okay? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. Yes, I'm being. Yes, dude. Just keep watching, okay? Just shut the fuck up and keep watching.
No.
Just wait. I don't want to piss them off. It's their show.
They show their prisoners. If they kill them, they'll learn.
That's a great way to educate the Afghan security forces, by the way. If they kill them, they'll learn. No, motherfucker, they won't. They won't actually learn. Also, what is the lesson? Like, they're under your command, technically. Like, they're training them. These are the good ones, dude. These are literally the good soldiers, okay? Just remember that.
We gotta prevent that, though.
Right.
Doesn't the U.S. military have more, you know, capable kind of resources to do? This is literally nation building from the psyche up.
Well, the idea has always been fight your way into a town, clear the Taliban out, then all these other people come in to train the Afghans in governance and build infrastructure and so on. That other bit rarely ever happens, and certainly doesn't happen anywhere near as much as it should be happening, so it's left to guys like him.
How can we understand the mindset of Taliban? How can a nation be this uncivilized and behind hundreds of years in the whole world? I don't know, man. What if I fucking bomb you and murder your family nonstop and extract your natural resources, make sure you can't go to fucking school, and then you know, for hundreds of years I'll keep doing that over and over again, and then I'll call you uncivilized when you're like, well, what the fuck do I do here? I can't go to school. The only thing I know is, like, I'll learn how to fucking shoot a gun. At least, like, there's like some honorable higher cause with respect to, like, purging these foreign forces. Fuck do you mean, dude? What is this, like, uncivilized? Do you know how uncivilized we are here in the United States of America when we are thousands of miles away from any sort of fucking foreign adversary, surrounded by 2 oceans? Think about how fucking hog-like we are, bro. Look at Florida, dog. Look at Alabama, motherfucker. Are you crazy? Think about how uncivilized we are when we have all of the resources. Then you turn around and you're like, man, I can't believe these guys are uncivilized. Like, what the fuck? They have nothing, dude. They literally have nothing. They have nothing. And anytime that they've tried to have something, we're like, nope, that's not for you. We're going to bomb the fuck out of you. We have all the wealth in the world. We have superior military that, like, basically justifies and reinforces our global hegemonic power. And we still have 50% of the fucking country that's like, I won't wear a mask. I'll die for this country, but I won't wear a fucking mask, brother. I will not get vaccinated. You're going to sit here and tell me that they're uncivilized? Look at the fucking place that they're living in, dude. Everything is bombed as shit. We are the uncivilized barbarians, dude. We are. They're making the most of what they got, motherfucker.
Who, as you say, are trained to fight, not to do all these very complicated, difficult jobs. And later that day, a local politician arrived. He was the man behind the taking of the prisoners.
Was the purpose of the whole mission, the operation last night, just to go get his brother back and get those Taliban, or was there another mission and they just happened to get these guys?
ما دې ګواښ وکول ک په دې ورځ کې د سنگینه ورک نشوي مشتا ورور وژنو نو په دې خاطر ما دلته کښینو چې ما ورور مړ نه دوی ما سره تبادله کوي زما ورور دوی راوړي په دغه کسانو زه دا ویل کوم نور جوړ موږ نه سره کوو نه بنجانو چې ما ورور راوځي زه دوی ورونه ویل کوم.
If he can only arrest Taliban, that's what that warrant was for.
Yes, the U.S. pharma companies do not get their opium from Afghanistan. I know. They get it mostly from fucking Tasmania. Most of it is like 75% of the opium production that American pharmaceuticals and legitimate pharmaceutical corporations use comes from Tasmania. I know this because I watched TrueAnon recently, or I listened to TrueAnon recently, so I'm aware of this. But the heroin production comes from the Afghan opium. Okay? That's where the heroin comes from. Okay? The shit that you put in your fucking body when you can't fucking, the shit that goes into your body when you can't actually fucking,
The Taliban that kidnapped his brother. Kidnapping their brothers is just the same as kidnapping any random person. It's kidnapping. It's a crime. It's not legal to kidnap any person.
Get the prescription.
Only if they're Taliban and they catch them. Other than being the brothers of the Taliban who kidnapped his brother, haven't done anything wrong. They haven't committed a crime. So they cannot be arrested if they haven't done anything wrong themselves. Just because they're the brothers of the Taliban does not mean that they are Taliban themselves.
This shows how powerless they are. They don't really know. All they know is 4 guys have been illegally taken, are being illegally detained, not fed, not given water, and it's being hidden from them. They're playing catch up all the time. That's all they can do. The Marines I was with turned up to spend the night at this patrol base, but the Afghan police had pulled the security barrier down and were selling it as scrap metal at the local bazaar. So they had no security whatsoever in their base, so the Marines couldn't stay.
Sitting here, there? All gone. Basically looks like no blood or anything. So they just took them out of here. So they were still here, but I don't know where they are right now. You got to find out where to draw the line as far as where you want to try to make them in. We don't want to make them into American police. That's not the intent of being over here. But we also want to teach them just the human rights piece of it, that if you do have a detainee or a prisoner, that you still have to give them water.
So while the Marines were somewhere else, they snuck them into the back of the truck and snuck them out the gate.
Leave it!
It's sort of a slightly half-hearted effort to make them stop, because they haven't got the power to make them stop.
How was those 40? I got a good look at.
It is a bit of an oxymoron when you have like American military teaching the concept of human rights. You know what I mean? It's like it is a rather weird. You know what I mean? Like.
Two of them had their face covered up, so we can still look at the head pictures, see who they might be.
It's
Hey, if you don't have your gear on, get it on.
So after the truck went out with the 4 detainees in the back, 3 surrounding police patrol bases came under attack from the Taliban.
Southeast. How far? At least 300 meters.
As soon as the Taliban see the US Marines truck somewhere, they don't attack it. They only attack the weak spots.
Right.
Although some bullets eventually came towards the watchtower that we were in.
Hey, what are they shooting at?
Hey, tell them to watch out. They're just a fucking.
Talk to them, Donovan.
Truck coming in.
بخته هغه ته کوچنیان دا وای چې تکان مکو چې کوچنیان باندې لګي
شدلې پرو کړو سودانه
بخته سو تکان وکړو
Don't shoot until you can see them.
وای چشته
وای تر څو چې نه دلې نه د کتل
ورته عدالت نه سي ورته خدای دغه سیس مشاوره مولي ورته زه دوه وخت ما تر وسه نه دی ور کړی
inside the camp and how can I see them if I don't shoot they will stop.
Wait till they come out. Then if you don't shoot, if you don't see them, then you can't hit them with the bullets. You're gonna waste ammo.
وای چې ته مهمت په اماسه مصرفه صبر وکړه چې تر څو ویني بیا
Kids ran into the tree line.
وای چې هغه ته کوچنیان هم دا اوس مو ولیدل
روان ولا
کوچنیان روان دي
You got any eyes over there to the left?
Negative. Got nothing.
Where, sir?
And he was so angry he couldn't shoot. He just grabbed the big machine gun, ran out the gate.
I just saw comments saying Vice is bullshit. Like, I get some of their stuff is editorialized, but this is a first-hand account. Like, what the fuck? No, this is like... This is from when they weren't exactly bullshit. They definitely were doing a lot more commentary or a lot better coverage. But also, on top of that, this is like... I mean, this is like pretty much the end of the good coverage. I mean, they still have good coverage from time to time. But, you know.
And then just fired wildly.
He's just walking and shooting. He's not aiming at anything.
Around at the corner?
Yeah, they're just walking down the alley shooting at nothing. They're just walking down the alley like this, shooting.
Pre-fire.
موافقت برای ورای که سبی ورای که مهمات برای که.
Not if we don't have it.
I just want to remind you, for no particular reason, that this entire video that we're watching, or that what this video is documenting, cost $90 billion. Just this part alone, the training, $90 billion. Okay.
وقتی نیستیم بسته. و آخر مر برای پداغ تیگو جنگ ورسره کوگوار دا تیگی بار.
If you run out of ammunition, you will use these racks to fight the Taliban.
All right. Good to go.
Because you know how like people always be like, healthcare ain't free, brother. What do you mean? Free healthcare ain't free, brother. It's like, yeah, well, neither is teaching these dudes how to do a tourniquet and you know, shoot weapons and stuff. There is a price for that. It's called $90 billion. That guy is bi-sitting.
This is another patrol base. They're advising the police, and on the police base, there's this huge weed plant, like right next to their little area where they have their meetings. Inside the police base.
Did you see weed everywhere?
Everywhere. Every police base has got a little garden.
Wait, someone said, so? It literally made the difference in the lives of thousands of Afghan women? Are you fucking dumb?
Hasan.
No, it didn't. The moment that the U.S. troops withdrew, every single one of those bi-sitting Andes over there literally were like, yeah, all right, we're done. They put their guns down and were like, yeah, go ahead, take over. It took 72 hours to take... It took 72 hours of the Taliban to take over Kabul, dude. This is so dumb. They've had 20 years of non-Taliban rule is what he's saying, you numbskull. First of all, even that's not fucking true. I get, like, okay, Americans, if you don't know what you're talking about, just stop talking challenge, okay? Like, literally not true, okay? Like, there are a few areas where women had more liberties than they did before, and those few areas were under, like, complete American control. But outside of that, it's like Americans literally fucking brought in their, as Hillary Clinton also pointed out, Americans brought in their pedophile warlords, dude. Like, they were basically like, we're bringing our own pedo warlords instead of your pedo warlords. You know what I'm saying? Like,
12 months of STR 8 molding hassle.
Just keep watching.
نسکیله نو ته په کاله شي خو نه بر طالب نه کړی دا مسکې
دا ټول ساتل دا غدي نور نسته
یا نه سودا دا خراب دي ټکانه مو الا لو شکر
Well, you have two options. You can go to PHQ and you can tell them your situation. Or you're going to have to learn to work with what you have. But I recommend you go to PHQ and you tell them your situation and show them that weapon.
By the way, we're literally watching an entire documentary that details the harrowing experience of the U.S. forces that had to turn a blind eye to the mass enslavement and rape of Afghan children in the hands of the same military forces that they were training that cost $90 billion. And this motherfucker's telling me like, dude, it was worth it, bro. Like, you know, a couple Afghan women were able to go to fucking school. Like, what the fuck are you, like, what are you talking about? Please don't promote that fucking trot rag. WS is dog shit. It doesn't matter. I don't care about what this fucking thing is saying. It's the New York Times also covered this as well.
And demand that they give you more weapons to replace that.
They don't understand that, yeah, actually, there has been a transformation. We are supposed to take the lead. They're still expecting the U.S. forces to take the lead.
And that's what amazed me is how it hasn't got through to the Afghans yet. I mean, one Afghan soldier said to me, oh no, it'll be great when the Americans leave because all the money they had for weapons and equipment, we'll get that money. And I was saying, you won't.
Really work like
no,
that.
No. And also someone somewhere, I'm sure, has said, remember when we supported the Mujahideen against the Russians and remember we left all those weapons there and we had to spend years and millions of dollars getting those weapons, particularly the Stinger missiles, back. We're not making that same mistake again. So these guys have got AK-47s, a few RPGs, unarmoured pickup trucks, a few Humvees, which are not safe enough for the Americans or British to drive anywhere. And that's all they've got.
Well, here's the thing. We're trying to get you to the point where you can operate without heavily depending on American.
I mean, they were right. They were literally right. They were fucking right. Because whatever weapons they left behind that they didn't destroy, which is what they do, because it's impossibly expensive to like ship it back, are now in the hands of the Taliban. So they're not wrong. As far as, you know, the reason why they were like, yeah, you can't have like great weapons because, you know, otherwise like people will steal it.
Help. But nothing is going to happen until you sit down and you show us a plan.
چې موږ به د طالب دشمن وروشو چې په دې خوا دی هغه به هغه دم غړي به غزما جوړه کړله د مینو ټیم به راسره وو ولاړې به بس هغه کار وکړي مشترک غزما او دا سیاسي دغه سیستم د بیخي د سیستم تر غلې دغه د پاره چې تا ما سره وعده کړې ده چې زستا دغه مجاز کوم بیا به اساس زم بیا به خپل دی وای
You need to come up with a plan on how you're going to use all your men and attack this IED factory. And we'll be behind you, helping you out. But you're right. Times are changing. The Marines are no longer going to take the lead anymore. You have to learn how to operate as if we are no longer here. I hear great things about you. You're a good PB commander, so you know you have a lot of men here, and I think you're going to do great things.
And he eventually gets through to him that you have to come up with a plan yourself. Then you can do it, and we'll support you if need be. So they leave with the police commander saying, "Okay, I'll come up with a plan within a few days, and we'll do it." And a few days later, he just vanished on leave, and no one's heard from him since. No plan.
Helmet on. All right, we gotta go. Talk to your helmet on, Saeed. Saeed, put your helmet on, brother.
At another patrol base, as usual, they didn't seem to want the Marines' help or advice.
You can just have your guys gather around right here, and then we'll show them what to do.
Well, based on the sandbags that we have, that's all we got. So let's go ahead and fill those up. Once we have filled those up, like I said, 5 of you guys will filling up the sandbags. The other 5 is gonna help out, get the other one fixed. Yeah, and then we'll switch. Hey, if you guys don't want to do it right now, I completely understand that. All right, but we're here to help you guys out. If you guys don't want our help, we'll leave the sandbags. You guys figure it out. We're taking our gear with us. We're here to help you guys out to make your tower safer. That way, you guys don't get shot from all directions. All right. Babunas? Anywhere here? Huh? You gonna check? Yes or no? What? What? By the way.
Policeman at the checkpoint was smoking weed, which is kind of normal. But 2 of the policemen filling sandbags now are out of their brains on something else. Something stronger, opium or heroin. Literally nodding off as they stand up or sit down, filling the sandbags. So while all that was happening, someone fired a few shots at the watchtower that they were filling sandbags for.
Is that him? What's he shooting at? What are you shooting at? What is that?
Shooting back to the west. They don't have positive ID.
What are you shooting at? What are you shooting at, brother?
But the PD commander wants to shoot
where?
To show force. I'll copy.
Huh? You see Taliban? Where'd you see Taliban? Yeah, where?
That was, huh? Urta daga chuo de taki urta dogo bag chosi ki urta dalina si urta wa.
Taliban is still in the garden. Some guy they gonna shoot us. They're in the garden. They're gonna shoot at us. Yeah.
Urta yo taki da chuo do taki chuokra.
Pull before some Mike.
They haven't seen who just shot at them. They just want to get some shots fired back as a sort of show of force.
What's that? They're in the garden?
In the gardens.
You gotta make sure you see them. You gotta make sure you see them because you're just firing rounds down there and you don't know what you're firing at. You gotta see them before you fire. But just like I'm saying, just make sure you actually see somebody before you fire, because you don't know what lies on beyond. Professionals don't do that. You know, professionals make sure they know their target and what lies beyond their target. Professionals don't just shoot out in the crowd. They're supposed to be professionals. You guys are professionals, that's why you don't do that.
And then 3 weeks later, the deputy commander got shot right through his body and scraped his lungs, and the Marine medics saved him, and they found a bag of heroin in his pocket. So I'm sure these guys were on heroin.
Are you putting your men back on the sandbags? You gonna have them carry them out here?
The
lesson of the day was filling sandbags. The police got bored of that very quickly, pulled over a car at their checkpoint and just got some civilians and then some kids to fill and carry the sandbags for them.
I've seen more military history.
This is Major Bill Stuber. He's in charge of the police advisory team, 18 Marines who go out to all these bases. He spends most of his time at the police headquarters trying to advise the leadership. But the actual police chief vanished 8 days into his job, went on Hajj, hadn't been seen at this point for 2.5 months. The acting police chief has also just vanished, and he's got no idea where he's gone or you know, what's happening.
What the hell's going on?
And basically when these guys vanish, they often take all of their commanders with them. So the last time this happened, half of the police force in Sangin just vanished. So every time the US Marines are alone with the Afghans, they have to have a guardian angel. So one of them has got his rifle cocked and his finger on the trigger, ready in case there's an insider attack.
You ever seen the TV show The Sopranos? It's vast. Everything from skimming ammunition off of their supplies to skimming fuel off of their shipments. There's false imprisonment. They'll take people during an engagement. They'll just wrap everybody up that was around it, and then they'll wait for the families to come in and pay them money to be able to release them. All of these vehicles are claimed on their monthly expenditures, so they're getting fuel and oil money for every single vehicle that you see, even though they can't run, they can't operate. They only get a handful of vehicles that operate. So in the district, I think they have 25 vehicles, and maybe only 10 or 11 of them actually work. But they're collecting the fuel money and oil money for all the other vehicles, even though they can't actually operate them. Ammunition's the same thing. We count the rounds when they come off the vehicles here, and it's usually the rounds, the RPGs that are getting sold in the bazaar. That'll happen in transit because they know once they get it here and we take inventory of it, we're very watchful as to what's going on with that ammunition. Oh, this was taken off of a dead Taliban. What's interesting is the guy that was wearing this vest, when he came in, he was in the back of one of these trucks like this, and we went up to bring him a white sheet, and they wouldn't let us cover him. That was kind of disturbing. I mean, there's just a kid sitting back there, you know, and pissed and shit himself, and fucking bleeding all over, and yeah, it sucks. It sucks to see kids get fucking shot.
Did they say why they wouldn't give him a proper burial?
He said he didn't deserve it. And, you know, we brought the sheet for him anyway, just because, you know, whether he's a warrior, he's still a warrior, you know, and deserves to be treated like one, even in death. But they didn't seem to think that way. So that was the first time I'd seen that. So.
What's amazing is he's really candid about this soldier.
He's one of those guys. I mean, he was more sort of emotionally invested in this than anybody else, and he's the one who, you know, I said sometimes almost looked traumatized by what he couldn't do. I was kind of foisted upon him, and he had no choice but to, you know, let me go out filming with him. But he's one of those guys who just couldn't lie. I could ask him questions, and you saw him really wrestling with a good way of saying it, but he couldn't. He just couldn't tell lies, and I really admired him for that.
As an advisor, you know, you're a dog with a lot of bark and a lot of bite. So, you know, there's some things that in order to get the mission accomplished, I'm not going to say, you know, we don't turn a blind eye to anything. We report everything, but there's certain things that, you know, that normally where you would just be like, hey, this is just a no-go. We're not going to do this. That in order to get the mission, accomplished, in order for them to actually go out and still hold security and hold PBs, you kind of got to let it go. You know, things like if we were to go in and shut down all of their schemes, all of their corruption schemes, you would render them completely ineffective. I mean, you take a look around.
Really disheartened, I think, by the end of this, because you know, even when guys were abducting and raping young boys and murdering them, nothing happened as a result of his reports. He was reporting everything he saw up to over 200 people in the chain of command. Nothing was ever done.
You've got guys like this right here the S1 officer, the administrative officer, and investigating officer, who are here from Kabul. They're academy-trained policemen, professional. They can read, they can write. They believe in the rule of law. They believe in securing the population and the people and treating them right. I mean, these are the guys that are easy to work with. But then you have over here a PB commander who we know is kidnapping boys and sexually molesting them, and, robbing the people. I mean, he treats the people of Sangin like a piggy bank that he can just shake and rob, and you know, that's really difficult. You know, how do you work with a guy like that? The natural part of an advisor is you want to.
Yeah, he did report those. Guess what happened? High command told him to fucking look the other way. That's what. Just for the record, for those of you who don't know, like literally, this is well documented. That like they basically were like, yeah, don't just fucking look the other way at the child rape that is ongoing.
Have the most effect on things, so it's easy to go work with a professional AUP like this, but really where we need to be is working with guys like that. So try doing that day in and day out, working with child molesters, working with people who are robbing people, murdering them. It wears on you after a while.
So that's Hamid Khan, an Afghan army commander, and he was the one note of kind of cautious optimism. I mean, the US Marine said he's the best Afghan army commander they've ever seen. Like, really good guy, really motivated, had all the answers to the right questions.
Not stoned. Not
stoned. And I think if he saw his, well, there were quite a few soldiers that were stoned, but I think if he saw his men doing things wrong, I think he would stop it.
برادران سلام علیکم. خب بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. قراره که ما و شما قبلا هم آمادگی داشتیم برای عملیاتی که در منطقه به نام بیانزوی. فردا ساعت صبح وقت دیگه ما چیز میکنیم. خدا خواسته باشه بخیر. یک عملیاتی به مشترک همراه پلیس محلی ما داریم که پلیس محلی ما داخل ساحه همراه ما میشوند. زمانی که ما داخل ساحه میشیم تقریبا به 3 گروه ما تقسیم میشیم. گروه اول ما گروه مانور است. گروه دوم ما گروه حمایه آتش است. گروه سوم ما گروه ریزرو است. زمانی که ما صبح وقت حرکت کردیم میایم به آخوندزاده خیل. از آخوندزاده خیل همراه پلیس محلی یک جای میشیم. پلیس محلی به خاطر چند گپ همراه ما میباشند. پلیس محلی نسبت از اینکه شناخت بیشتر در مورد دشمن دارن، یک دیگر راهی که دشمن مین نداره، راهی که به اصطلاح مین نداره و دشمن اون نقطه را به اصطلاح مین گذاری نکرده برای پلیس محلی معلوم است. به این معنی که ما اگر داخل ساحه شویم هم با مین دشمن سر بخوریم هم با خود دشمن سر بخوریم، این ما و شما را به یک مشکل بسیار وسیع برمیخوراند در جریان جنگ. بیا خودت دوجا. آر پی جی کی است؟ آر پی جی برو دوجا برو. بیا دیگه آر پی جی.
There are all kinds of other issues with the army. They're still completely dominated by the northern ethnic groups. There are very few southern Pashtuns, like 2 to 3% of the army are southern Pashtuns. So a lot of southern Pashtuns see the Afghan National Army as being almost as foreign as we look to them. Back in 2001, 2002, we could have created an actual national army, but it's an exaggeration to call this a national army. It's not a national army, it's the Northern Alliance. It's the historical enemies of the Taliban. One thing you do see is with these guys is they've got pictures of Masood everywhere.
Right, who was the leader of the Northern Alliance.
Yeah.
But he was just another warlord like the other one.
Well, you talk to Afghans, and many Afghans will say, listen, you in the West love Masood, but, you know, when they shelled Kabul tens of thousands of civilians were killed. And entering into these southern villages with pictures of Massoud everywhere it's almost like me driving around New York with a picture of bin Laden, you know, in the window of my car. That's an exaggeration, but you don't look like the army who have come to protect and serve when you come in with pictures of Massoud and pictures of Dostum, who's probably the most brutal warlord in Afghanistan's recent history.
Yeah, that's the guy that we talked about before. Prolific rapist and vice president of Afghanistan. So the thing I was gonna say is, well, one, it's top of the hour, so I'm gonna fucking run a 6-second ad break. And two, you can avoid those ads if you subscribe with a $5 subscription or with a fucking with the free one with the Twitch Prime if you want an ad-free broadcasting experience. Also, lastly, I'm 8 minutes late, but do you guys have you can use an ad blocker or VPN, but Twitch Prime is free. Do you have the TOS moments in after this? Like, because I'm sure there are TOS moments in here probably, and I'm really not aware or if there are TOS moments. But here's the ad break now.
شروع جنگ اگر دشمن شروع میکنه جنگ در قدم اول پرسونل ما اول موضع میگیرن بعد از اون ترصد میکنن در مرحله سوم انداخت میکنن بالای دشمن از انداخت اضافه مهمات قطعا جلوگیری میشه رسیده عملیات ما و شما امکان داره که تا شام ادامه پیدا کنه بیش از 12 ساعت طول بکشه دشمن شاید مقاومت بکنه نشه که باز بر ما مهمات هم به سر وقت نرسه و باز موجه به کمبود مهمات مواجه شد جان مردم ملکی مال مردم ملکی عزت آبروی مردم ملکی در این جریان عملیات ما و شما محفوظ می باشه رسیدی چرا که دست‌ها احتمال داره مردم ملکی هم باقی مانده باشه دیگه آخرین کوشش ما می باشه که ما فرق دشمن با فرق ملکی بکنیم.
There was a big drive to try and get southern Pashtuns to join the national police and the national army. It failed. So they created local militias. They're called the Afghan local police. Every village has got its men of fighting age. They're tough guys who protect their village. Some are Taliban, some are anti-Taliban. And we just said to all of them, regardless of their history, if we put you on the payroll, will you fight for us or not fight against us? And that's what these guys are. They're the Afghan local police.
Taliban.
And some of the local police didn't look over 16 years old. So as soon as we start walking towards this Taliban-controlled village, they come under fire and straight away start shooting back despite not having any idea where the Taliban are. They're firing towards the Afghan local police.
Overside of the river, lots of pieces. You're crossing by boats and ships and coming here, shooting, then going back and crossing the river.
So the A&A are in the first village they wanted to clear, the first village which is still controlled by the Taliban. It's incredible to think there's still a village within 2 miles of the main base in Sangin where foreign forces first arrived over 6 years ago that's still controlled by the Taliban, but they're hoping to clear this village today. And then there's a village on the north side of the river which is also Taliban controlled, but they're hoping to collect all the local elders and persuade them to, join Afghan security forces, the Afghan government, and reject the Taliban and let these guys establish a permanent presence here. At the minute they're firing lots of rounds, but don't seem to be shooting at anything.
Sniper.
It's called pre-firing. Incredibly effective technique. Okay? Not just $1,000 worth of ammunition that you just fucking yeet it out.
Are there enemy anywhere near that?
I don't believe
That guy who's just firing as if he's having a fit, 3 days later fled with loads of weapons, a few rockets, planning to kill the commander.
Why?
He defected to the Taliban.
Holy shit.
Insider attacks against Americans and British have got lots of headlines. It's far worse, insider attacks against Afghans.
Right.
Far worse. And he had 3 people working with him, and they either lost their courage or something, but they were still...
Dude, who could have seen what is happening right now? I mean, this video is kind of fucked up because, like, it's in the future, right? I mean, who could have foreseen that this was a bad policy that we had, that we spent $90 billion on? That's crazy. For 20 fucking years. Oh, wait, this video is from, like, literally, 9 years ago. So, yeah, we could have foreseen it.
Within that army unit, and no one knows who they were.
Yeah.
So there's a balloon in the sky that films everything. They've got them all over Afghanistan.
Whose balloon?
American.
American.
And they've got these cameras that, night vision, thermal, which mean you can follow somebody for weeks.
Kind of like low-rand drones. They just sort of sit there.
But they can stay up there in one place for weeks, just attached by one cable. So someone is watching all of this, and he says it's 4 guys, not sure if it's Taliban. But as they were running away, one of them ran out and planted a white flag in the middle of all that firing. And it's not a flag of surrender, that's the Taliban's flag, a white flag.
Oh shit.
Planted that, and then they escaped.
YTF out watching and...
Why is he collecting the casings?
He's an old man who's in the Afghan local police, but he hasn't signed up and registered yet, so he's not getting paid. So he collects all the casings to sell as scrap metal at the local bazaar. So the Marines accompanying the ANA are not really advising at all. They let the ANA plan and execute the operations themselves, and they're just here just in case things go badly wrong and lots of people are about to get killed. But apart from that, this operation really is Afghan-led, and I've never seen that before. I've seen lots of operations that, where the claim has been it's Afghan-led, but it's a farcical claim. This really is an Afghan-led operation. Good. Dushman,
Taliban finish.
Finish?
No good Taliban.
Run away.
Fuck you, Taliban.
So at the end of that operation, they walked back to the village where they started, and they got the few remaining local elders together and said, look, you need to give us some men, give us some young men, and form your own local police force and defend your village.
ټول غواړي چې ساعت د دشمن د ماینونو هم خلاص شي او د دشمن هم خلاص شي. څو ورځې مخکې تاسو ته معلومات و چې دلته په همدغه بیانځای کې څو نفر د طالبانو د ماین ملکیان شهیدان شي چې تاسو دشمن خو داسې دشمن ده چې یونیفرم نه لري. د تاسو او د دوی په منځ کې فرق نه کیږي، فقط څوک فرق کوي تاسو یې چې فرق کوي. زموږ غوښتنه دا ده چې دولت هم اوس حاضر ده چې تاسو ته سلاح ورکړي، تاسو ته حمایه وکړي. تاسو یو نفر چې محلي پولیس ته راځي دغه یو نفر نه ده، یو کور ده، یو کلی ده.
زموږ خوښه خو دغسې د شریکه چې موږ خو ډېر په ازاد یو چې مځکې یې وې کوو، ټکټروانان مو پښې پرې کېږي، کوچنیانو مو پښې پرې کېږي، پر مینو باندې خېږي، حیوانانو معنا تپېږي، سرایونه مو نړېږي. نو دا خو بیخي غټ عذاب و تکلیف دی. معنا د خپلو سرایو د خپلو دغو څخه فرار په دشت پراته یو.
په دغه کلي کې شپېته او یا ځوانان نه دي؟
ولې نشته؟
باید تر څو پورې د تاسو پښې پرې شي؟
خدای فضل دی هغه سپین ږیری وګورئ، کاکا وګورئ، د خپل کلي کور د خلکو په خدمت کې نن سلا اخیستې ده، د محلي پولیسو سره ولاړ دی. همدغسې ده که نه؟ دغه تاسو د هغې نه ځوانان هم یو فزیکي قوه هم ورنه ډېره ده، ورنه تکړه هم یې.
دغه حاجي صاحب ته وګورئ،
دغه محلي پولیسو کې ولاړ دی. ودرېږئ محلي پولیس جوړ کړئ. دغه بیانځو کې 15 طالبان راځي، په خپله خوله وایي. ته ورته وایې چې مه راځه، تا خبره قبول نه کړه هغه بیګام مینور باندې پټاو شو موټروانه والوزولم که غواړی چې په سوله او امنیت کې ژوند وکړي خپل ځمکو باندې په ښه شکل کار وکړي خپل ماشومان مدرسې ته ولاړ شي مکتب ته ولاړ شي په راتلونکي کې روښانه ژوند ولري
زه چې بس ستا په کلي کې عملیات وکړم تا ته به خوند نه کېدار یا به ستا پر دماغ بده پرېږدي موږ غواړو چې ته زموږ سره کومک وکړي زموږ سره همکاره سي ټوپکان واخلي تر هغه وخته پورې چې ته استعمارمندي رسېږي زورمندي مو رسېږي چې ته تقویه کېږي د دښمن سره مسابقه کوي تر هغه وخته قومندان صاحب حمید خان دی قومندان صاحب توري علي خان دی ته راسي د خدای پر لیاز دغه قرآن پر لیاز د علیه السلام بارک پر لیاز باندې بې اتفاقي مه کوه.
That was pretty amazing to think that after all of this money and effort and bloodshed, all we're saying to villagers like these guys is, we'll give you a weapon and you can defend yourself. So we're asking Afghans to pick sides and side with the Afghan government right as we're leaving and right as the Taliban are as strong as ever. And if I was an Afghan living in Helmand province,
it's like, hey, pick the losing side.
Yeah, or I wouldn't pick any side. I'd be nice to whichever strong man was in my garden at that point. Then, in the middle of all this, there was a visit from the American ambassador and the British deputy ambassador. I was told it was a symbolic visit. Sangin has always been known as the most dangerous town in Afghanistan. So the American and deputy British ambassadors visited to show if they can visit this hostile town of Sangin, then progress must be being made. They walked about 150 meters, had lunch, had a briefing where they were given nothing.
War is such a fucking racket, dude.
But glowing reports about how wonderfully everything was going.
So they're not, you're saying they're not staying and fighting, they're starting to move out?
Yes, sir. A little bit earlier here specifically because of some of the operations that have been taking place in our battle space, sir. We ripped out with 1-7 about a month ago and significantly reduced a lot of the Marine presence in Sangin and northern Helmand, and we've seen ANSF continue to hold all those patrol bases throughout Sangin.
The numbers may show that there is an increased frequency in the attacks. The effectiveness is far less than ever before. People are talking about security may not be that good, and I showed a map of 2010 where you could see the entire Sangin Valley as a block of red, and now we talk about it in pockets, like this entire district. And I said that's a good thing. So there's not that sustained presence that we may have seen in the past. So again, it's a continuing growth throughout the district, and it's starting to expand. Working together, it's across all lines, exactly where we want Sangin to be right now. Exactly
so it is working?
Absolutely, sir. We've got the pull.
Sir, these people, they're welcoming us like liberators, sir. They totally aren't just like, okay, give me the bag of cash. Or they totally aren't just like immediately working with the Taliban the moment that we leave the neighborhood because they have literally no other option. That's not happening, sir. The OPSEC is airtight, sir. We're fucking killing it. We're winning.
Cooperation, learning thing, that's all taking place?
Yes, sir. The advisor teams are really what have taken hold in here. And
the ambassadors want to visit Sangin because that shows that Sangin is now, the most dangerous town in Afghanistan is now safer than it was.
They're pretty out of touch.
It felt like they were there for the photo op and to tick a few boxes and then leave. I mean, the Marine Major, who was so open and honest about all the problems he's having, kidnapping, murder, drug abuse, child rape, he was there and had to sit through this briefing, didn't say a word, wasn't asked a single question.
That's a deliberate choice, not to ask him a question.
Well, I guess the CEO just wanted to present a very rosy picture. If they turned up and they hear that there's child abuse, murder, drug, kidnapping, all going on, then the whole PR stunt has failed miserably, hasn't it?
Right behind you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're very committed to our relationship.
This is a small gift of the local So this is a peace jirga that doesn't involve the enemy, only involves one side, and nothing was announced or decided. I mean, the idea of a jirga is people with opposing views come together, thrash it out and reach a consensus.
I'm here today to come with the chairman of the High Peace Council, Salahuddin Rabbani. He's attending a peace jirga here, an important event in Sangin, and I've been wanting to come here for some time. This is my first visit to Sangin, and I've been very impressed by what I've seen so far.
And there was a time not that long ago when we promised Afghans that their country would be rid of the Taliban. What's changed?
I don't know that we promised the Afghans that the country would be rid of the Taliban. We've always understood, I think, that there's no way to end an insurgency, this insurgency, through military means, especially since the leadership enjoys its presence in Pakistan. So the prospect or the job is not to rid Afghanistan of the Taliban, but to create a way so that the insurgency ends and Afghanistan is secured. The Afghan security forces are responsible for security lead over 75% of the population now today, and that process will continue until they are.
What does it mean for us that the Taliban is closer to taking over? No, the Taliban has taken over. Okay, they've completely taken over. That's number one. Not here, not at this point. But what does it mean for us? Literally nothing. Okay, that's it. There you go.
In the lead for the entire country. We have developed now a way to move forward that will make Afghans responsible increasingly for their own future and for their own security and their own processes, and that is as it should be. I think post-2014, we can't really tell what will happen. The door is open, as I said earlier, to a reconciliation process that will bring Taliban back into Afghanistan if they choose to take that path. And
our win rate has never been good. We've been taking we've been feeding ourselves a steady diet of fucking L's since World War II. Okay, L after L after L. It hasn't stopped. It has not caused the American imperialist attitude to decline. Unfortunately, that's not going anywhere. It doesn't mean anything as far as like the Taliban controlling Afghanistan doesn't really change too much. It just means we don't have fucking military presence there to the same degree that we had. That's it. If you think that this is going to like allow the Taliban to fucking destroy America or some shit, you're a psycho. And to the people who keep talking about the opiates and hash production, you're wrong. It's not just that. There's a lot of fucking minerals on the ground in Afghanistan. They rape and keep women from school worse though. Like, okay, they're gonna do like, first of all, that's already happening. Okay, so shut the fuck up about that. God damn, dude. Like, that's literally ongoing. That is absolutely a fucking consistent thing that was happening. Maybe not in Kabul, but like everywhere else. Okay, so now there's like, you know, Taliban control with 30% more rape and keeping women from school. It happened under our watch. The only difference now is that it's no longer happening under our watch where we turned the other fucking cheek. Are you pro-Taliban? No, I'm not a fucking psychopath. I don't think that a fundamentalist group of psychopathic pedophile warlords are fit to run a fucking country. The issue is the people of Afghanistan need to have sovereignty, okay? Here's a quick article on the mineral deposits. Rare earth, Afghanistan sits on $1 trillion worth in minerals.
For our part, we intend to continue assistance and partnership with the Afghans going forward if they wish.
We're here today to support the Peace Jirga here in Sangin, which is a gathering of several hundred of the most important tribal leaders from around this area to talk about peace and reconciliation. I think peace involves people making hard choices, and I think it's about the choices that people make, not about what label they are carrying now. If the Taliban choose that they want to participate in politics in Afghanistan, if they choose to renounce violence, if they choose to take part in elections, in choosing of people's leaders, then any group that makes those choices can be part of a settlement here. If they don't make those choices, if they set themselves up against the Afghan state, then they won't be part of the process. I think it's as simple as that.
But sorry, I mean, what's changed in that we're now open to the idea of the Taliban having some say in how the country is run? You know, a few years ago.
I would just say Taliban coming into power doesn't mean anything when it affects Pakistani-Indian relations and also affects our allies' enemies on choosing if they recognize the Taliban as a legitimate government or not. I think the United States is going to recognize the Taliban as a legitimate government. Which means all our allies are going to do the same.
I think we would have said the Taliban have finished in Afghanistan and will never again control the lives of Afghans in any way.
I think we've always been open to the idea that people who want to take part in politics in this country, who respect the constitution, who respect the rights of people, have a right to take part in politics in this country, just as in any other country.
I think I can speak with confidence by saying that if you asked a lot of local people here who are the bad guys in this area, they would say the police rather than the Taliban. How can you change that perception in a fairly short amount of time?
I'm not sure I agree with that perception, Ben. I think, again, talking to the Marines who are here, who are out on patrol with those policemen every day, they say that the attitude of the Afghan population here in Sangin has changed hugely over the last few years.
Yeah, that's why everyone was like, oh my God, I can't believe they surrendered their weapons to the Taliban. And some people are even welcoming them outside of Kabul.
And then at the end of this briefing, the helicopter out was delayed by an hour and a half. So I said to them, go and talk to Major Stuber for an hour. Just say, this won't affect your career, but go and speak to him and tell him, ask him to tell you what's really going on, just 200 meters down the road. And they said, oh, he wouldn't be open and frank with us like he is with you. And they went and had a cup of tea with their bodyguards instead. Walked back, got on the helicopter and left. But you literally walk 200 meters out of the main...
Whoa. To analyze this, like, historic conflict amongst warring tribes and competing interests that ultimately can be reduced back to, as is everything, having control over commodity production and reducing it to, like, the most incredibly narrow, idiotic fucking point of view is insane. Like, liberals, when they say stuff like this, it's almost like, oh, the men wanted to own women again. Like, yeah, dude, because they weren't fucking doing that already when America was there. No, they were doing that already. Like, dude, what the fuck, dude? This is no different than, like, I mean, the energy is there, the empathy is there, and that's great. But, like, this is at the same level of, like, idiocy
I love you,
and narrow worldview as, like, what conservatives engage in on a regular basis. They see us and this as a foreign invader. Okay? I wonder why. Yeah, the Taliban just, like, has been fighting back against American invasion for 20 fucking years because they just wanted to own women. Oh, wait, they were literally doing that in the provinces that America did not control, or the Afghan government puppet state did not control.
Gay.
Stop pausing. We're not here for your commentary. You literally are here for my commentary.
You'll see that you know, it's not true at all. The exact opposite is true. So ISAF put out a statement after this saying the diplomats visited the once insurgent hotbed of Sangin and saw firsthand.
And to the people who are saying, like, oh, it's going to be a Chinese puppet state or whatever. Okay, so what, motherfucker? Let them deal with it. How about that? Okay. I'm sick and tired of people being like, oh, well, what about China? Okay, dude, then we got to fucking do more murder, I guess. Maybe they got some better ideas. I don't know. I don't think so. But it can't be worse than what we did for the past 20 fucking years.
The progress being made there, which I think was the point of going there, really, yeah. not to actually talk to guys like Major Stuber.
It can literally be just as bad.
These guys are,
or maybe marginally better,
officials.
But it can't be worse. It's literally the worst.
They created this local council, elected by 2,000 residents of Sangin. But I spent a whole day with them, and not one of them had a single good thing to say about what we've achieved there.
د ځان دغه کې چې د تلفات کم سي او د مشکل کم د زمر سره وعده کړ چې په څورسه کې به موږ د دشمن جدي باس بیا به موږ ځو او دشمن هغه روغ پروت دی نو زمر په لسانه په هغه وخت کې د بیل زیات موږ پوهیږو چې زمر په لسان ته مرګ جوړ
خدغه پروژې چې دوی کړې دي دغه مصرف چې دوی کړی دي د دوی مصرف هغه اندازه چې دوی لګولې ده هغه د ولس په ګټه سلام یې سم نه د کار سوی یا کانټراکټ ولا وړي دي یا غله وړي دي یا بل وړي دي یا بل وړي دي
دوی چې راغلي په افغانستان کې و دوی راغلي په افغانستان کې مطلق یا د خودلته کار
China is committing genocide?
Sam,
what the fuck is this
out.
take?
It will change your pro-Taliban stance.
Name one foreign nation on foreign soil, unless you mean East Turkestan as like a separate foreign nation or something.
Don't do murder.
But name one fucking nation outside of the Chinese mainland where China is actively engaging in fucking genocide or anything like of the sort. Africa? China's doing genocide in Africa? That's crazy. The nation of Africa, one.
Appreciate your pauses.
China doesn't do external genocide. They do cultural genocide internally. That's it. And we know a lot about that. Personally. You know. This streams takes when there's more than 30k viewers. Yeah, I mean, this streams takes when there's any kind of fucking conversation about China. Taiwan, they're doing genocide in Taiwan? Oh, wow, that's... indirectly to North Korea? So you think China is more responsible or more at fault with what's going on in North Korea than the United States, which currently holds it under a strict embargo outside of and restricts foreign trade? So the only country that allows North Korea to trade outside of like Russia is responsible for how fucking their situation.
9 months hassle.
Yeah, like United States to the Native Americans. Yeah, 100%. I agree with that.
چې دوی راغله مګر دلته کار سرته ونه رسېدی هغه مشکل دوی نسي کولی دوی معنا اوس خپل ځان خلاصوي مطلب موږ پوهېږو چې دوی زموږ کوم امنیت تامین شوی دی چې دوی ځانونه باسي دوی کومه فابریکه را جوړه
America ruins the country and now you want to save money so you can paint your nails and get a haircut, you dog. Yeah, dude, I get a big fucking fat check when America saves money by not continuing to occupy Afghanistan.
موږ ته چا تیارې راکړې چا ټانکونه راکړه په میلیونو ډالرانې مصرف شوي په میلیونو خلک راغلي دي چې خلک په زراو چې مړه شوي د دوی امریکایان د انګریزیان د دار دولت خلک دلته مړه شوي دي موږ پوهېږو نو موږ به کله دونه مقابله وکړو چې په دوه لاس په دوې پښې باندې د دونه خلکو مقابله وکړو موږ خپل وزاره سره کوس دا د سر به بیرته دوی تاله ته ورسي هغه امریکا کې
ډېر مشکل د امنیت څه لرو مګر امنیت په لوږه نه راځي زموږ د لوږه غم او امنیت یو ځای نن هماغه آل اوس هم شروع دی پرون ما د هغه پوستې قربان ګرد ورځ په ناستو تېره کړې دي چې هر ځای کې سر ورپورته کړی وای هغه ګونې په سره اړول د ده دا شکه او زموږ د هېڅ اعلان سره سمېږي
د کومندان صاحب څخه او د جوالي صاحب محترمه صاحب د جنرالان محترمان څخه دا هیله کوم چې د کوڅېدو اوضاع ډېره ناامنه ده ما دا 3 میاشتې کې چانټه تړلې ده څلوېښت ساعته پر ما باندې ټکان شروع دي.
When I was in Afghanistan, the national police shot our guys on base in the back and left to join Taliban, and we were advised not to mess with Blackwater and coordinated around them. Yeah, Blackwater runs the country.
That's pretty bad.
And that, if anyone would be pro.
You said let China deal with it. We outsourcing murder to China? Yeah, I guess so. I literally don't understand how anyone who considers themselves to be a fucking leftist can look to what has happened in Afghanistan for 20 fucking years and be like, I can change what's going on in this country. That's kind of at the heart of why we advocate for the things that we do, because like, you theoretically are supposed to be able to advocate for change and then see that change happen. And when you have that opportunity to fucking advocate and pull or decrease imperialist expansion, you go, wait, hold on though. What if our fucking foreign adversaries then turns it into a colony for themselves? Without, we don't even know if they will do that, but what if they could do that? The hypothetical alone is reason for why we should continue this occupation. That's psychotic, okay? I personally think that is completely fucking psychotic. So that's why I said, yeah, let them try. Let them fucking try to deal with it. It's not going to happen, but let them try to deal with it. LMAO, China's literally funding the Spanish Mexicans that did 9/11. Why are you defending them? True, brother.
Foreign intervention, it would be those guys, elected local officials. Before that briefing had happened, Major Stuber knew that 3 young boys had been shot dead on police patrol bases. All 3 of them were Chai boys. So young boys who had been abducted by the police commanders and were used as servants. They served tea, but also sex slaves. They're raped by the police commanders. And you see them on every base. You see several boys, sometimes in uniform, sometimes not, but 13, 14 years old. It's very common practice there. 3 of them had been shot dead by the police, 1 possibly by another Chai boy, nobody's quite sure. And he's just found out that a 4th boy has been shot at point blank range in the leg for trying to escape. And you know, I was there, so he let me follow him to meet the acting police chief and confront him about this.
See, not so different after all from our elites. You know what I mean?
Yesterday, we had unfortunate news come in. A young boy, about 13, maybe 14 years of age, was shot. Now, there's a couple of things on there that you and I have talked about. We've had all the PB commanders in this very room about having young boys and civilians on PBs.
I have mentioned it more than 20 times.
I know. Why was there a boy on that PB? What did that commander say to you?
همون بچه بگو خودشان میخواه که در پوسته بشینه آشوانه برای اجا کنه شما که بگو وقت خواستم یک نفر ایستپیدم ما بگو آورده بودم بوده جلب کردم.
Yeah, I know what he said. He said it in the beginning too.
که یک بچه خوردش او یک نواسی خوردش در پوسته بود. ما برش میگم که نواسه و بچه تا به بربریت خدا ما را پیشش خلاص کو اگر بذات خدا تو را بندی میکنم ما را میگم ما چطور کنم که میبرمش پس نه.
He's saying the boys want to be there.
How do you square the logic of being against states like Saudi Arabia, but you actively claim support for East Turkestan when the separatists are openly Wahhabis and fought with ISIS in Syria? You always talk about listening to Truanon and you respect Mike Preisner, but you all reject the false narrative about they all reject the false narrative about China, not trying to be a dick, but genuinely wondering what your understanding and logic on this is. I personally believe that there are, of course, going to be separatist movements, but it does not fucking justify America-style treatment. I'm sorry that I am consistent on this matter. The Chinese way of dealing with, and by the way, I'm not, when I say East Turkestan, I'm like using it as a fucking meme, okay? Let's be real. Xinjiang. Okay? Like, whatever you want to fucking call it. Ultimately, there are millions of Muslim Uyghurs that live there. And the way that the fucking Chinese government deals with them is mass surveillance and also cultural genocide. Like, are there Wahhabists? Certainly. Did someone fucking fight alongside ISIS? Not necessarily. Maybe some of them did. I know that they are also Turkish forces there too. And I think that's YPG automatically says like, oh, if you fight against them alongside the Turkish military, that means you're probably pro-ISIS. So I can see why Brace would have that approach, considering he literally did go out there and fight there. Having said that, though, I'm not going to sit here and fucking justify the exact same kind of reactionary approach that American neocons have to dealing with Muslims domestically, okay, as well as internationally, when it's the Chinese government that uses the exact same kind of rhetoric. Like, that's so fucking silly, dude. You literally wrote that. If only you fucking changed some of the words. If only you changed, like, I don't sit here and tell you, like, they're stealing the organs of Uyghur Muslims, like a bunch of fucking liberals who, like, lose their shit. Okay? But you're crazy. Do you still think there are millions of being genocided in Xinjiang? No, I think there are millions that are under mass surveillance round the clock that are forcibly fucking sent to re-education camps exclusively so they can Hanify. Okay, I don't know what the proper term is, but the way that the Chinese, the way that the Han Chinese want to deal with, or the way that the CCP wants to fucking deal with, like, its own territories that they believe belongs to them, they're basically just fucking at the end of a fucking whip or at the barrel of a gun telling you you have to be fucking re-educated so you are no longer what do you call it? So you are no longer like in any way, shape, or form Turkic or Uyghur or a Muslim. Now you're gonna turn around and be like, oh dude, what the fuck? There's actually Muslims though in other parts of the country. Yeah, there are. Okay, what of it? It doesn't matter. They're not allowing it to happen in fucking Xinjiang. Okay, sorry. Just because they believe the entire world belongs to them, lol. Wait, what? The Taliban is a beacon for Middle East progressive movements? Dude, what is going on? Do I have like CIA agents in the chat or something? They're like writing stuff to make it look crazy in here? Motherfucker said the Taliban are a beacon for progressive movements in the Middle East, dude. No, you literally just have a lot of insane viewers. I do. I think this is like this is like a magnet for all the most psychotic fucking takes.
Which begs the question, well, why would they be trying to escape? And in one case, they tried to poison. One of them tried to poison the policeman so that he could escape, and that's what led to him being shot.
We cannot have children in PDs. We can't have children even wearing uniforms like this one was yesterday. It's against the law.
ما کدام تردید ندارم در رفتن ما و تو. ولی موضوعی تو است که ما و تو در جلسه برش گفتیم.
Dude, I don't know why people constantly fucking send me these like insane weirdo sources like, oh, it's all Adrian Zenz, it's all Adrian Zenz. Really, dude, it's that fucking hard for you to believe that a global hegemonic power that is literally competing against America and possibly might overtake America is behaving in a way where they want to create an environment of cultural assimilation amongst a group of people that they consider to be separatists? Like, really? That's that hard for you to comprehend? Like, it's all fucking propaganda? Are you psychotic, dude? Are you literally insane? Of course they're fucking doing that. That's what big superpowers do. You have to be a fucking delusional, brain-dead moron to unironically consider this to be, like, that far-fetched. That's not genocide, though. It absolutely fucking is. If you consider it's what is going on with the indigenous population in Canada or what's going on with the indigenous population as far as cultural assimilation and forcible cultural assimilation to be genocide, then you have to fucking say with your chest that what's going on in China is too. That's nuts. And I even say cultural genocide, which is the fucking UN definition, rather than like full-blown genocide. Sure that, you know, those people who are being subjected to that probably don't feel the same way. Forced education is genocide. It's not forced education. It's forced re-education. It's not like they're like, hey, yeah, we're going to fucking teach you how to read a book because you don't know how to read a book. That's not how this works. Like, China has done a bunch of wonderful fucking things, okay, domestically. I think we all agree on that, or at least me and the fucking Dengis agree on that, okay? It is also unironically responsible for the reason why every fucking capitalist can turn around and be like, capitalism has uplifted millions of people out of poverty. It's like, yeah, remove China from that equation. Let's see how much capitalism has fucking improved the world and the planet and the fucking third world in general. Okay? And I love high-speed rails, okay? I do. I think it's great. But ultimately, you're a silly bitch if you think that, like, a global hegemonic power that is desperately competing and might overtake America soon, that's literally using American propaganda to justify the exact same thing that they're doing to the Muslims living within their borders. Like, that's crazy, man. That's crazy that that's, like, so far-fetched to some of you fucking psychotic, delusional weirdos, dude. Like, do I believe that the Western media routinely propagandizes every little thing? That's why there's a different designation for labor camps when it's in North Korea, but like, we house 25% of the entire planet's literal imprisoned population, and we're subjecting them to work, and slavery is legal in our Constitution according to the 13th fucking Amendment. But also, we are not doing it in labor camps. We're doing something different. We're mass incarcerating people. Like, I get that, okay? I get how it's different for Americans. So why the fuck do you always behave like an American hog would, but for fucking China? Jesus Christ. Just keep going.
The postaki miru. Tepla put me one. Ma khudema, ma baymi pano. Ki kuni mardom aslan da kharab chishim daran. Ba yak dapau do dapau 20 dapau 100 dapa namiشه که ما برای میگیم که تپلا را نگاه نکنی کونی را نگاه نکنی تپلا نگاه نکنی ناسوق نگاه نکنی سر از اون که دیگه برش گفتم میشه ما دا پست رفتیم پیش ما تپلا پد کرد.
So this meeting went on for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and as you can see, he's not interested in stopping this practice and doesn't really seem to think there's anything wrong with this practice.
Let's do this. Let's get together and go out there and get these kids out of these PBs and get them back to their families. We'll go in there early in the morning. And we'll start going from PB to PB to PB. And if they've got kids in there in the morning time, and we know that they've probably stayed there overnight, we'll free the kids and we'll arrest the PB commanders.
Eventually, maybe to wrap up the meeting, he says, okay, I agree, we'll go out, we'll do a raid first thing in the morning, and we'll arrest these commanders who are keeping child boys. So Major Stuber thought he'd made a real breakthrough.
I have things that I can do to help you. You and I are in a position right now to change this situation in this city. If you do this, people will know.
PB is a patrol base, not peanut butter chatter.
That you are somebody who stands for justice in this area.
وقتی که ایتو اشخاص گرفتیم بعد از اون بگو ما و شما باید قطعا بالای زیاره هم نکنیم. هرچی که مسئولیت که برایشان راجع میشه باید قانونی کار کنیم.
Do this, okay? I'm serious.
So Major Stuber walked out of that meeting thinking this operation was going to happen, think they were going to turn up there first thing in the morning and arrest these guys. A few hours later, he got a call on the radio, can't do it, operation's cancelled, and to this day, no operation's taken place to even question the police commanders.
How rampant is it?
Dude, stop. Stop. Every fucking dangoid turns into like a neocon the moment that like the literal moment that, like, Uyghurs are fucking mentioned. What the fuck, dude? Literally, I'm going to read you something. I mean, I think there's context to consider here. There were numerous terrorist attacks and stabbings occurring in the region from a growing Islamist presence. Not to say that excuses mass assimilation, but it begs the question, what's the correct response to burgeoning domestic terrorism? Thank you for not mentioning, Uyghurs. So it made it much easier for me to literally just read out what you wrote and be like, that's unironically what the fucking conservative rights argument is against Muslim terrorism in this country. Yeah. Patriot Act, which is what China did.
This chai boy.
One of his men who is less cares less about this than he does, said to me, try finding a police commander who doesn't fuck young boys.
You don't even have the balls to say that Armenian genocide didn't happen. Are you afraid of Americans canceling you? I admit that the Armenian genocide happened because it did happen, you fucking idiot. That's it. That's literally the reality.
Most of the patrol bases that the British and Americans fought so hard to establish have been abandoned or handed over to the Afghans.
You're reading Turkey's stance on Kurds word for word? Yo, you dumbass. How long have you been in this fucking community? I know you've been in here for a very long time because I recognize your fucking name. You know what my approach is. You know what my opinion is. You know I don't think it's acceptable. So why the fuck do you constantly bring this shit up to make it seem like I'm pro oppression of Kurds? Okay?
Major Stuber gets he's bolstered because the actual police chief has returned, a guy called Gully Khan, and 8 days into his job as police chief of Sangin, he had just gone on Hajj unannounced and disappeared for 2.5 months. He'd been accused of keeping chai boys in the past and been accused of corruption, but said he's come back a new man, and Major Stuber really thought he could make a difference.
There's been some things going on here.
Bro, he went to re-education camp.
Since you've left that are really driving a wedge between the police and the community. The biggest one coming outside is that thus far you've had 3 children, young teenagers that have been shot by police. All that has happened within the last 3 months. There was one boy killed in this PHQ. There was another boy killed with a PKM across in Cache de la Ray. And we just had a 13-year-old boy shot through the leg at Sadarkat. And there's a 4th unconfirmed report of a boy who serves tea and up at Shamshir Char. There was a fight between 2 PBs, and the boy that they were fighting over, we have reports that he was shot in the face and killed. We definitely have to focus on these because you can do 100 good things and then have a policeman go and do something like that, and then the community, all they focus on is the one bad thing. So I know that's an uncomfortable issue, and I know that's nothing that you would ever allow to have in your PBs, but that's what's been happening here in your absence.
مشکلات چی مشکلات بوده او خوب کار کرده خوب کرده او خوب است او وظیفه ما و شما است که خوب کار بکنه ولی خالیگاه که دارم ما و شما باید سریعی باز کنه که خالیگاه چی بود چی مشکل بود اینا مینو مثل نمی بسیار
problem. Kids are getting fucked, raped, then they're getting murdered. This guy literally fucking sounds like, I don't know if the translation is good or not, but he sounds like Kamala Harris talking about progress. You know what I mean? We are going to wrap our heads around finally starting the process of thinking about this issue long and hard. Okay?
I also say that this is also something else that's very good. These are all the patrolmen who are ready for academy.
This really gave, a feeling of optimism. He was sending 20 men off to Lashkar, the provincial capital, to get proper training. They were going to come back professional policemen.
ډیرو ګرانو او محترم سربازانو نن تاسې د خپل د نظم او ډسپلین لپاره او د انضباط او ډسپلین لپاره نوې اکاډمۍ ته استخدامیږئ. شکر دی تاسې ټول داسې نوي ځوانان یا چې په تاسې کې زه داسې څوک نه وینم چې هغه دې یا کوچنی وي یا ضعیف وي. دوستانو اکاډمي ویل زموږ ستاسې دپاره ډېره ګټه لري. تاسې چې هلته اکاډمي واسو استادان لرئ د خپل استادانو درس ته غوږ ونیسئ. تاسې یو څه زده کړئ د دې دپاره ته ځئ چې هلته یو څه زده کړئ او بیا دلته راسئ خپل دغه وطن د دغه خپلې ولسوالۍ دپاره په ښه توګه خدمت وکړئ د دغه ځایه څخه چې ډېر په نظم په ډسپلین په پټه خوله د چا سره کوم جنجال مه جوړوئ د چا سره کوم مشکل مه جوړوئ تاسې دې دپاره چې خپل درس ووایاست نو ستاسې څخه مې توقع ورزو دا
I swear to God, after watching an hour of this, if you still think like, one, we should stay there, and two, oh no, like, what if China goes there? I don't know what to tell you. Other than the fact that it's the ad break that's coming right now because it's literally 3:59. That is one thing I will tell you. Another thing I will also tell you is that if you no longer want to see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. If you want an ad-free broadcasting experience, of course. Also, on top of that, you can use an ad block or a VPN. China will just build roads in Afghanistan or something to fuck over America. They're going to send in like 1 million fucking Chinese people to go live in Afghanistan, build roads, and like already they're speaking like the regional dialect and shit, okay? I ship Kevin Abstract and Hassan Piker. I don't know if Anthony Fantano knows I'm straight. But anyway, dude. Oh shit, what was I saying? Oh yeah, I was gonna run the fucking ad break first. Twitch Prime is free though. Here's the woman ad break now.
دا چې تاسې راسئ او دا خپل نور خلک پوه کړئ چې ورور هلته اکاډمي ده اکاډمي د علم زانګو ده هلته د زده کړې دپاره ځئ هلته د
Class is that stream mate? Oh, shut the fuck up. They give you like 11 different ways of fucking avoiding the ad. Shut the fuck up.
The day after they went to Lashkar for police training, 6 of them got sent back because they failed the drugs test. So that was a Marine sweeping the ground.
Yeah, sweeping the ground.
Behind
the dudes walking.
Yeah, which sums up the situation perfectly there. This was an operation to find an IED factory that the police had got intelligence about. It turned out to be a derelict building with one old Chinese rocket hidden in the corner, which they got out, and then Guli Khan arrived to give a speech to the local elders. His message was pretty amazing.
دغه خلک چې دلته ناست دي یو لا ولاکه دوم سړی لري
څنګه دوم سړی
چې دوی دوم سړی تر شا لري یا د طالب سره لري یا ستاسو
حاجي صاحب هغه خبره ما نه ده کړې چې ستا زوی هغه خبره زه نه کوم
داسې درته وایم دا ګرده یو سر خلک دغه چې نن تاسې راګرځولي دي دغه چې دلته ناست دا ګرده یا مستري دي یا دلته په بازار کې کار
زه نه وایم
همداسې دی شی نشته دلته اوس موږ څه وکړو زموږ به خولې ته ودا که انسان لا وګوري
خبره زه نه وایم خو د دغه څه مسله ښکار نه جوړېږي
وایم دا خورا خو لښکر نشي جوړولی
ما خبره بیرته پر ځای شوله چې ما درته وویل چې په دې شاله کې زه انتفاق نه وینم په هېڅ
هغه خو نشته
نو ولې نشته
یو د میرمندو پروت دی یو د دغه کلاګر راغلی دی یو دغه دا
په قومو به جلا یې په اسلام کې خو به جلا نه یې
یا په قومو سره جلا دي په دین
په قومو به جلا یې اسلام خو به یو اسلامي
یو اسلام
یو ورونه به یاست نو بیا قومونه څه معنا لري قومونه څه ګټه
اوس دا خبرې دي
سهار چا چاوې خوړلې چا نه خوړلې روانې ګرده خپل په خواري اخته دي دا ټول مر تر سیاسرو تېره زموږ پر مومن تېره دلته زموږ په کور کې څوک نشته نه ولاکه و طالب ته وایاست نه ولاکه و تا ته
ته ځې بازار کې 500 روپۍ ګټې وایي ونیسه چې صاحب 500 روپۍ په بازار کې ګټې مزدوري کوي مګر عاجزه دې غورځولې ده کوچنی دې غورځولې هغه څوک راځي په کښې جوړېږي
It's kind of really pathetic and fucked up. And I mean, aren't these people just like exhausted from years of this shit? Like,
but that's why they're not going to pick sides. That's why they're just going to like try and have a quiet, easy life by being nice to whoever is in their backyard day to day. And at the minute, these guys and certainly us are leaving very soon, and the Taliban aren't going anywhere.
No,
so the idea they're going to stand up to the Taliban on their own is ridiculous.
نو چې مزدوري کوي یا معنا د سرنکلات کوله پر کور ولاکه څوک پاتې عجزه چاته وایسته ولاړ
ولې به سطر پرې
ولاکه یا تا ته وایي هغه ته وایي موږ په دکان کې ناست موږ دا ګرده ته ورته سراینو تلاشه کړي یو څومره دا نن چې دا ناست دی د ګرد یا دانه خلاصه ده یا بدله دا څوک به کور ته ګیرېږي نو زه څه شم خو زه دا انځم په بازار
زه درته دا درونه پورته جواب ورکړم مه کوه
خو یې لا ولاکه
زه هم دا درونه پورته جواب
هغه ټکان ته ولاړ یو چې یا بهتر باندې که یا بغیر باندې کوم څه وکړو ولا که یو چاره لا بلرو بیا خدای موږ په واسه وسی په خدای که یا پر تا باندې تا پوسی یا په خدای که په واسه چې په واسه مسی دا چې جاله چا خوښ خپل یو مې د چا سره کېږي چې په تبای ورسي
بنده موتا نه وایي چې خدای پاک مړ نه کړي
او خود مونږ وایي
په دې خوا کې دا لرو کې نه لرو
ولې نه لرو
موتا و دغه کې دیم لري
This motherfucker is just like using religion to fucking silence them. Like, come on, bro. We're all fucking Muslims, bro, right?
He's saying that despite this national army that's been created, this national police force that's created, you're on your own. And you need to not work, not leave your village, and stay here and stop the Taliban from entering your homes and firing from your homes.
زه نه درته چې دا وطن مال وساته زه نه درته چې ما سره توپک واخه زه نه درته چې ما سره درشي واغونده زه درته دا خپل ځان وساته دا خپل زوی و دا کاز و وراره و دوست کړ ته مکه وروره مکه بالا بس تر څه وخت نه دی ټک د غم دی یو کوشنی تا په څه تکلیفونه رالوي په څه خوارې رالوي څومره مصرفونه تکلیفونه ځان وړي مګر یو مرمۍ د څه خوږي
Supposedly the police and the army are there to protect these people from the Taliban, or at least drive a wedge between the people and the Taliban. And he's saying, defend yourselves.
اوس خو به چا زما عسکرو چا تکلیف نه در کړی کې څوک والی کې چاته سپکه کړي کې بله کړي ما ته ووایه چې دغه سړي ما ته سپکه خبره کړې موږ سپکه خبره چاته نه کوو وظیفه مو ده کور هم تلاشي کوو اشتباه لرو باندې کور هم تلاشي کوو زه هم تلاشي کوو که ټک را باندې وسو ټک هم پر کوو مگر چاته تکلیف نه ورکوو تکلیف ته پاره نه یو
Do you think any of them might be Taliban as well?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. The Taliban aren't this outside foreign evil force that have come in. The Taliban most of the Taliban fight allegedly within walking distance of their homes. There's always some Taliban there, always. This was the third Afghan army operation.
As the other dude also mentioned, like, part of the reason why they're fucking popular is literally because the previous warlord, the previous pedophile warlord in certain areas like this one, like the areas that these guys are in, would have been purged by the Taliban. You know what I mean? So it's like, all right, well, like some people see him as fucking liberated.
1 year, Hassie. You should come to the No.
That doesn't make what they're doing correct. That doesn't make them good at all. Yes, the lesser evil.
That I followed, and it was very tense because the guy who I pointed out earlier, who fled with loads of weapons.
Yeah, the guy that was firing like crazy.
Yeah. One of Hamid Khan's men was arrested a few days ago with loads of weapons and a lot of ammunition. And he was planning to kill a number of the Afghan soldiers. He had 3 accomplices who didn't flee, and no one knew if they were still planning on doing it.
Double agents or...
This day was, you know, everyone was really even more than normal watching their backs. So everyone's on the lookout.
If you think that he's starting to hold his soldiers back because we're here...
You keep saying Taliban bad every 5 seconds because no matter what the fuck I do, and say, there will always be people that are like, I can't believe you're just like literally standing the Taliban. Like, I can't believe you.
Let me know, because I don't want him to hold the soldiers back.
از نقطه میانرودی انداخت ادامه داره، دشمن هم انداخت میکنه، بگو پرسنل ما انداخت دارن، پرسنل ما انداخت دارن. دیگه تیمی که پیش است، تیم پیش ما زیر آتش است، تیم بعدی که تیم حمایه است، او از تیم اول ما حمایه آتش میکنه. حرکت کنه. هغه مینون زای مش تاسو راشي هو خو دیگه ته حالت بازی حالت چې د طالبانو بیرغ دی حالت ازي.
In this operation, they've got 2 local informers who they've dressed up in army uniform, put balaclavas on, actually gave them weapons later on, and they're sweeping through a village and they just point out who they say are Taliban, and those guys get arrested.
فقط یو سو پشتنی په خاطر تاسو بوش سرازي بیا باقاس رو تحقیقات معرفی.
کماندان صاحب دا کماندان صاحب خپل پر آزاد سره زموږ شرم دی په خدای شرمنه داخل ګوزه یا قانون مراته دا اوس چاته ته وایي
فقط تصمیم یک سرباز بگو که اونمو سرباز متوجه نمی باشه.
یه باید پتای تکشین کماندان صاحب چه سلاح برباز دادن
دا گروپ سره تزی 2 نفر دیگر هم گرفتن.
Is that like a common practice or a technique?
Yeah, fairly. But the problem with that is, you know, people can just point out their local rivals,
right,
rather than the actual Taliban. The other problem with that is, even if they're genuinely Taliban, most of the people who get arrested and detained get released,
right,
because of money paid to the right people or connections.
Or all of them get released when the Taliban inevitably takes over and basically empties out every single fucking prison in the country.
The informer said this man was the former Taliban shadow governor.
هم مسافه بتیدشون هم زنگونکیشو پرود بتیدشون. در قبول نفرم چې تاسو واسطه ولدم مشکوک ده.
What's up with this guy?
What often happens is they get sent to Lashkar, the capital, but the prosecutor just throws it out for lack of evidence because there is no evidence. It was claimed to me, and again I don't know how true it is, it was claimed to me that the police haven't prosecuted a single successful case in 2 years.
Almost.
So we've now got to start walking in the footsteps of the man in front of us, because this is the first band of IEDs that the Afghan soldiers have to walk through to get to the village.
Do you agree that we should stop trying to force Western nation states on these random places? They're obviously just not culturally or geographically fit for this form of government. What do you mean they're not culturally or geographically fit for this form of government? They absolutely can be. Just leave them alone, dude. Yo, liberals are so weird.
they want to clear out.
Orientalism it just gets like, every liberal is like 3 seconds away from saying some like real racist Orientalist shit, you know what I mean?
It's
no matter what happened.
A road covered in pebbles, so it's very easy to hide IEDs.
Eh, سر زمون کنج چیز زمان ماین بگوشه که منجا ماین است ماین پکتون باشه که ماین نباشه که منجا پیش کامرا بگوش خط نبری خط نبری بچه‌ها خبر کو نه نه
ماین ندارد نیست
مینو رقم ولا که منو خبر رو مرتر داوز د خاطر شو سویلان چې کار مونږ
خو په دغه لار تاسو زیو راځي دا څنګه بیا تاسو نه
دا مې دوم غاښت شته
دا څوک مو خونو د سړک په غاړه کې یا ناست
یعنی دا څوک نه و چې خلک ته وایي چې تاسو لار نشئ
یا شپږوال ته ناس و دغه سره
ملکیان
و ملکیان د کورو سره ناس
طالبان نشکره
یا نو سره نو
طالبان په ساحه کې نه
راځي سرکټ کې راځي
I want to show you guys something. The golden age of Afghan history. The era between 1963 and 73. The golden decade.
Fog.
Now, don't get me wrong. It wasn't the entirety of Afghanistan that had this kind of attitude. But ultimately, every other fucking country in the Middle East in the 60s and 70s were doing better. As far as like people's liberation goes. But yeah, this wasn't the entirety of Afghanistan. This was Kabul. And obviously the fucking, you know, mountainous regions were still
Kuma's weird champ.
The mountainous regions were still like repressive. But it's the same with Turkey. Like Turkey used to be less religious than it is now, or at least the way it presents itself now. A lot of the religious people in the country, a lot of the religious people in Turkey literally fucking are more religious now than the way that people used to operate back in like the 60s and 70s. Sure, people, you know, covered their hair in villages and stuff like that. But never to the same degree of like wearing full-blown burqas and shit like that. And for a lot of and the same is consistent in like North African regions too. North African nations too, because unfortunately with imperialist expansion in the region, there were a lot of reactionary people that were able to utilize the growing hatred towards the West as a way to, you know, destroy, squash secularist attitudes. Do you see what I'm saying? And I don't care if people want to wear the hijab. Don't get me wrong. I don't personally give a shit. But the irony is that, like, there were people who used to, you know, cover their hair and whatnot, of course. It's understandable. It's a part of the religion. And it's up to every woman if they choose to do so or not. Right? But burqas are like ridiculous. Like, you are incredibly restrictive. You are ridiculous. You are absolutely being a fucking asshole. And even in the Ottoman days, like, it was, you know, it was never as aggressive as it is now in like Istanbul and in other places all around the world, in like a lot of these Muslim countries. Fareed Zakaria. Wait, Fareed Zakaria had a good fucking take on withdrawal? Wearing the hijab was literally forbidden in Turkey. Why are you defending that? It's not true. Wearing the hijab was not forbidden in Turkey, dude. Wearing the hijab in public places, like in public office, was forbidden. Motherfucker. Under laïcité. Yes. But it's not like it was fucking forbidden if you want to wear it, like when you're going to the goddamn bazaar or some shit.
Boy.
And that was like a massive fucking point of contention. Was Turkey less conservative when you're growing up there? Yes, Turkey has gotten more and more conservative, at least in aesthetics, since I left and even before then. It's a gigantic point of contention for Muslim men and women. That's why Erdogan regime lived longer than that, because of hijab restrictions. Yeah, that's why. Not because of fucking abuse, corruption, suppression of free speech, privatization of a lot of like government-run industries that originally like seemingly fucking pumped up the economy, posturing relentlessly to Western powers. In aesthetics, that plays really well with a fucking dumbass audience. A coup d'etat that certainly, again, was most likely caused by the United States of America. Some people in here think that it's fake. I don't think it's fake. I think it was straight up a Gulen executed coup. Yeah, he will fall at the next election, but I don't think he'll go without a fight. Anyway, let's finish this.
اول ترکون هم کماندان صاحب یک نفر ما میرم اینا رو براتون نشان میده بعد از او باز تیمتون کاری میکنه چی هست همین لاینش خو لاین ماین هست که کاش نکنم من یک دفعه کپولی نه دست نزن نه دست نزن بیجار میکنه چی تو همینجا سی پیداش کو چی تو کما لاین تعقیب کو پیش نرو پیش نبر کاش ماین زدگا
Dude, is he gonna blow up in this fucking? Oh no, they do a controlled demolition. My man says, should I pull it out, bro? Hurt Locker.
تو کاش که مایدی متوجه میشی خب
چه خبراتی که ماکان زدی
به خاطر او به خاطر هیس واتر
بازمان خبر کنید خب
ها بخی از اینجا دور بره از اینجا هی دور بره از اینجا دور بره که زیافه چیز داره
چرا نمیکنه
ما تو قید نکردیم.
قید کردم.
چند قید کردیم؟
این 2 دقیقه زده بازم میشینه ولی 1 دقیقه پیر است. 1 دقیقه شما. طالبان گیرکنم مجله را پوست بک.
Fuck off!
Fuck off.
No problem. بیا. بیا بچه که دیگه گشت کجاست بیا.
اگه قنبایی که نشون دادید.
They're just having fun, bro.
تو هایدی. دو دانی ماین. دو تا.
The focus of the operation became to remove this white flag, the flag of the Taliban, not a flag of surrender, and it's within view of one of the patrol bases. So all they wanted to do was take down this flag, and they had a few funny ideas about how to do it.
What are you gonna do, Hamikan? Yeah, blow up the tree?
You should. They told that they have not enough demo to destroy the tree. Otherwise, we must down the flag.
Yeah, the flag needs to come down, I agree.
That's near to our PV, and that shows the Taliban power. But they have no power, they only up their flag here.
فلتین ولکن میشه یک دو دور دگرد درخت میزنیم دی کای راکت دی بیخ درخت دی چپا میشه
راکت دینش
کجا تو هدفمند هدفزن داری میزنه
راکت اون نزدیک شه اون از جا از اونو دیادش لامبار کنه دیاده بغلک
نمیتونه زدن نمیتونه شما استقامت شرق ما را ترصد کنید که بیرق پایان میکنیم که کسی سر
Bro, like just come on, shoot it with a bazooka from the side. And the guy's like, we don't have anyone that has that level of skill, dude. That's awesome.
سری بچه انداخت نکنه
appreciate the work you do.
داد بیرق لاندې واخله در کشی که
Pretty funny that they like were trying to blow up the fucking tree and almost decided to use a bazooka when it was that easy to fucking take down the flag.
So I think they did 9 IEDs in about an hour, which is unbelievably quick. Yeah. Yeah, it is unbelievably quick when you're fucking when your standard like operation protocol is literally just like no gloves, roll up to it raw, fucking being like, all right, it's beeping right here, blow it up.
عملیاتی را که ما شما پیش بردیم شکر خدا دستاوردهای بسیار زیاد داشت در قدم اول همی که دشمن در ابتدا بالای ما انداخت کرد پرسنل ما تانستن که هم دشمن از ضربه بزنن و هم با یک مصرف مهمات کم بدون تلفات ما تانستیم که دشمن از سایه ما رو دور بکنیم که ما
Dushman is the same word in Turkish, by the way.
تانستیم با کمک مردم محل نقطای مین تثبیت بکنیم همو اشنو مینی که بود اشنو مین ما از ساحه خونسا کردیم بیرقی که دشمن بالا کرده بود به خاطر نشان دادن قوت و قدرت خود ایران تانستیم پایان بکنیم با یقین که ما بر مردم خودم نشان دادیم که ما انشالله توانایی از این داریم که پیش از 2014 پیش از این که خارجیات افغانستان به اصطلاح تخلیه بکنن ما توانایی از این داریم که مسئولیت امنیتی افغانستان به دوش خود بگیریم همین که ما امروز میپذیریم با همه کمی و کاستی های خود داخل ساحه میشیم برای خارجی میگیم که شما را دیگه ما ضرورت نداریم. دیگه شکر خدا از نقطه نظر تشکیلات، از نقطه نظر تجهیزات، از نقطه نظر مورال، از نقطه نظر فعالیت.
I have no fucking idea what language they're speaking, by the way. It sounds a lot like Farsi, but they're speaking Dari. Pashtun. It's Pashto. Not Farsi at all. It's a dialect of Farsi. Yes, I know the Taliban spokesman said the war is over in Afghanistan, bro. I know. Yeah, thank you, Captain Rico, for the 5 gifted subs. Dari is the Afghan dialect of Farsi. They're speaking Pashto.
ما رو ببی دست بالای خدا داریم برای ملت خود اطمینان میتیم هیچ طالب کاری کرده نمیتونه از توجهتان تشکر برونو دختای پامان نعره تکبیر نعره تکبیر تکبیر نظام پایت
Okay.
Such a lip take to be like, look at these Afghan women in the 70s. They're not wearing oppressive Muslim hijab. Bro, do you not understand that being prevented from wearing whatever you want, which was the case in Iran, hijab was restricted, is also oppression? Yo, do you want a fucking hot take, dude? I'm going to keep it 100 with you. Countries with 90% Muslim population should be allowed to fucking implement laïcité if they want to. Whereas countries where Muslims are the minority population, like France, are unironically being incredibly Islamophobic and incredibly restrictive. There you go, dude. You finally got me to say it, okay? Yeah, I said it, dude, okay? I do fucking 100% believe that, like, yes, it is unironically a sign of progress that women are able to literally wear whatever the fuck they want. Jesus Christ, dude. Especially as it pertains to, like, so license day for Turkey, but not France. Very bad take. What the fuck? Yes, not France. And not Quebec either. Isn't that the inverse? I don't see it being consistent. Can you expand more?
At HasanAbi, how many languages you speak, brother?
New rule. France isn't allowed to do anything. That's the second rule. Okay, first rule, not allowed to do laïcité. Second rule, not allowed to do fucking anything.
Pog.
Like, you fucking, me pointing to women being able to walk around like this is not anti-hijab, you dumb fuck. Women being able to wear, like, whatever the fuck they want is, unfortunately, given our patriarchal history and patriarchal constructs that are deeply embedded into every fucking societal development, is a sign of progress. Okay? This has nothing to do with, like, letting women fucking wear hijabs if they want to or not. And everything to do with, like, this, unironically, is a sign of fucking progress. It literally is. You can't do that in a lot of countries that lose sight of that progress. So shut the fuck up. If laïcité is what it takes, like...
can be considered male version of hijab.
Regarding your take on women in the 70s, it's precisely this utopian nonsense cultural imposition that led us to seek out invasions in order to save the other. I've never in a... First of all, that's idiotic considering the fact that that didn't happen in fucking Turkey, where I'm literally from. And two, I've never been an advocate for Orientalist Westerners coming in and being like, oh my God, I can't believe, I can't wait to fucking liberate these people. And lastly, that's not even what happened in fucking Iran, for the record. Half the time, it's like Westerners that are coming into already fucking liberated countries that do offer a lot of fucking civil liberties to its citizens, and then, you know, killing fucking or trying to overthrow democratically elected socialist leaders that want to do the big no-no thing, like nationalizing their oil production, okay? You know, using their own natural resource for their own good, for their own fucking people, going, oh, that's not going to happen. And then the alternative is seen as like the liberators of Western imperialism. And those liberators oftentimes are unironically just utilizing and weaponizing Islam, or their version and their understanding of Islam, incredibly restricted understanding of Islam, to say like, this is who we really are. Fuck this Western elitist nonsense. Also kind of weird that like you as like American Westerners are trying to educate me on Orientalism when I live it. Like, what the fuck do you mean? It is really weird. It is really weird when you try to educate me on you know, Western understandings of the Western understanding of Muslim, predominantly Muslim countries. Stop pretending you're not an American. I am an American citizen, you fucking idiot. I am. I'm an anchor baby. I have an American citizenship and a Turkish one. I grew up mostly in Turkey. I grew up in Turkey until I was 18 years old. Huh. I don't understand your point. France can't do secularism, but 90% Muslim countries allowed to do the hijab requirement.
You tell him.
I said a country like France enforcing not secularism, laïcité, on Muslim immigrants is restrictive because Muslim immigrants in that situation are living in a Western nation that want to fucking wear the hijab regardless. They want to wear it. And France saying you can't do it. However, when I said the Muslim 90% Muslim country requirement, or the 90% Muslim country thing, I said I don't have a problem with laïcité when it happens in a country that is predominantly Muslim. Okay? Because in that circumstance, you're functionally offering people the liberty. And if people still want to wear the hijab, then fine. That's okay. You just have a problem when white people do it? Yeah. How about that? I do. So what? But it has never worked. It only sounds good in theory. In Turkey, it failed. And in Iran, it was implemented by a terrible, incompetent government. Wait, what? Turks are Arabian, right? So Taliban is same thing with your people. Dude, haha, lamo. This guy's Turkish. This fucking idiot is literally Turkish. You know how I know that? Uppercase I. This fucking Turkish dumbass. Gerizekalı. That's not a thing in English, dude.
Yo, peep this article.
Because we have and E. So secularism, which is intended to undo the oppression of religion itself, is oppressive. Secularism, when weaponized against specific groups of people who already have the option to not wear a hijab and still choose to do so, is oppressive. Secularism in a country where, you know, it might be a little bit more frowned upon to not wear a hijab, so that women can have the opportunity to, if they want to, not wear the hijab, is not as bad. Yes, secularism is bad and theocracy is better. HasanAbi has all the hot takes today. Wait, what? Is that what I said? Oh, I was repeating that person. Wait, you think I'm saying theocracy is better? Is that what? The de-Islamification of these majority Muslim countries is incredibly difficult. Turks resisted it, and Iranians resisted it because the government was just terrible. I'd like our countries to be secular, but it takes time and progress. I don't know if banning the hijab all at once will ever work in the Middle East. I mean, it literally did work in Turkey. It kind of did. It's not like people were like, oh my God, I can't believe you're going to the fucking school in one of the villages while wearing a hijab. Like, that's fucking bullshit. But yeah, that's not what was happening. I'm also 100% without a doubt in favor of a burqa ban. Like, fuck it, I'll say it. Okay, but would it still be oppressive if all forms of religious expressions in public places were banned? Like a cross necklace or a yarmulke, for example, I guess. I'm not certain, or in France's current laws, and if they're just kind of Islamophobic with a facade of secularism. Can you wear a yarmulke in France? I mean, French people are kind of anti-Semitic too, so I don't know if... Some French people are, not all French. So I wouldn't be surprised if they fucking banned yarmulkes too, you know what I'm saying? As a Sikh, we can't wear turbans in France. Wait, that's what I'm saying. That's ridiculous. That's literally fucking ridiculous. And I don't have a problem with women that want to wear a niqab either, by the way. Don't get me wrong. I just want to be able to okay, first of all, when people say what about nuns of the Amish law? I don't know what you mean by the Amish, but when you say what about nuns, like that's like a uniform, dude. We're not talking about that. You are not supposed to wear any religious symbol when working for the state. In practice, it's not applied that much for Christians, while applied too much for Muslims. Yeah, but in a lot of cases, not the women choosing to wear the hijab / burqa, it's the husbands and fathers forcing them to. Yeah, you've literally never talked to a Muslim woman, I don't think. Like, especially when it comes to like literally Western nations where it's not the norm anyway. This motherfucker said, have you? You're joking, right? Like when you say stuff like, have you talked to a Muslim woman? Like that's a joke, right? Like you're like it's gotta be a joke, right? It's like telling an American, have you ever talked to a Christian woman? I guess it's wonderful that, you know, it's gotten to a point where this community's grown to a degree where like they don't know what my background is or where I grew up or anything like that.
All the power to all the people. Oppression is oppression, hassle to everyone.
Anyway, let's keep
But
going.
meanwhile, back at the headquarters, Major Stuber is still wrestling with the same terrible problems.
And we've built this PHQ here. You know, we've got 4 towers, and we've got a generator, and we've got a pump, and gates and concertina wire. But it's empty. There's no fuel here, and because of that, because of this simple logistical need, they can't get out. They've got 34 patrol bases from all the way to the southern green zone, all the way to the northern green zone, that they can't get out to. If there's anything that's out there that's going to really jeopardize the security here, it's not going to be a lack of fighting will. It's going to be something as simple as this: not having any fuel to be able to get anywhere. Where the fuel comes into is Lashkargah, which is generally a 2-hour drive away. And the southern part of the southern green zone there, known as the Page area, is still controlled by the Taliban. So you can't get a fuel truck up here. It's just too dangerous for them to bring that much fuel to try and come up here and get.
We should, baby, please reconsider what you said. Nuns, the uniform, and Muslim women who wear a burqa don't fit under the definition of a uniform law. Yes. A uniform is something that you put on for like your job. It can have a religious it can have a religious thing on top of that. But yes, the burqa is not applied to exclusively like religious workers. It's literally everyone. The whole point is like giving women the liberty to be able to make their own choices on whether they want to wear a fucking hijab or not. Well, not the burqa anyway. Like, unless you think everyone that wears a burqa is like working at the mosque or something. No, go to the Oxford definition. I don't give a fuck about the Oxford definition, man. Shut up. Bro, yeah, chatters are like arguing with something that even the Taliban no longer believes women should be forced to do. By the way. Like, they asked the Taliban spokesperson, and he was like, yeah, women can wear whatever head covering they want, but, not burqa. That's too much. And chatters are like, dude, why can't women wear burqas, bro? Shut the fuck up. Like, literally the Taliban earlier today said, no more burqas.
To refuel their tanks or refuel their vehicles. So what they have to do is they have to sell the fuel down there in Lashkargah, and they sell the fuel, and anytime you start selling fuel or selling those types of things, you open the door for corruption to be able to enter into the process. And unfortunately, this particular PHQ used to get about 20,000 liters every month, and the spigot has literally been turned off on them.
And the Afghan government announced that it was going to stop sending fuel down here, and it gave a figure of how much was stolen. How much was it?
I don't remember the number. It was it's nearly $1 million worth of fuel. So whatever $1 million US will buy in fuel.
The government of Kabul was saying because the police are stealing so much fuel, we're no longer going to give it to them. So they can't move, they can't go anywhere. that there was a big fight the night before and they couldn't get to it because they had no petrol. And the thing is, they just assumed that the Marines would...
No, the niqab is not the same as a burqa. And like in Turkey, dude, there are so many different sects under Islam and so many different understandings and interpretations of Islam that every single different kind of head covering can signal to, okay? I don't know if you are unaware of this or not. There are very, very different, varying degrees of varying degrees of repression associated with each, all the way up to just absolute liberty, like the choice to be able to wear it. What is this? Yeah, here, this. A niqab, a veil covering the head and face, but not the eyes, usually worn with a loose black garment, abaya. I don't, this is not what I mean when I say niqab. I mean hijab. And even then, there's like different ways of wearing the hijab as well. Burqa is like full-blown veil that covers the entire body and face with a mesh window and grill across the eyes for a woman to see out of. Dupatta, a long scarf loosely draped across the head and shoulders, common in South Asia and often paired with matching garments. Yeah, when I say niqab, I mean the veil. I'm talking about the veil, not like the face covering either. Okay? I don't even mean like the face covering. I just mean like the veil. Burqa looks like some Assassin's Creed shit, with all due respect. No, it is like, it's literally like the most. The people that wear burqas are oftentimes coming from like very more oppressive, more repressive Muslim cultures.
Hassle.
I mean, there are women who literally choose to wear the face covering. Do you just attack them for that? Yes. Jail them. No, dummy. You can wear whatever the fuck you want at the end of the day.
I have to say
but
thank you for a babysitting
when I'm
my
talking about
fiancé
like
every day for me.
Predominantly Muslim countries, oftentimes the choice is not offered, okay? So you have to offer it at the government level. That's why I make that distinction between Western nations that decide to enforce secularism, hyper focusing on Muslims for some weird reason and not other religious choices,
and have never seen a burqa in my life.
Versus in majority Muslim nations westernizing Islam. Yes, I think, dude, you want to call it westernizing, then yeah, I'm fucking on board with that kind of westernizing. I think it's ultimately a good thing.
Bail them out and give them their petrol.
Right.
Which the Marines are now saying, no, it's not working like that anymore. You are on your own now.
Right, so they've been stealing it for years and getting it off the Americans, and now the Americans have cut them off.
Yeah.
We had a long discussion with Sergeant Mateen today about how somebody goes about getting a commission within the AUP. He said it costs about 50,000 Afghani, or which is about close to $1,000 US to be able to get the bribes paid in Lashkar Gah, and then it's another 4,000 US to get bribes paid within MOI in Kabul to be able to get them into the academy. So, in order to become an officer, just even a basic lieutenant here, it costs $5,000.
Thanks for the raid, Stone Pup. Did you raid me? I didn't see it. People are fucking saying that.
So that's quite a steep price for an Afghan.
And these are big issues. Do you think they can be resolved by the time we leave?
No, not by that timeline. These are serious logistical issues, and the difference being that other militaries have educated people that are working very complex systems, and this is a very complex system. This right here, this generator right here, is a very complex piece of machinery. They don't have the technical know-how to be able to operate this and run it. They don't have the systems or organizational know-how to be able to get fuel from their, through a distribution center to be able to fill up this tank. I only have basically 5 months to be able to teach them how to do this stuff, and then the next team's going to come in, and then we're going to spend a month trying to get. They're going to learn the AO for another month, and then they're going to have their time here and driving the bus, so to speak, and they still have to learn all this process and how it goes. So our actual amount of time that we have.
Motherfucker, you had 20 years to teach him. This dude. This video is from 2012, probably shot in like 2011. Okay.
9 months.
So no, he didn't have 20 years. This isn't from like last week, bro. I know it seems like it because, the problems persist until this moment.
Contact with them to be able to, one, understand their system, and then be able to coach them through it and help them be able to request the supplies and be able to have a functioning logistical section. It's a complicated task for anybody, and it makes it even more complicated when you have a police force whose officers can't read or write. They can't communicate on paper. I mean, if everything's done by cell phone, there's no tracking, there's no record keeping. The system becomes wide open for corruption, exploitation. I mean, you look on the roof of the building right there, you see these, you can see the solar panels that are up there. But when you go up there and you look at the solar panels, you see that they're not really connected to anything. And when you ask them, like, well, where does this go? Where, who put this in here? They can't answer those questions. They don't know how it works. I've got policemen on my team. I've got an administrative officer, but I don't have any solar panel experts to be able to help them fix that out. So it's left to guys like myself and my team to try and figure out how to hook up solar panels and tie it into an electrical structure and a PHQ.
The whole policy is designed as if everyone was educated, literate. There was a permanent police force there for years, as if the Taliban were no longer a problem, as if everybody wanted little girls to go to school. And it's all a fantasy, for 10, 20 years down the road. None of the things that need to be in place now are anywhere near in place.
That antenna right there, every time I walk by it, I think if that's not a symbol for what we're trying to do here, I don't know what is. I mean, it's a functioning radio tower. It's standing on its own. It's twisted and bent and held up with strings, but it's there and it works, and hopefully it'll still be there after 2014.
It felt like pretty much every day there was a major blow to Major Stuber. So, something really bad happened that he hadn't seen coming. In this case, there was a deputy police commander who he was sure had tortured detainees and had child boys himself, who everyone thought had been retired. politely fired. Suddenly he appeared again on the base.
Anytime you think you've got this place figured out, something else will come up and around the corner that you weren't expecting. I had been assured by the DG, I had been assured by people at Provincial that that guy was going to be gone and I wasn't going to have to worry about him, and that he was going to be prosecuted for crimes against the people of this country, but he's still here. Although he looks a little bit more humbled than he was a few days ago, he's still here, and I don't know what I'm going to do about that. But he is away. He's out of the driver's seat for right now. Ghuli Khan's back, and that gives me hope. Because if you have people like Ghuli Khan, even though he's had a checkered past, he's no saint by any means. You saw it today. He's working with the sarin wall, and the guy that's sitting across the table from him right there, right now, that was one of the guys that was telling the sarin wall that I'm gonna, him and the CID officer were telling him, I'm gonna kill you if you come over here. I'm gonna kill you if you try and do these, if you try and prosecute people.
But how does it work when people have got very serious evidence stacked up against them, seem to somehow get back into positions of power?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the case on that guy is pretty open shut, if you ask me. But apparently, somebody at MOI, apparently somebody at Provincial didn't think so. So he's back. I guess money talks.
So Ghuli Khan returns and brings this slight sense of cautious optimism. A few weeks after I left, he was fired for no apparent reason. He was replaced by an illiterate 24-year-old who the Marines were told had paid the right bribes to people in the government in Kabul. I came in a few nights after this to the little area where they sit down and have coffee, and he was just laying on his back with his eyes closed, and I thought he was asleep. He'd got a call and 4 kids had tried to pick up an old Chinese rocket, I think, right by the bazaar, and it had gone off. And they died. Yeah, the 4 died. And again, it wasn't reported anywhere. I didn't read about it anywhere. Yeah. But he had to go and pick up the kids.
How many Marines do you think there are, like Major Stuber, that are torn like that know the truth?
I mean, that's a big thing that no one's talking about, is you've got hundreds of thousands coming back and hearing these statements, knowing it's utter bullshit, and I'm sure are coming back to all kinds of psychological problems and seriously demoralised. At least 4 guys I've met in Afghanistan have committed suicide since they got back.
Wow.
I really expected to have some problems with some of the guys that I was with. Not one so far has said, you're cynical, you're pessimistic. They've all said, yeah, we all know that the game is up. That's all you hear now is it's a success because 75, 80, 90% of the country is now in the hands of the Afghan security forces. Let's not talk about what those security forces are like. Let's not talk about their behavior. The fact.
Well, no worries. Now 100% is in the hands of the Taliban, so. Taliban control, unironically, over the course of the past 20 years after the 20-year American occupation has increased.
Back there in the lead and we're coming home is success. I mean, Taliban attacks are up, civilian casualties are up, the fatalities for the Afghan soldiers and police are up. 310 a month is the latest estimate, every month. If that's not civil war already, I don't know what is. And you get the impression these guys aren't going to last either. I mean, certainly when they're on their own, they're not going to last. I mean, I spoke to a few Afghan friends who come from here and said, what do you think is going to happen to these guys after we really leave? He said half will join the Taliban, the other half will just vanish. A lot of people are saying that it hasn't worked the way we wanted to in Afghanistan, but they're blaming it on the Afghans. Oh, they always fight each other. Oh, it's just tribal rivalries, I don't think that's true at all. I think there was a chance we could have got it right, but we put the worst people straight back into power after the bombing campaign and because of the rush to get to Iraq. And it's our fault that it hasn't worked out now.
#1, baby. #1, baby. When's the MSNBC thing? No longer. So,
Daddy Bezos money.
it took like fucking 8 hours to watch that. Oh man.